ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Hey Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the Pro League. It's another day, another dawn, and some fresh faces on the desk for what is now week 4, match day 14. They have flown by. I was about to say they've flown by for all of us, but Chad, hey bro, how you doing? He's only just landed, basically, essentially. Well, how's the time zones doing? Where are you at right now?
It's only 6 hours behind. It's not too bad.
It's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it's great.
Why did I think it was, like, mind-boggling?
Normally, I have to fly for 24 hours, so that's normally the issue.
Okay, so life's actually not too bad for you right now. Feeling
I'm loving
fresh?
it. This is great.
It's probably looking the freshest of the desk, alongside Miss Henry G.
I'm a little bit dishevelled. Got back from Kiev yesterday.
Yeah.
Not my best, but, you know, I'm here. I'm ready.
Yeah,
That's important, you know.
So did you sample what Ukraine has to offer on your last night?
Yes, in more ways than one, Alex. I tried out all the local delicacies, if you know what I mean.
It took us 2 minutes, Henry. I was trying to keep this boat afloat, and I can try and do that now. Okay, so he's been to Kiev, he's had some fun. You're feeling fresh. You had some potatoes in your apartment.
Yeah, there's some sprouting potatoes and some mouldy bread.
Yeah.
Pretty delicious.
That's it. And of course, that's the level of analysis you have to expect throughout this evening. Tell your friends, tell your mum, tell your pets, tell your aunt's pets, and all of them that we've got some fantastic CS to look forward to today. But first, we're going to remind you what we did have last week. So let's recap last week's ESL Pro League, because we did have a bit of a blockbuster, especially that second game between the Double Fs, Fnatic and FaZe. The first, however, did go their way on Mirage, and then moving into Mousesport to definitely going to be the topic of many CS analysts' conversations. However, we'll avoid that for now here on the desk, of course, given their coaching changes. Penta did fall to them in 2 maps, keeping it close in both, though. That was, of course, on match day 13. We're now venturing into 14, so you've got a lot to look forward to today. Current standings, how that affected things, because FaZe have been rocking it recently, and I mean, Sponge, I don't know how much you've voiced your opinions of FaZe and their form recently, but I mean, 11-5 kind of speaks volumes about how they've been doing.
Well, they're doing fantastic in the overall standings right now. They're a bit different from their LAN results recently, but yeah, they're loving it online. It's great to see, you know, the addition of old mate. I'm forgetting his name right now. It is Alu.
That Finnish fellow.
Yeah, he's not that forgettable, really. Is he? No, he's. It's good to see they're doing well with him and the team, and it's very.
But I mean, we always talk about their playstyle. Do you think it's a bit silly to talk about it like that? You know, that they've got a different playstyle to everyone else. This 11-5 surely suggests it's working.
Running around shooting people in the head usually works.
There you go. Yeah.
That's a good style.
This is the thing, right, Alex? When you have a new team like this, they're quite difficult to counter. You don't really know what they bring to the table, especially when they bring Alu in. It's quite difficult to download and work out how you're going to approach them. So this is kind of the honeymoon period, we call it.
Okay.
After about a month or so, it starts to get worked out and people can start countering it. At the moment, they're in that perfect phase where you can actually perfect phase. See what I did there?
That was hot.
That's very punny.
Starting doing buttons.
They're in a perfect world where they can actually have this unknown quantity working in their favour.
I mean, talking of, you know, I forgot the link because they've got confused by a joke, but you said something about structure and work it out. I was trying to bring in Navi into the discussion because, of course, you were talking about how FaZe been doing offline. Navi had a little bit of a surprise over in Kiev as well.
Yep.
6-0 in the Pro League, though. They're just slowly trundling along. You think they're probably one of the front runners alongside FaZe to kind of end high in this league, Henry?
You'd assume so. With Simple coming in, it looks like on paper it should be the best team going forward in the world, potentially. Yeah. We saw them at the LAN in Kiev. We actually got a chance to interview them as well. They're in a place right now which is quite strange. They thought everything online was working very nicely. They got to the LAN, didn't really come together. They actually ended up losing to Astralis in overtime. And you could tell the team approach was good. Everyone was fragging. There was just something missing from it. And I think they're going to need about 2 or 3 months to actually make this the team they wanted to be. Right now, they're still using the exact same roles as what they had before. So Simple is actually filling in for Zeus. He's doing the same role. He's not going to be AWPing right now, but it's going to be happening in the future. So definitely a project that's going to be building up to something greater in the future.
That's a fun word, I think, for what Navi are doing now, a project. We'll be talking more about them when we do see them in the Pro League. But for now, we have to talk about the teams and matches that are going down today. Let's pull them up on your screens and you can see what you have to look forward to. We start with Fnatic versus Virtus Pro, and there's a lot of interesting discussions to be had there, which we'll be venturing into in just a second. But after that, you'll be seeing G2 and Dignitas go head-to-head as well. Alongside that, off-stream, you get FaZe Mouse and Penta Heroic, who have actually been catching and turning a lot of heads recently. That'll be available on our second stream, so do be sure to check that out if you're intrigued to see how any of those games do play out. Of course, we've already hinted that FaZe versus Mouse could be one to watch. But the first game, as we've already seen there, is going to be going into VP and Fnatic. You had some fun facts for us. You'd scrolled some things down about this matchup. What would you suggest, to someone that's unfamiliar, why is Fnatic VP, especially this new Fnatic, going to be a match worth watching?
Well, the new Fnatic's pretty exciting. You know, they're an unknown quantity right now. They've got that the three players from LGB, the Twist, Dennis, and Olaf, and they've reunited, and they were good together in the past, and then they're excited to see what they can do now. You have Lekro and the addition of Wenton, who Fnatic actually had standing in while Olaf was injured. So it'd be interesting. They're doing quite well in the league, considering. They have some mixed results so far, lots of overtimes and stuff in Pro League, so nothing fantastic. But they're looking like they're a stable team, and they're slowly working up to a stable roster. Yeah,
indeed. And I think while the names were on the screen, the next question I have for you, Chad, before we do start the Lekro discussion with you, Henry, I just want to quickly touch on Mr. Olaf. Now, there seems to be a general consensus that he hasn't found the form he had pre-injury. What's your opinion on Olaf and his current performances? I mean, have we seen the world's best player title start making its way towards him again or not?
I think after the injury, he probably had a lot of mental things going into it.
Yeah.
Probably a lot second-guessing himself, probably. And once he gets over that, or if he can get back over that injury, then you're going to see the best Olaf again, obviously. But yeah, he would be disappointed in his form. And obviously that's showing in their results. He's not able to carry the team as he was in the past. And he's still having those moments. You know, he's being really flashy, getting those awesome entry kills and opening up sites, but, not consistently.
Yeah, and someone that has been doing it, of course, a nice little segue there, is Mr. Lekro. Now, you had an opportunity. You actually flew on a plane.
I did.
On
a real life plane.
Iron Bird.
Yep.
What steel? I don't know how materials work. You can tell us a little bit about how you ventured into Sweden and Lekro's discussion.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, he's kind of exploded onto the scene. He came from FPL. That's the big storyline here. He played in lower tier Swedish teams, and he got picked up by Godsend. That was crazy at the time. No one had really heard of him. We saw him have his premier debut at Malmo, and people couldn't believe how good he was. We had that amazing semi-final of him versus NIP as well. Completely godlike performance. People couldn't believe it. And then he kind of dropped off. That team kind of disappeared. For maybe 2 or 3 months, they had a horrible online results. It didn't really come to any lands. And then we thought, okay, well, that might be the end of him. But then we had the big roster shuffle, right? Fnatic and Godsend coming together. And Lekro, believe it or not, he's actually part of this new Fnatic team, the previous best team in the world. Dennis and Olaf with him as well. It's going to be quite exciting. He's one of those players that he's very hungry to do it. That's what I like about the Swedish talent pool right now. There's so many skilled players that you don't actually have. They haven't been tainted yet by the success, They're actually ready. They want to do the hard work. They want to actually show what they're made of.
No, I find that really interesting. That's a storyline that I can really get into. I don't know about you, Chad, but the whole idea, I can't think of many other sports or competitions where you could have someone who, from such a short timeline, go from being a fan of Pronax, watching him on the big stage, and then sitting in there on a team with him. Lekro then proceeds to go ahead and give a good game to NIP, probably his idols not too long ago, all because of this video game. He's making good money now. I mean, is there a storyline like that anywhere else? I mean, it just seems to be rather unique, a unique case.
I think maybe in the Danish scene, you've seen that over the last few years. Not to the same extent of Lekro, but you've always seen a bit of an outlier just appear and then become a star. I suppose with AZ.
Oh, AZ is a good shout.
Yeah, Valdi, recently. He's one of those guys in the more recent scene, but you can go back as far as AZ, just appearing, and then Kirby as well. So they seem to have these players who just rock up every now and again, and they just make it into a team and get to live their dream.
There's something in the Scandinavian water. Man, we need to work out what it is, because UKCS has not quite got there yet.
It's coming.
Is it?
Wow.
That was such an exciting statement.
I thought I might to say something, stick up for, I'm not sure. I haven't really been following it enough recently. I haven't seen anything since Chad got beaten, actually. Dream at London, I think.
I wondered if that was going to come out.
That did not take long.
Got it in there. Wow.
Yeah.
Easy skins, easy life, right? Yeah.
That's how it works. Or it did work for a while.
For one day. I think it worked. That was about it. That was the last time.
So, but we haven't actually people may be unfamiliar with what you've been up to, Chad. I mean, I've seen you on the front page of Reddit just hanging out making dank memes. But
have you?
What have you been up to since you stepped down from the player plate?
I've been doing some swearing.
Yeah, cool. Which you're not going to do here, of course.
No swearing here. Unfortunately, I'm going to let everybody down, besides my old man. He told me not to swear. So, he said try not to swear. So
I think try is the operative word.
Yeah. It's not that hard, surely.
I don't know. I think, your brain sometimes turns off. I made a mistake. I think my last mistake was in Katowice. Yeah, did make a mistake.
What did you say?
I can't remember. No idea. No idea. I had Sadikis saying some naughty words in Kiev actually the other day as well. So you're actually, the bar's pretty low.
He did actually.
He did, yeah.
He did. I remember.
I was staying up to date. I was.
Yeah.
The maps, though, we're going into are going to be Cobblestone and Dust 2. Now, you saw me writing down this question, Chad, and you were like, oh, here we go again. It's the same bloody story about Cobblestone. I want to ask it anyway. Can I do it? I've written down. I want to do it. Okay, so every analyst seems to get frustrated about the way CT side Cobble plays. And it's been, you know, chopped and changed for however long, but the main words are just like play for info. Info is hard to gather. Has there been anyone that has kind of changed that or has managed to innovate in any way to kind of alter that? Or is Cobblestone always going to be this very awkward CT-sided, T-sided map?
So I think we saw SK and Nip do some pretty ingenious Molotov use at B-Long. It was pretty heavy utility use, but that's the best way that they could get information and map control on that B-Long section of the map. You see teams boosting up in drop and also like going for A-Long pushes, but that kind of stuff, it's very risky. And when you find the information, you still have a long rotation before you can actually do anything about it. So that kind of stuff for Cobble makes it so hard to gather information, like you're saying.
And now, of course, the stairs were added. You're talking about Molotovs. Was there too much excitement? I've spoken to Henry about these stairs already, and he seemed rather unimpressed. But for you, was it the revelation that Cobble needed?
I never played a professional game on that version of Cobble.
Okay, fair.
So I didn't really get to see how it worked.
From a viewer's perspective?
Well, I think it adds a bit more diversity to the platform. You know, you get a lot more jewels and stuff in that area where it's more close range, and people are able to play around that stair and smoke area a lot easier now.
Sure. I mean, and we do see a lot more kind of that aggressive AWP peaking that you wouldn't have otherwise seen without the boost. It was too much of an investment, I guess, of resources. What is your prediction, though, Henry, in terms of you seeing these two teams on paper? Because I can't help but feel most people have actually put a rather inconsistent tag on this Swedish roster.
Well, I think it can be said for both teams, to be fair. Like we saw Virtus Pro and Kiev probably have the quickest tournament of all time. The two best of ones turned up, got 16-7 twice, and then disappeared. It wasn't a pretty showing. And normally Virtus Pro are known as the LAN beast. They normally have horrible online performances, and they turn up and they're always amazing at LAN. Problem is they were quite focused on a media day or something like that in Kiev. They didn't turn up for day one. They came on day two because they had media before, and they turned up and literally got knocked out twice and lost the Asians to open things up as well, which was a really shocking result. This one, if you're asking me to predict, Alex, I would say I would probably favour towards Fnatic right now.
Right.
They're a team that's obviously evolving every week, and like I said, they've got those hungry young players who want to work really hard. Obviously, Olaf and Dennis, they know there's a lot of pressure on this lineup. It's kind of controversial the way they've put it together. They only really have 3 maps they play, which is Dust 2, Cobble, and Cash. That's as of the interview last week. So obviously they're probably working really hard to expand that map pool. But tonight, that's perfect. It works out. Yeah. And the problem was their T-sides weren't actually amazing on Cobble. The CT was actually pretty solid. They were working together. It's quite easier, I'd say, to coordinate a unit to actually work and have the crossfires. Sure. And obviously that's quite easy to set up. It's the coordination, the synergy on the T side that wasn't really working out for them. So whether they've worked on that, it's yet to be seen. I'd like to see it happen. I'd like to see them have a decent T side approach. And then they should be picking up this win. I'd say considering Virtus Pro form of what I saw, that would be my prediction tonight. I mean, we've not got all day. In fact, it's actually very close to game time. But this whole inconsistency discussion is always just, I still haven't had an answer, and I've asked this a multitude of times. Like, why are some teams more inconsistent than others? Chad, I think you've been plagued by that, you know, in your professional career as well. I'm sure have you got to the bottom of it at all? Have you got some form of kind of idea as to where these inconsistencies spawn from?
I think it's mentality.
It is?
Some people think it's a cop-out, but I think it's mentality. Like, it's a huge part of how you approach the game and how you prepare for it and how much you value it, which when the stakes are as high as what these kind of tournaments are, you need to be, you know, 110% all the time. And I don't think some of these teams are, which is unfortunate.
You don't think they're as focused as they should be?
Well, maybe they have too much going on. Okay. Maybe they don't respect not the tournament, but they don't respect their opponent and the tournament that they're encroaching. Well,
we saw teams like Navi. We discussed them dropping out. They had to go for that week-long boot camp with SK Gaming, and true. That was just a sponsor deal. That was nothing beneficial to the team. That was a week-long kind of sponsor.
Take some pictures in each other's shirts.
That was a waste of time. Ultimately, they played like 8 maps in total.
Is that it?
And for a boot camp before a big event, you're a new team. You really want to work hard. I guess that this is the same thing with Virtus Pro. The media day, the day before the tournament. Sure. And obviously, when you get to this top end level of CS and you're working with big names and huge sponsors, there's certain requirements that are needed for you to actually get the money within the organisation. So there's. Okay. In these examples, like Navi and VP, that's recently what's been going on.
So, I mean, it sounds like there's a balance to be struck, and currently it's people are trying to work it out.
What's greater good for the team right now? Like, obviously, getting the money in and getting the orgs and sponsors happy is great, but if you're not winning tournaments, you're dropping out of that. What's more detrimental to the ongoing team?
So the grind is basically... I hate using that word, the grind.
It's almost as good as cringe.
Oh, yes. Oh, that was such a cringy moment. Did you see that cringy moment on the desk where Chad looked lovingly into Alex's eyes?
That's been the whole time, isn't it?
This is lovely, actually. We're locking eyes for
I
quite a
can't
while.
wait till this ends up.
I can't wait either. They are loading in, though, guys. So we've got just a moment more to talk about. Just one individual that seems to slip under the radar in almost every desk when I am addressing the new Fnatic roster. And that is, of course, you hinted at him earlier, Wenton and his stint from prior Fnatic and then, of course, making his way into the roster. I think he kind of falls similarly into the Lekro in terms of... Was he on the Swedish CS radar much more than Lekro, or was he kind of a similar story?
I think he was probably a bit more on the radar than Lekro.
Sure.
But he's not as explosive as a player like Lekro. And apparently they're trying to groom him as the in-game leader. So they're using Jumpy to help assimilate him into that and you know, teach him. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out and if that's going to be a long-term strategy of the team or if they've just thrown together whatever players they thought were available at the time when this swap happened.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. A player who's untested at the big tournaments and trying to be the in-game leader for someone like Delophononos is a lot of pressure. And I'm not too sure how it's going to work out, but let's hope it's positive. Yeah, well, we're going to find out if it is positive right now. Sedicus knows all about that. Can you just quickly, though, give me a prediction, Chad? What have you got for me? Henry's already told us. What about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think Virtus are going to show some good form. You know, Cobble's a good map for them. I think they're going to win this one.
He's given the polls.
The 50-50 has been laid down.
Yeah, there you go. We've flipped our coin. That isn't even a coin, but we flipped it all the same, and we're going to go ahead and head over to our casters. Before we do, though, let us know if you're enjoying it. What are your expectations for the match? Hit us up at ESLCS, or wait a second. The hashtag is ESL Pro League. There you go. My brain slowly got us there. Hashtag ESL Pro League, and let us know what you are enjoying and what you're not. Still, we'll head over to the casters now. Mitch and Pansy are standing by for map 1.
Thank you very much, Alex. We are situated here at the desk, and it's always a shame to cut an amorous story between Machine and Chad short, but we must. Good though to have him on the desk, though. Good to have Sponge along. Pleasure.
We
I'm not
need more
Australians. I'm not outnumbered anymore. That's great.
It's horrific. I'm starting to become, you know, maybe a minority here. Yeah. More diversity.
We got enough of that. All right. We got enough of that right here. We definitely do. Anyway, let's jump into this one, Lauren, as well. Going to be an interesting match. Virtus Pro, I would say they were shocking, actually, at Star Series. I would say, I think especially like a few individual problems. I think Pasha's performance over the 3 maps that they played was on average 35% lower than the rest of his teams if you want to use rating as a metric.
And the thing coming into Cobble as well, speaking of Virtus Pro, is the fact prior to Star Ladder, they were on a 9-map win streak. They were back-to-back victories, then they met Envy, and of course it was Apex having that very, very substantial performance increase, and of course they dropped the ball. So it does just display that Virtus Pro were not on form throughout that tournament, be it the issues that plagued them, as Henry highlighted, or whatever it may be. That was not the VP that you wanted to see here. But Fnatic have shown flaws in this as well. That loss to Hellraisers was atrocious. That is not something you should be seeing every day of the week. That was absolutely atrocious, as said. So now we're going to have to see what we got coming into this one. Virtus Pro going to be starting up on the T side already. Dennis is going to find Bialy. A lovely beginning here. That's the one little bit of a flank cut off, and the 4 players going to be making their way up middle. Twist, great position though. No one's checked this, and still he's getting away with murder here.
No, the fact that he's not murdering anyone, that's kind of the problem for Twist at this stage. He misses a few shots. He had the information, but now lacking teammates on the side. Virtus Pro can eventually just, swing their head around like meerkats and go and hunt him down. Olafmeister with a big task at his hands to make his way out from the ramp. It's not going to happen. And there's something to say, at least in favour of Virtus Pro. On the maps we've seen them play Cobblestone, their T-side pushes to A have been good. They're very good at getting maybe one open and completely screening the side off from any rotations via B and connector.
Yeah, you're spot on. And Fnatic's CT side was the stable side. Henry brought up on the desk that their map pool has, they've, I guess, hinted at the fact that they are looking at picking up Cobble into their map pool. We've only seen it once so far, and it was that Hellraisers game. It looked very one-dimensional. If you throw back to what Yanko was discussing on the desk there, it wasn't a pretty sight.
So the T-side, that was their problem on that map.
So if Virtus Pro, I feel, get a really good T-side going, that could be a huge issue for Fnatic. No buffer to turn it around and show that improvement on their T-side. However, we are seeing the force up into round 2. Fnatic going for the Scout, the Deagles, upgraded pistols, bit of armor to supplement, and then Virtus Pro, Bialy and Taz looking for the farm, and the rest just supplementing with that little bit more firepower behind them.
Yeah, 2 players from Fnatic being drawn towards A long here, and it's just Neo to throw down that one. But Dennis is the vanguard. He catches out Pasha as he comes straight through. Will have to just give up his positioning now as the tag comes in. Now Olaf will step into his place, close range with the Desert Eagle, maybe even peeking for some information. It might be his undoing though, as Snacks cuts him down with the AK. Virtus Pro buying him proper rifles here in this round, so they're not to be trifled with, and Dennis will have to back away here from B.
Yeah, but we've seen that Dennis can be a huge pain in the arse pretty much at this point. He loves playing by that chicken coop area. He can buy time. Him staying alive normally is really, really influential, but Neo has a bit of a plan in mind. He's leading the way. He needs to get ahead of the curve, try and get there as fast as he can, see if it's secured. Basically trailblaze his way towards A. The rest then can focus on the plant. Lekro's going to watch the cross. They've got the utility to smoke it out, cut off that little kind of side entrance with the molly. He can see this though, and that's a blinder. Takes down Snacks. That's Bialy on. Suddenly this round has gone on its head. I don't know how Virtus.pro didn't even consider that anyone could be at that balcony.
Virtus.pro, the power has just been stopped. Someone's thrown I guess, a stick in the spokes, as it were. Lekr0 will be challenged out here, but he has Wenton at least to create a trade scenario, which is great for the CTs at this stage. They have the man advantage, and now just to pressure on towards the site. It'll be Neo trying to stand tall. He finds Dennis. Lekr0 trying to, again, weave some wizardry over towards that A side, but it may not be enough here. No, the Deagle will finally let him down, and Taz comes through for 2. But Virtus.pro, that was a costly win in that round.
Yeah, 15 HP away from losing that round. Again, if any of these rifles could have been recovered, that could have been so much more troublesome at the end of it. But beautiful work from Lekr0. Again, you know, Snax and Bialy a little unfortunate that no one was really kind of facing that, but then again, you know, the 1Ds come out and it just happens sometimes. But yeah, made it costly for Virtus.pro considering the amount of rifles they invested into that. They kept a good few though, so at the end of the day, it's not all lost. They can go back into this with a nice buy. Bialy just going to abscond away, and we will see almost what you would say a classical eco, apart from Lekr0 going in on the Deagle, and why not? He already shows certainly versed in using it.
We saw Twist before as well. He wasn't able to see if there's any Virtus.pro players over towards A because of the smoke in towards middle, but Olaf catches Taz as he pushes it on towards the site. Now, Virtus.pro, this is a bit of a jilted move towards the site. Slow, being slowed up indeed. Olaf Maestro gets away with just going for the peak there. Dennis falls, but Bialy has to test with the Tech 9.
I don't know how Taz got caught then. Again, it is Olaf, let's be real. Wenton's found one. And losing out on anything here is really, really worrying. They can recover one of the rifles lost, but that's a whole AK gone. So Fnatic's making this costly at the sake of absolutely sod all invested. You know, Neo will keep it in check, but a round on the board nonetheless, which is what Virtus.pro will be looking at here. Let's be very real about that. But it could have been cleaner. It could have been better. Their money's not as robust as it could have been, but it's still fine enough. A good enough buy is going to come out here for them. And on the other side, Fnatic didn't get much damage done at the early stages, but enough they'll be getting, you know, the full utility, a couple of kits. You know, they've got enough to buy into this one, so hopefully we get to see more of a competitive round.
I still VP win 3 in a row and actually don't have a heck of a lot of money still left in the chamber after how much damage Fnatic were able to inflict on them. So that's the best you can hope for in a situation after losing that pistol, often anyway. VP now smokes up. There's one towards B long, and obviously one towards mid. So Wenton, a little bit more cavalier in trying to uncover some of the movements of Virtus.pro here. He's not going to find a lot of info, but the spray through will give him a brief tell.
Well, yeah, already Wenton and Twist have fallen back towards site. They've given up, you know, long control. They're playing it from maybe APC, or they can play it from site itself. You know, it's pretty much this. They're almost at the beck and call of Virtus.pro at this point. They've been pushed back, and that's the brilliance of being on the T side, though. You can kind of force this situation. You can make them incredibly uncomfortable. And if Bialy keeps selling that maybe there's pressure at B, maybe we're doing it, they can't rotate off. They can make it hard work. So Bialy just showing presence by drop. That's all he has to do.
Even with some flashes being expended in towards drop room, is going to keep Fnatic honest for the moment. And VP may opt to actually make the switch back towards B. A couple players en route.
And they can do this. They can afford the time. They've got so many Molotovs, they can clear out corners quite late in the day. So I don't think they're under pressure just yet. They need to get that explosive hit towards the site, though.
And they will be gearing up for that in a moment. Plenty of utility to accompany them in towards this B side, if that is obviously going to be the ultimate goal. Snack's going to come through as well.
Beautiful. Look at the fake they're selling. They pulled Dennis over. They pulled Fnatic away from being dedicated towards B. Even Lekr0's sitting outside of drop, so can't instantly help Olaf. He's going to have to come around. He's pulling himself in because now here comes their utility, but Olaf Meister can stop it before it starts.
Just one player on the site, but he goes down there as well to clear B side. 3 smokes are going to screen Lekr0 off from the rest of Virtus.pro pushing in. Sure, we did see Neo go down to A, but that's not where the action's happening right now. The bomb's put down and Lekr0 can only take pot shots through the smoke. Hope to get something, literally taking shots in the dark there and finds absolutely nothing. The smoke clears and Twist makes his way towards that one, at least gets the one on towards Pasha, who tries to throw a grenade, and Wenton helps out with the cleanup on Taz now, a 2v2. Bialy's very low here, and Snax is going to fall. 4 HP is all that stands between VP and Lost in this round.
Yeah, this retake is brilliant already, but it's not going to be good enough from Bialy there. He only found 1 in the end, so the diffuse is going to come out, but what a retake. That didn't look possible at that point. Yep. I didn't get to see what sort of peaks VP were taking, but their side take was so good. It's surprising they lost out in that. The orb's been recovered as well, so that's a lovely addition towards Fnatic, because their money was so low at this point. And of course, VP's isn't phenomenal either. They can share out the wealth, or they can kind of spread it around and try and get a decent buy-in, but that retake, I haven't seen one coming off that well in a while.
I think, yeah, I mean, Pasha got caught with a grenade in his hand there. Unfortunate timing for him. The smoke cleared. Fnatic were patient. They made their way forward. And as I said, I didn't see many of the peaks over towards that B platform. That's what I was probably interested in seeing. But we can only conjecture, Lauren, at this stage.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to flame rush anymore. I got told off, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, not even about his poor choice of headwear?
No, the bullying seminars really set me straight, so...
Wow. I had my Score Esports seminar as well. Harder, so but now Alex is back, so it's a bit of a waste, really. Yeah, I'll get a chance to work it in at some point. But Wenton just now sees the flash coming through. That was from a teammate, so They're just going to try and set up over on towards this A, B. Twist sitting well back on towards the side. VP, once they get onto a site, they don't really stop, so Wenton really has to throw them off here, and he's doing it pretty well. A bit of a mixed bag of buys coming in for Virtus Pro, only getting the Wenton so far. Even Taz flashed out, now having to back around the corner. The armoured car providing some protection, and Dennis now is going to get on towards the site. Try to stymie this push from the source, and it's going to work out well. The second spray down with the Famous is going to work, as Taz's head goes rolling, and it's just Snacks left on his own. He's well out of position, and he's well dead.
He's well dead, mate.
He's well dead, mate.
Like, the point, in my eyes at least, is Virtus Pro have got some really nice, I say really nice, well-constructed rounds to take these sites. They've been, getting the bomb down on B. They've been doing that beautiful site. They've been selling a bit of a fake. In this round, a nice A hit, quite quick. Lost a little bit too much, I feel, throughout that. Wenton was able to get away with maybe a bit more than he should have. But still, this is Virtus Pro getting to the sites and then losing out. Dennis hitting that, not ridiculous, but picking up those 2 kills there just kind of thwarted everything. So again, though, Virtus Pro seem to have like a really nice mentality, but just not closing out the rounds now at this point. But now swings and roundabouts, here we go. VP's money goes back down, and we're going to see Fnatic on a really nice buy here. So Mag 7 still with Electro, not too bad, not too surprising. You can play it any way you want, really. Retakes become an issue, but at this point, not going to be a problem, as all facing up on A long, and Twist going to back away, drop out the nade, and fall back to side.
Yeah, I mean, tried to set himself up in a peak position where he could back away fairly quickly and getting the kill, and his life pretty darn good. A heck of a lot of information as well, which is just gold bullion for CTs as they try and figure out what their opponents are doing. Pasha in mid, goes down. Bialy goes for a peek. He was already very low. There wasn't much to be gained there. And now Taz with a deagle on 70 HP. The bomb is dropped in the middle of the map, and he goes for the challenge. Wenton will put him out of his misery here. And with Virtus Pro not building up much of a bank earlier on now, things get a little bit funky for them.
All right, 3-3. And I kind of feel in Virtus Pro's predicament, right? And this is something I'd love to get an answer from like Chad or Henry is, if you're Virtus Pro and you're getting to the sites, you're getting occasional bomb plants, you're getting to this sort of situation, then you're losing out on the retakes, you're losing out on these kind of maybe slightly more questionable situations. How much do you change? Do you go, well, we've got to change something up, or do you just keep trying to work it out?
Was it just we messed our execution up?
Exactly. It's a really it's an interesting point. But now Olafmeister's going for that early peak, so lucky for him, he's there very quickly. Virtus Pro haven't gone towards drop at all. They're not doing the counter boost at the back of it. So he can sit here for free for quite some time. It's not a one and done. You can back off from it. He may screw Lekro over, but no Molotovs being able to be purchased from Virtus Pro. So Dennis's position is also very, very good here. This could be deadly if the flash comes in. If he gets a set play coming out from this, and he's held this nerve. He's just going to hold down that trigger, and here he goes. There's 2 back-to-back spots. Out the third. Controls it beautifully. Dennis with a masterclass there, leaving Virtus Pro with just 2.
And Snacks now having to come forward. Olafmeister's going to take him down with the AWP, and Neo's on his own here. Virtus Pro getting absolutely wrecked in that position. In fact, that's what Zero did to Fnatic on multiple occasions in the Hellraisers game. So, well, it's not exactly like they stole it from him. It's pretty obvious. This 2016 should be expecting that to a degree. But Virtus Pro were like 5-man flash pushing on towards B long. So they were feeling like there was a sense of urgency. And they didn't really have a moment to try and check all their corners. That's what you want to do as a CT side. Put the pressure on the Ts as they push. You take the momentum into your hands, and you start to stress your opponents. And
I like this delay hit from Neo, just going to basically hit the brakes, so then you cause Fnatic consider that he may be rotating. You may get a 1-to-1, you might get a 1v1 fight. He does, but it wasn't favourable to him in the end. Twist was expecting it, sat back patiently, and Fnatic closed out another. And they've stabilised here. Look at that money starting to build up. 5k sitting on a couple, you've got 2 players there, 3, excuse me, even Twist up on it as well.
Dennis is looking really good right now. I mean, from this position, it's pretty easy to farm some kills. But again, VP just had to kind of move. I mean, time was of the essence for them. There's no doubt about it. They were flashed quite heavily. So the cat was out of the bag, essentially, with Olaf's peak up there. And I think it was a flash thrown in towards B long that caught so many players. So then you're starting to sweat bullets.
Yeah, this looks like just a quick hit towards B, trying to get a bomb plant. Upgraded pistols, a little bit of armor here or there. Olafmeister going to be the one AWPing from Chicken Coop. Got to be careful. Could have been pressured out here, but not going to be the case. The Molly's going to be doing the work for him. He actually misses a bit of a sitter there for Olaf, at least, let's be honest. And Virtus Pro, not yet to get the bomb down. That is the main intention now. Yeah,
just having trouble settling on the site there. They're going to be cut down. Fnatic don't want to give them the extra money. Even Pasha has to go for a challenge out there to try and find an opportunity. Yeah, Olafmeister missed the shot. It doesn't matter because the VP were down to 3-2-1 nade and 1 Molotov already. So they were in struggle town. Now buying up again. Snacks. We see the AWP come out from him. We will here. So at least that's going to be available here for the T side. See what he can do with it here. Olaf obviously playing from Chicken Coop in that last round with his AWP.
Yeah, this is another discussion coming up with Fnatic. They have so many possible AWPers as well. Do they vary on spawn, confidence, how they feel? Double stack on long from the CT side though, so Twist and Wenton this time pushing up, Olaf holding middle. So a little bit of tendency towards A. Maybe they're starting to read Virtus Pro. Maybe this is something that they've considered once we're on that buy and we know they're on a buy with the AWPs and such. A seems to be a viable site. And now basically Wenton's trying to play and twist it, and it works out
really
so
nice.
well. What a lovely 1-2 punch there, pretty much, playing each other in. The problem is now danger. They're pouring up from the staircase, and there's Neo. He's going to pincer them in.
Yeah, they don't push on that there as well. It's going to give Twist a little bit of time just to settle and maybe even get some backup from Olofmeister. They could have pressured that a little bit further, maybe pinched on Twist, but they didn't know who else was going to be sat long A, and that is Olof now. VP used his confusion to sneak Neo in towards Connector, and he may even just end up floating over towards B. He's going to catch up Lekro, but doesn't take the shot. He knows he could have accompanied him over on this site. But now with 2 players, VP need to make these next few moments work in their favour.
It's all Dennis. It has to be Dennis here. And timing comes down to be everything. Snax is going to take the route through drop. It's the safest they can assume. They know that Dennis is probably on this site somewhere, but where? They have 46 seconds, so time of plenty for this, and they spot him out quickly. Snax finds him, and now the site is theirs. It's all open for them. Plant wherever you want. They don't know this just yet, but they will find out soon. So they get a nice little plant down, and now they should be able to take good after plant situations. But the individual power coming back in from Fnatic has already shown that it can truly bite here.
I mean, Olofmeister playing with the AWP, VP with no smokes at all, but Twist going to come in from that B platform, or at least out towards that way. Gets on towards Neo easily enough, and now Snax has to make a big decision in terms of where he's going to be sitting. It's not just Twist that is the threat here. Olofmeister is lurking close by. He swapped his AWP for an AK here, just for this sort of situation when he doesn't win out. Snax comes out there completely untouched, and this is huge for Virtus Pro. They need this to win out the round. The flash is going to come in from Twist, and now the Angel being taken, but Twist just a little bit sharper than Snax there. He's going to be able to get himself the defuse here as well. Nicely done. Virtus Pro could have brute forced on towards A. I like the fact that they made Neo just push on through Connector. But still was Twist in the 1v1. It went down to that one, and again, Fnatic win out. The money is flowing.
Did Twist even touch the bomb then? I'm not sure if he did. I don't know if maybe...
I think he flashed. I don't think he tried to fake it even.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I couldn't hear too clearly, so I'd like to watch that back at some point. Just to be curious why he took that fight then. I don't know if he thought he had less time than he did, and he could have just played the timer of the bomb. But still, back into this one again. Virtus Pro get the plants, they get the site, and then they lose the retakes. This seems to be a common trend at the moment. Fnatic's individual power certainly is showing here, with even those newer members having that big impact. But let's see what Virtus Pro come up with this time. Still a nice buy, of course. They're still fine to buy into this one. They've got the mollies. They have all that utility to build these rounds as they please. And a bit of a different start here from Fnatic. That 3-play over towards A has been removed. That's not there anymore. That's not the worry. And it's Dennis AWPing this time, so you can expect it by Chicken Coop, as that's where he loves to play at this point. And there he is. So no surprises here. And he's so good at being almost a solo player on the side. As long as you get someone by drop, you can kind of float someone over, like Olofmeister. So they're starting to read this. They're starting to get that feeling of what Virtus Pro are up to.
Yeah, Bialy clearly hasn't rattled the cage enough over a B if a Fnatic player is going to sneak through. Twist didn't get a whole lot of information at A long here, so good intuition from Fnatic to use Olofmeister as a pivot and respond by bringing him towards the A site. Now, under a minute left in the round, a move needs to be made pretty darn soon by VP, and you can see Bialy hoping to continue to attract some attention. Now, Olofmeister actually swings back in the direction of B. This might be the opening that Virtus Pro are looking for. They've got some utility to work with, and now the Executor's going to come down. Wherever it looks like, it might not be pretty, but it's going to facilitate their progress towards his site. Wenton just spots ahead there, but he's been challenged out by Taz towards the right. Still, he holds his nerve. They're at least able to trade things out there, but Snax comes in, and VP are starting to build up ahead of steam.
I'm surprised he got as much as he did there. That's a really awkward position, but again, Virtus Pro will get the site and then probably lose the retake. Let's see if it holds true to trend. This point, the bomb goes down. Now, Twist in a really lovely spot right amongst them, and he spots out Snax on the side. He's just the back, and he's going to make the most of it. Look at that pickup. Again, Twist being able to play from these positions is huge, and it's Pasha in the 1v2 now. Bombs planted relatively well for him. They don't have a smoke. So Pasha Why? I don't understand why he'd peek into that. No reason. Maybe he wanted to find one of them just trying to get to the bomb site, but Twist, what a round from him.
I mean, that peek from Pasha is not even the problem. The fact that Twist gets to play from that broken wall so confidently. I understand if you peek towards that spot, you're sort of looking towards Juliet, actually, seeing if someone's up on the rafters. That's maybe the first most likely location to check for someone who's rotating from that B site. But still, getting 3 kills from there, the bomb planter, I think it was Neo or whoever it was, wasn't even ready to take that challenge as well.
I think there was a bit of confusion, maybe bad communication at that point. For him to get that many kills there was already just pushing it. And let's kind of rewind that around a little bit further. Wenton was caught in kind of no man's land. When you're not really secure from anywhere, no matter what other people are holding, really. He was kind of caught where they can push up from middle, they can push up from long. And he was I think he was just trying to fall back to site, trying to play with Twist on the site a little bit more, trying to create a crossfire. And even him getting a 1-for-1 trade on that was really, really quite impressive. That really cost them a little bit there, Virtus Pro. But again, they get into the sites, they get the bomb plant, and then they just lose out. This is so, it must be devastating for Virtus Pro, because you sit there going, well, this is just individuals. Yeah. This is our, you know, normally, I hate to say it, but this is a technical pause, by the way, so just so you guys know, we aren't just waffling needlessly. I'm sure you can read. But the point being, like, for me, if you have the strategic side of CS, this is a very, very, like, cookie-cutter way of saying it. It's not, it doesn't apply to, you know, it doesn't apply to everyone, but we'll just go for this for now. I think if you get the sides, if you get the bomb down, that's necessarily like a nice tactic. You know, your tactics work there. But then if you can't hold the retakes, if you can't play this sort of style, you kind of lose out on maybe that, you know, communication side, that team play side, that individual element. That's where that I feel that takes over. You know, the afterplant situations take people knowing, you know, where are you holding? What do I need to hold to complement your position? Where are they coming from? What utility do we have? What do they have? You know, making all these assumptions very, very quickly on the fly, of course. So Virtus Pro, probably very frustrating for them because, you know, the tactic book is clearly working to a degree. It may not be to the best, but it's working out enough so. But Fnatic still pulling off these retakes. It's credit to their individuals like Twist. And I can't say it enough. It's great seeing Twist being a headliner here.
Having a good couple of rounds, at least he and Dennis definitely headlining. And you're right, for Virtus Pro, when it comes down to those after-plant situations, it's not a set-up problem. It's not like, yo, Philip, Victor, throw those nades properly, boys. You know, like you missed. It's not like that. It's like, well, okay. It's easy to diagnose when it comes down to the team play or the individual side, but it's actually really hard to maybe fix, especially on the fly. Yeah. So eventually it's like, come on, boys, we need to do better. Come on, boys, we need to focus more. Instead of like, yeah, I need to throw this smoke 3 pixels to the right or flash a little bit earlier. So VP need to make it happen here. They
are getting the favorable plays towards the side itself. You know, they're pulling Fnatic plays left, right, and center. Bialy's been selling some really nice fakes in drop. They're doing okay. It's just not quite good enough. So 7-3 already is looking very nice for Fnatic though. Considering they had some issues on Cobble, I would say that we haven't seen them on their T side yet. So of course that's still up in the air. So that could change everything here. But again, let's see how it goes into this one. Virtus Pro again going to try and pressure this A site. I'm not sure if they're going to commit. You know, they have pulled themselves over towards B before, but at the moment, they're getting good ground here. No one from Fnatic's really playing up close or long. Pasha's going to use this as the go signal. He knows they won't be checking long because the molly's gone down. So now he's going to make the most of it. He finds one with Taz, but Wenton is the thorn in their side. Already finding 2. Neo and Bialy go down. They've lost out on one prong of the attack. Snax is trying to pull it back, but it's in this 3v3 now.
Yeah, very, very low. He's going to get cut down there. Lekro just had to breathe in his general direction, and Snax was going to fall. Pasha might get a boost up here as well. Might be an unexpected challenge position for Dennis, but he's ready for it. The AWP rings out and Pasha goes down. Taz at least gets the trade, but now the Molotov will burn him down. And that will be another round for Fnatic. Yet again, access is gained to the A side. Eventually for VP, but they fall apart after the fact there. I like the quick smoke to quench the Molotov by Pasha and pushing forward. You can see that, I think it was Twist, had absolutely no time to respond to that. However, they lose too many players trying to push up initially there. It was Wenton that caught them out.
Yeah, 4 out of the 8, let's say, buy rounds for Fnatic, once the gun round came in, have been diffusers. So it means that they've been, 4 of these 8 rounds that sit in Fnatic's favor have been these retakes that have successfully come through. So this is clearly a problem, of course. But VP, you know, round loss bonus and all that jazz kicking in. So they're going to be able to get at least a buy coming into it, and they're going to look to switch something up here. They're not going back in for that kind of pocket A hit that they've been depending on. And Dennis almost got everything he'd want then. Gonna molly it out and fall back, try to buy a bit of time, but he sees what's happening now. So everyone's gonna just, you know, batten down the hatches and get ready for Virtus Pro to make the hit.
Yeah, so much information gain. The VP can't really change their tact right now. They're going to need to keep going forward with this. Lekro going to catch one around the corner. Neo gets sent into next Tuesday with that shot. Oh, it's all about Lekro getting himself a quick double, but now Taz going to try and come through. Is traded out by Olaf, and now it's a 2-man VP squad trying to do-si-do their way up on towards this B side. Another uncharacteristic miss from an AWP player here, this time Dennis, but still, VP know that they are endangered species. They know their time is short. They're trying to play a ring around the rosy, but it's not going to work out. Fnatic have done this dance a couple too many times before, and 9-3 comes up as the scoreline. VP are in struggle town.
Yeah, this is really not good. Because at the start of it, I was considering this to be a close game, but then obviously once those buys have come out, Fnatic have really started to pick up. I would say if you're starting to think this is going to be one of those quote-unquote boring matches, look at the Hellraisers result. Look at what they had on the half there. This could still happen. Don't think it's out of the woods yet. Fnatic have been able to play the CT side fine. It was their T side that became the problem later on because they didn't have the depth. They didn't seem to be able to, you know, adapt too much. And Lekro, again, going to be challenged out. Tags up 2. Can't get the kills just yet. And going to have to be a little bit more respectful towards this, back away a bit. They've just trapped them in between A and B pretty much in the connector area. And they've gone, all right, well, if you want to come back or go towards a bomb site, you have to come through the smokes and we'll be waiting.
Yeah, I mean, both routes are cut off by smokes here and Bialy having to back away. can't actually access that side there by normal measures. Neo at least gets himself one, gets himself a mag 7 as well, but again, threatened by Dennis from the backside and will fall here. And to be fair, we talked about Fnatic. We said at the time this map probably wasn't in super much in their pool, I guess, when they played it against Hellraisers. But bear in mind, these guys have only played online CS since E-League. The old Fnatic team were there. So, you know, it's pretty reasonable to expect that they've been able to actually work on this. While VP, I mean, they're at Kiev. They're going to be in Bucharest this weekend as well. So maybe not as much time to just plug the holes there in the ship.
Well, VP's stability on maps is just a whole unique topic unto itself. It's you never know what VP you're going to...
So 2 shocking Mirage maps in Kiev.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to predict what you're going to find with them. So I think that VP are a completely separate entity to what Fnatic are into at the moment. But Dennis is getting confident here. And it worked out almost before. No one's really actively challenging this. Snax hasn't been playing this sort of angle. It's Bialy and Taz. If anyone will peek into it, but they've got a good read on this. I don't know if it's going to reach Bialy. It is. He's going to have to swing out, and actually, Olaf Meister lets him get away with his life. I don't think he wanted to, but Dennis will pick up.
It's just the suspension of disbelief. It's like a Saw movie, Laura, and you make them think like they've just escaped, or any horror movie, and then they get brutally murdered right after that. That little light of hope shines in their eyes, and then it's snuffed out, but Snax actually manages to do just that, to twist just the top of his noggin, peeks over the top, and he manages to find it. Not bad for VP. Doesn't really tell him much about the infrastructure that Fnatic have, I guess, erected over on this site. Doesn't let them get any closer, and also gives his position away. So while it does thin numbers out, VP still need to make the long climb towards A.
Oh, he's going in. Smoke's down. Last time, Twist had the field day. Not this time, he's already down. And now Wenton's gone. It's down to Olaf Meister. Swept aside. Neo takes the reins. And the experience just comes through. Now, Lekro, the retake issue, now comes in with a mag 7. Perfectly fine for holding drop. Not so ideal to play to these retakes. But he does have Dennis with him. And if Dennis can get something here, it might become a little more possible. Now, not so much so.
He at the very least knows where Snax is, but Dennis has 3 other players to try and keep tabs on in some way or another. Taz trying to challenge it down with the CZ! Okay, then.
Dennis with a pistol of any variety, let's be honest here. I think Snax has seen who he has, so this is now almost impossible considering their positions. He shouldn't be able to do this, but there we go. Finally, it's kept in check, Mitch. I got worried there when the pistol started to come out. I'm like, oh no, not again. And finally, VersePro get around on the board. Finally, after the first 3, 10 back-to-back for Fnatic, and then breaking it and getting their 4th.
It's a really big indicator of a team's struggles then when you're not winning anything after that first gun round. So, yep. Well, Fnatic obviously have a little bit of money to work with still here, so there's really no concern. Obviously, the last round of the half, so no one cares. Let's see what they can do, though. Getting 11-4 would be looking good for them right now. But again, VP brought something a little bit different that round, a little bit more high octane, let's just say, and the execution was better. That was probably the big point.
Also a little bit more Neo. You know what I mean? This guy just kind of broke, finally, what was working for them on A. So there's always that depth with these guys, let's be honest. VersePro certainly have the players there. It's just whether or not they show up in the individual rounds. But they've actually snuck quite far forward on towards platform. Not been challenged out. Dennis playing by Coop this time. Olaf and Lekro going to be watching predominantly the cross, actually. Lekro is very much focused on helping him out in this one. And Dennis is going to be watching the platform. So kind of very, very certain that no one's going to drop. Lekro is very much in support here. Good flash comes through. And VersePro having to kind of, sit back a little further, but Neo's gaining ground. So again, don't read into it just yet. This is a hit. They've got 2 mollies of smokes. The nades, they have enough to play with here where they can still try and flip the switch quite late on. So it looks like they're going to trickle back towards A.
Not too much utility expended for the Polish side thus far. Although they did have to dig into their pockets for a bit to at least imply that they may make the hit towards B. Now, Lekro has time to rotate here. Fnatic have cottoned onto this one fairly quickly.
And Twist is the AWP. This could be a big difference maker. There it is. Already spots out the plan. You see Snax, you pretty much see everything. Now, Neo's going to be coming up on long. That's different. That means that Wenton's pressured. It's actually Taz to find him from middle. And now Twist isn't safe from anywhere. He's got support coming in. Lekro's to his right. But can he hold on?
Well, he's going to have to here at this stage. He's using his favourite little spot we saw earlier on from the broken wall. But this time, VersePro, they seem to have learned you can teach an old dog new tricks. Apparently, as Pasha comes around the side, headshot towards Dennis, and it's going to be Olaf Meister now. Nothing he can do to stop VP from at least putting 5 on the board. A little bit of a back and forth T-side there for VP. No, actually, no, it wasn't. It was very back and then a little bit forth towards the end. But I mean, we can't really tell if they even solve their issues, to be fair. It's just a nice couple rounds to finish off, but it's a huge amount to be behind.
It really is. Considering they had the pistol to really supplement this score, if you remove that, a bit of a different picture. Picking up only 2 real gun rounds is not particularly good here. But then again, Fnatic did not look good on their T side before against Hellraisers. I'm going to keep that in mind and just see what we come into on the second half.
Yeah, that's one to check out. So we're going to be rejoining you after the break. Don't go too far. Back with the second half of Cobble between Fnatic and VP real shortly. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first map of the week. It's Virtus Pro versus Fnatic on Cobblestone. And a bit of an awkward start to this one here for VP, not winning anything after the gun around, finally squeezing in a couple rounds towards the end of the half, not convincing by any stretch.
No, and the way they were losing the rounds was pretty devastating, I think. If any of you play CS, watch CS, a big fan of it, you'll understand probably how frustrating that was for them, getting those bomb plants, getting into the sites, and then losing on these retakes, or, you know, Dennis having big moments, you're lurking away by platform. Several really frustrating ways to actually lose out on these. So again, for them, time to reset. Virtus Pro, no strangers going into, you know, second halves with a deficit. So, yeah, they should be fine. They're a veteran side. They can mentally kind of unwind from that and then come back in and know what they need to do.
And to be fair, this is sort of an error and a weakness we pinpointed on the side of Fnatic in recent times on this very map. It was Hellraisers, players like Sticko and Zero, who were able to completely shut down Fnatic on their T side not just a week ago. It was a very interesting game to see, which Hellraisers actually won out in overtime. So Fnatic do just need to make sure they have all their boxes checked, Lauren, and their corners as well. Not a bad idea to also take care of that.
No, this is interesting. Lekro going for the molly and the smoke. I'm wondering where that molly goes to at this point. We'll see. Heading straight over towards B with it, however, with he's got Olaf Meister in check, and it looks like it's all but a fake. So yeah, literally smoke, molly, back away. Leave Olaf Meister just to play through it. Showing steps at long. This is very, very curious. This is Fnatic trying to sell fakes throughout the map, keeping Virtus Pro guessing, but they've just not rotated. Virtus Pro have just gone, well, we don't know where they are, so we'll just sit here and chill.
Well, Twisted went and don't know where they're going either. Or I don't think they've really decided. They backed away from A-long now, and now they're going to go through middle.
Yeah, Fashion needs to win this, or just hit the shot. There we go.
There it is.
So finds Olaf Meister, which forces Fnatic to make a move elsewhere, pretty much. And they'd already had that in mind. They were looking towards A at this point, as Neo and Taz sitting towards the side itself, and Taz just below the balcony. Going to be trying to find one on the cross, or at least the push, and it's Wenton to fall foul to it, as Taz will fall back, reloads. Got Neo there with him, but Neo gets caught. Bialy comes into the matter. It's a 2v1, favorable to Virtus Pro at this point, and Twist left in the 1v2. And he's no Dennis, but he can certainly do some damage here. Bomb just out of reach, though. Gonna be tough for him to try and pick that one up and make a clean cross, as both these players can kind of just like play around this sort of position, and these shots are taking a while to hit, let's be real here.
Some awkward encounters so far this round, I think, with the pistols. So that takes to his very low.
Shot twist.
He eventually falls down. So this is actually VP winning both pistols on this map. Now, it's not really crucial in a situation where Fnatic bounced back so well after the first gun round, but it's not great, you know. They're fortunate to have been able to put such a big buffer between them and VP previously, but this is where VP strike back. This is where they actually can equalise the score after Fnatic put in such an excellent effort on that first half. So you'd be kicking yourself if you're Fnatic in this situation.
Yeah, you've got to feel for them. Again, Fnatic have been grinding out the quote-unquote harder rounds as such, you know, with the gun rounds. But then you look at the score, it's 6-10. It's not even that bad. And Virtus.pro, in theory, should be able to convert this. Fnatic, however, are a little notorious for doing some damage in these sort of rounds. And Fasher with a good position, kind of giving away a little bit with that nade. And Olofmeister knows that. Yeah. Once you see that trickle into it, you're like, well, I kind of know where you are.
You dare scuff my shoes, Pasha?
But there are people holding the cross, and Fnatic going to try and add the pressure through drop. So a bit of a 3-2 split here. Pasha going to be holding on towards Olofmeister and Dennis. But on the other side of things is Virtus.pro shutting down the door from drop, and it's been well held until Wenton. John Malekro did break back in.
Yeah, reasonable flash there on towards Neo, who wasn't able to get anything in that situation. But again, VP just can hold fairly strong now. Obviously, Taz, we know what a devil he can be, I guess, from the connector window.
Tasmanian devil.
I did that.
Wow.
I went and did that.
So proud of you.
Again, but it's what I'm saying. VP can get within one round of Fnatic before the first gun round even comes up at this stage, especially with Fnatic aren't planting any bombs. So not great for the Swedes. They had such a big lead. But now they need to focus on trying to break back after that first gun, or maybe even just throw a spanner in the works here. It's possible, but VP are canny. They are hard to sneak by. Fnatic are crouch walking. They're trying. Over towards drop.
Yeah, with just a Tech 9 here? I don't know. I've seen it all. It's all been spotted out. And oh gosh, Taz just got dinked as well. This has gone from a really easy round to not so easy, and Taz is in a really bad spot here, and Lekro's going to punish him for it. They have just Glocks. That's it, and a couple of P250s. Not much more. This shouldn't be getting as costly as it is. Now, Snacks, you've got to keep this one in check. Don't lose out. You've got Dennis down, gets out the knife, goes in for it, he whips it, he goes back again. This round was just ridiculous from start to finish, but Snacks will find 3, get the defuse, and he gets some lovely additional cash as well for the knife.
Good response by Snacks is that horror moment when you realise your MP9 is completely out of bullets and you can see the enemy and they can also see you. So why not go for a bit of a slice and dice? Still a bit risky, yeah.
Oh, obviously, last bullet on Dennis as well there.
Yeah, so he could even have missed out on that one as well if things hadn't gone better. So
Olofmeister just turned around, so he didn't get the kind of like one, I guess, the more damage-dealing lunge towards the back. That's unfortunate. But it does mean he gets an early AWP. That's a big benefit.
Absolutely. And now, of course, we go into the buy. So Fnatic now have some guns to work with. This is where we can see a little bit more than them just posturing over the map and trying to sow confusion in Descent. Now we can actually see them try and punch in with a bit of firepower to back up their thought processes, at least, or their movements early in the rounds.
Yeah, because before Fnatic were very much locked to just those very standard B hits, you know, the wall of smokes, making the hit off the back of it. Snacks is Molly's found Wenton. Where and how?
Oh, dear.
Pardon?
Not sure.
No, I'm not sure on that one. There's no one pressuring long, so I don't know what happened there or how that went down, but...
Unless he flashed as well.
Yeah, a big loss to begin with there, if I'm completely honest. Losing on a player very early on with no information off the back of it as well, that's the worst situation you can get.
Yeah, don't really know how that works out. I mean, it's possible when you get flash, you don't know you're burning, obviously, but I don't think it's possible to offload both grenades and hit them quick enough for someone to not notice. But look, let's not read into it too much. It's not good for Fnatic here, though. That's the take-home message, Lauren. It's only Snacks over at A for the moment, so that is the positive factor. Virtus.pro confident enough after whittling numbers down for Fnatic over at A long that they can just leave this man in charge. But is he Charles in charge? Not sure. He missed that first shot. Now moving up towards Wooden. Taz is going to make the rotation in here, so
this
Snacks,
is big.
Oh, the shoulder peek was absolutely on point by Lekro there as well. Finishes off that kill and he comes in and gets another one. So Fnatic, in defiance, after that weird start to the round, now got to come back into it.
Yeah, and Snacks was so confident then to charge forward after that initial kind of like, okay, I've seen you middle. All right, I'm going to push up long. Like, that's just insane. But now Fnatic showing them how it's done. We lose out on the man starting off with, and then we'll go and make it work towards A. That 4-play stack obviously didn't help Virtus.pro towards B, but still, Pasha left just to spray in towards Dennis, and Olofmeister might be chasing this one out as well. I'm looking at Virtus.pro's money here. I don't think it's particularly great, so taking these guns away would be pretty useful at this point, and the same can be said for Fnatic. Like, they want to keep hold of their guns too.
Well, you can see that the klaxoning of the alarm, or at least the beeping, means that Pasha pretty much has no time anyway. So he goes for repeat tries to find something, and Lekro is going to cut him to the quick. So Fnatic break back in there. They do lose that first pistol, which is just annoying. Like, they could be pretty much on match point by this stage if they'd actually won the pistol. That's probably why they're thinking a little bit frustratedly about it, but that's the way the game goes here. They buy back in, there's pistol rounds. There's a heck of a lot riding on a round where you run around with, when you run around with the handhelds, but it's the way it is.
And we've got the double AWP now for Virtus.pro, and it's a really weird buy. Taz has only a CZ, and then you've got the double AWP with Neo and Snacks, and then the Max 7 with Pasha. Pasha, not too much of a surprise. He often plays with that by, you know, the broken wall by the platform, pretty much just sits himself there. Very, very diligent with it. However, no information gathered on long. They haven't actually seen them crossing up here, and this is a nightmare for players like Snacks. If they lose presence on long, someone can be very pushed up, watch their escape route. Snacks keeps it in mind. He's starting to get a little bit worried about it after he hears the flash. Now he sees the steps, he has to run away. Needs to back out of this one. Gets the info though, that's another thing. You know, it's risky to get any info on this map, but he can fall back to sight now.
Yeah, credit to Snacks, he reacted very quickly to the sounds of the flashes over towards the upper side of danger. So we've seen lots of AWPers just completely get caught with their pants down there. He, a little bit paranoid, actually paying out for him in that case. Neo does just see the Olofmeister then. He was trying to hug the wall and creep as close as he possibly could, give himself better odds and maybe catch his opponent by surprise. But the double AWP setup of Virtus.pro is going to enable them to keep Fnatic at arm's length. And that's what Cobblestone is all about, as you know. There's 50 seconds left in the round. Twist bring the bomb back over towards middle here, so it might be an A hit, a delayed one, a belated A hit for Fnatic, and they're not going to have too many options after the fact.
Yeah, they just need to play up the contact of Taz or Snacks pretty much here. So Snacks finds one towards middle. Now Taz knows he has to get into the action, try and catch him off guard, and he does do very well with just the CZ, considering now Lekro's got presence on long, still going to be able to keep this one going here, but Snacks is feeling a little bit pressured, and rightly so. Pasha round the back with the Max 7, does what he needs to, and keeps going. It's the little Max 7 that could at this point, and Snacks will close it down with the USPS towards Lekro, but that got dangerous, and it was held on by a bit of a thin wire then.
Fnatic took a while to decide really how they wanted to go about that one. Losing Olofmeister so early in the round, pushing on towards B-Long again kind of cuts your options quite slim. They'd rather not be offering up cheap kills at the start of rounds here. They'd rather keep their options open for as much of the round as possible, if not to just keep Virtus.pro guessing as to where they're going to go here. But that's by the by. Heading into round 6 of the second half is Fnatic with a 2-round lead, but not a lot of guns to work with here. Twist has got himself an AK, a Galil for Dennis, and Tech9s for the rest of the team. How will Pasha navigate this situation? A grenade could be quite nasty here. Just around the corner, just tickle the knees. That will take an appreciable amount of damage or health off these Fnatic players. A Molotov to follow up there. It's going to force Olof back there.
Look at the damage done towards Fnatic already.
Yeah.
Olaf 66, 65 towards Twist, Dennis 67. You've got to hope that sort of thing makes a difference here.
Well, it requires no real investment except for the utility itself from VP, so it's a pretty darn worthwhile. Now Neo getting challenged out in the statue there as well. A lot of Fnatic are already there. They just mobbed this site, and this is the perfect setup for them now. Smoker's going to block Snacks off. He has to charge forward here. Hell for leather play from Snacks. He finds one kill as Dennis to go down through the smoke, but Wenton awaits him on the other side of the statue. And Snacks doesn't know where the rest of Fnatic are going to be. Misses a crucial shot there as well. Would have loved to pick that one up. The second one goes down. The pressure just gets to the veteran player, and he's not able to carry it any further.
Twist again. This guy's been instrumental at providing really important kills throughout that round. Beautiful to watch as well. I think he's playing well throughout this game. If we just hit the tab, see where he's doing. Yeah, really good game. Him and Dennis certainly really bolstering the numbers there, but beautiful to watch in impactful kills, not just, you know, that kind of eco farming, let's say. Really, really nice.
Kills or anything like that. Yeah.
No, really enjoyable to watch. So good to see him back at that pinnacle, and he's actually picked up the open run with it now. So this is something unique to what Fnatic has, that most of their players have some sort of viability towards AWPing here. So if he can find a little bit of form, not the best of starts, but keeps it in check, has to be quite calm here, because, you know, Virtus.pro do only have pistols. It's, you know, it can be a bit of a nightmare with an AWP if you're being charged down, so it's just got to be quite careful. And so far doing okay. Missing a couple of shots he probably should be hitting at this point.
Very fine angles there is what Twist is going for. So VP obviously just want to jump up there and get information. VP play Italy on the CT side with 2 players up on that B platform, play them in tandem. We saw them do that much earlier on. We saw them do that against Godsend actually in the wildcard game that worked really well, but we haven't really seen that come out. It's been a lot of the hits for Fnatic over towards the A side. So VP haven't been able to demonstrate too much on this platform itself. Bialy will be the man to receive. Probably won't have the nice China set out for Fnatic at this stage, though, as he wants to just try and cut them down back around the corner. Mostly flash. You're not going to win out against a rifle in that situation. 9.9 times out of 10, and now Neo as well trying to just inflict some damage. He's out in the open, and Taz, well, there's no reason for him to not try and go for something to make this slightly more costly, as he only has a USP in hand, no armor, no nothing.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, they've kept this really clean, and that's incredibly important. They've kept a fair bit of utility back. They've not lost out on a single player. And this is the sort of stuff you want to see from Fnatic, is getting that real nice stability that made them such a beast. You know, very rarely falling to kind of anti-eco situations, any of these sort of things. You know, Fnatic classically were very good at handling it and also forcing the issue themselves on it, but showing a little bit of that resilience here. But now Virtus.pro's buy is very, very weak. It's lackluster. Look at the limited amounts they have to work with. 0 nades, 0 mollies, 1 kit on Pasha, 2 mag 7s. This is a cobbled together buy if I've ever seen one. They're going to try and make it work as best they can. Bialy can be a difference maker, as can Pasha and Neo here. Both teams about to clash any second now. And Olofmeister just been waiting ever so patiently, and here comes the hit. It's down to these two, and Pasha gets off to a good start.
Not too bad, but Fnatic trade and then some, as Bialy still waiting for someone to appear in drop room, realizing that most of Fnatic have actually already snaked their way around this B site. Now with the Molotov tickling at his toes, Bialy has to move forward, but he moves straight into the crosshairs of Twist. Snax will try and make his way through halls where Olof lies in wait, and it's an easy pickup for him. And Taz, again, forced to rotate from A. This time, absolutely no point in going for it here. He needs to just sit on this gun. Virtus.pro are sinking into a hole. As Fnatic actually starting to find some sense of rhythm. Their B hits now looking a lot better when they can flood onto that site properly. It seems that they are overwhelming the grizzled veterans of VP very easily.
But you looked at what... So while I discuss this, just make sure, let's see if Taz can keep on this gun. He's being hunted down by Olofmeister, but the fact is that what worked for Hellraisers was the consistent, quite aggressive pressure that was put towards the platform, whether it be Stick or whomever it was at the time, playing in that little corner, constantly getting away with murder, or, you know, playing on the edge of the stairs, always pressuring Fnatic. Well, Virtus.pro really haven't had that, and he does get to keep the rifle, which is actually quite important at this point. They have very little money here, so anything's a benefit. But yeah, this is the problem now. Fnatic's money is so good. They are pretty much set at this one. You've got 10k sitting on Wenton, 9 on Dennis. They are golden. But the point being that Virtus.pro aren't pressuring them. Fnatic have had their way on the T side. You know, Olofmeister wasn't having success playing that B platform previously. And, oh, it's nice to see this bug back. I wonder what happens next, guys. Mitch, were you casting CS when this stuff happened before?
Oh, is this when you spawn on someone's head?
Oh, no. This is it's a way to guess how the game ends. This is actually a very, very long
TV
time.
Bug?
Oh, wow. I think it's just done. Okay, we'll find out what's going on with that. But yeah, not sure what's happening on that one. But, all right, yeah, let's be very real. Looking at the money situation, Fnatic can weather a lot of storms. They can pretty much go through anything and they'll be fine, which is the main thing here. Whether or not they win the next few, if we get to see it on GoTV, is probably just the factor of the sheer money terms alone for Virtus.pro is near on impossible. 2.4 on Neo, 3.4. You know, the most they can go for is like upgraded pistols, armor, bit of utility, or maybe a mag 7 or 2. It's really not going to be good for the next couple of rounds, no matter what happens. The CT side is very punishing.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. You can spiral economically out of control so easily on that CT side, you know, and for a multitude of reasons. One of them being you can't get any extra money from rounds, even if you lose them. You can't just go and plant a bomb or something. That's kind of not your role. Interpol would be after you on that one. So that's the issue. Whereas the T side, yeah, I mean, you know, arguably you have to attack. You have to be the one that sort of sets up, but you can get a bit of extra cash there. So that really not good to fall behind here on the CT side for VP. Yeah,
and looking at VP across the board, they've been fine. That's the thing. They haven't been excelling, though. No one's done that big performance. Everyone's just been going okay. You know, Snax is doing fine, 18 to 18, but you know, no one's going above and beyond here. No one's doing that big work. You look on towards Fnatic, it's like in those tricky situations, you had Twist kind of bailing them out there with those 2 kills coming in towards the site, denying Neo and a couple of others that could have turned it completely because Fnatic were very, very low on HP. Excuse me. Virtus.pro were looking a little low on HP there. So again, they've had these players who've been able to kind of go to the slightly further steps and provide it. And this is what they're lacking. They're really lacking that big hit, that big firepower. And thank you for removing the UI so I can really focus in on the chicken there, Rush. I like that. Oh, no, don't do that.
I like it, Rush.
It's so beautifully created. You know, Valve, when they made the chickens, that is what we were all asking for, really, was the implementation of chickens. They really went all out on just, you know, developing such a good-looking animal into the game, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are many animals you could put in the game. You could put, like, you know, squirrels in the trees and stuff. Maybe some birds, like, perched on the ledges. Like, why is it always chickens?
Was it pigeons on Nuke? Or I don't know if they were pigeons or something along those lines, but basically you could stand on top of them and fly out the map.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so really, they've done well at really introducing a real plethora of kind of life forms.
Well,
to
Rush was showing me how you could add giant chickens into the map, into the
That's
game
true.
on GoTV.
Rush,
That was
can you
quite
do that
exciting.
right now?
No.
Why not? Why not right now?
We don't have the technology, I don't think.
For a circular reason near a wall. Because of a plant? Because of a plant.
But yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see. We've got plenty of flora here, right? That's not an issue.
Take me through the map, Rush.
We got trees.
Let's go on a lovely jaunt
We got some
through
vines
Cobble.
there, you know.
And by the way, guys at home, when we do find out what's going on, we will let you know. At the moment, we are pretty in the dark here, not sure what's going on with GoTV. I think there's actually an issue with the server at some point, so we're actually going to restore to this round. So again, it actually wasn't the game being over for once. Guys,
all the players dropped out as well, I believe.
Yeah.
So, all right.
But
Secret rooms.
Mitch, the bug I was talking about was basically...
I thought it just lags for a little bit, and that's when you know the game's over.
Yeah, pretty much. I was like, wow, it's really, really gone up. That's not the case, which is good. And yeah, guys, if you are wondering, there is another stream going on at the moment. I think it's Mouse against FaZe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Mouse are winning 13-5 on Dust 2 right now against FaZe. So yeah, you tell me more about the swings and roundabouts that is professional CS:GO, Laura.
Pretty much. That's why I'm not a analysis in any way, shape, or form. Mostly because I'm stupid, but also because it makes no sense to me. Do you know the one thing I like on this map on Cobblestone? Obviously, you get the Dragon Lore. And have you seen like the child's version on Overpass at the back of the playground? There's like a crayon version.
Scrolled onto the.
Like I really want Valve, because they treat their casters really well, to give me a AWP with that on it.
You want the child's Dragon Lore in there?
Yeah, it's like, rather than signatures or anything like that, I want the child's Dragon Lore with like crayon marks.
I would just be happy if they put my face on Overpass with some graffiti that says idiot or something. That'd be really good.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what this is, by the way. You can't obviously access the inside of this, but there's this random symbol inside this box. So you can't tell. But what is it? What is it, Lauren?
Spider-Man.
It's not Spider-Man.
Ant-Man.
How does he have a head coming out of his rear end?
I don't know.
It's not a spider. I don't know what it is, but...
I actually don't know what that is.
Yeah, I know, right?
Map. Yes, we know what this is.
It's probably the map designer, right?
The original map maker, though, was the guy who made Dust 2.
We don't know.
It's John Stowe. It's... wait. Dave Johnston, I'm pretty sure, made Cobble. He's the guy who made Dust 2 as well. But that's the original version, so not the CS:GO version. So that could be why.
Yeah, it could be like, I mean, it could just be the designer leaving his calling card there as well. So, conspiracy theory, guys, get searching.
Because I remember when we started doing Pro League, I was talking to Dave, who now works for another company doing other game development, does UI design now. And we're just like, I was getting like all the weird little like Easter eggs about like Dust 2 and stuff like that. And originally...
we can go rug hunting again here as well.
We're not going rug hunting, Mitch. That's a whole other time.
Oh, man.
I'm not even going to start. But yeah, originally they rejected Dust because it was too ugly for CS. And Jess Cliff had to convince the other original founder of CS to actually put it in the game. So Dust 2 would have possibly never been in CS, which is now one of the most iconic maps.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say they're incredibly aesthetically pleasing. Maybe they added some more pine trees since then. You know, gave it a bit more of like a.
Yeah, they made it look far more.
While we're speaking about fauna and flora, this is great. This is Rushley's house.
This is Rushley's observing being represented in a map.
I didn't say it, Rushley. It's all right. Yeah, so I mean, at this stage, it's 14-6 in the Mouse Sports and FaZe game, by the way. So Mouse Sports do lead. If I see anyone say something like Kassab was a problem, I'm going to go nuts, because obviously that's not the case. But it's very interesting. They said they didn't want to talk about it too much on the desk, which is fine. I think if you have been watching anything on Twitter, anything that a lot of your prominent community contributors have been saying, I recommend you check out Coffee with Semler, or Coffee and Semler, as it were, because, you know,
do you like Semler with your coffee in the morning?
Yeah, apparently. It's not coffee and somebody have it with him, whatever. Anyway, check that one out, because he did a piece on that, which is...
Yeah, I haven't actually watched that one.
Got some interesting things to think about, I guess, in terms of, you know, maybe why it was that Kassab
You have to draw Semler now.
All right, there's coffee.
Oh, by the way, I've been developing this Pictionary game with one of my friends, and this is just brilliant to watch.
I'm pretty good at Pictionary.
You are awful. I've seen your creations.
The problem is, Lauren, is this Pictionary game you're making has really lewd things in there that we have to draw.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm telling you, it's shocking.
Oh, the earrings. It looks like Pat Butcher, if I'm honest. If any of you have watched EastEnders from about 10 years ago, just, you know, the earrings really coming into that. Nice. Does he have eyes? Yeah.
Does he have earrings in both ears?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Or is it just the one?
My similar trivia is really lacking, if I'm honest.
Right, what's that?
I think it's part of a suit, or he's just into chokers.
That's a tie.
Nice.
But why? I just stripe.
That's good. I like it. Rush, this is really good, actually.
This is not too bad because I like he's on the short sides for Semler as well. That is obviously correct.
Yeah, that's true.
But why is his tie the same color as his shirt? Now Semler would never do this.
He'd never do
have
that.
He'd have a very heavily patterned jacket with the same pattern pants.
There
it would be a one-piece
is.
suit. Thank you.
He does have the red and the black suit as well.
Can I have the red and grey and crosshatch on the jacket,
I
please?
like that one.
Looks like, you know what it looks like? You're trying to steal the crown jewels and you've been caught in the laces and you're just hung there like, if I make one more move, I'm going to set off the alarm system. That's what Semler's jacket looks like.
Yeah, a green pocket square there. Notch again, Rush. Oh, it's multicolored.
No, to be fair, he does have quite a few nice multicolored pattern pocket squares that he wears. So.
Yeah. So far, I love the way we have a new analysis on the desk. We have, we've got Sponge here, ex-pro player, in-game leader. It's like, guys, let's talk about some Pictionary drawings for a while.
I'm sorry.
With what's wrong with his arm? Is he a T-Rex or is that a tail?
I don't know.
Wait, why is that his arm? He's got 3 arms.
What? No, he doesn't. Is that an arm? Have you? Are you dirking me, Rush?
Oh.
Okay. So
he's just got a bit of fabric there. Okay.
Well, I don't understand what that green stuff is.
I don't know.
Is that his cape?
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Semler went towards a cape at some point. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he'd be setting trends, though, wouldn't he? We've had the cravat. We've had he and Monty in the respective regions like to try and set the trends a little bit. Yeah. I like that. Appreciate it.
I love Monty. He's great.
He's a hoot. But now, what's his?
I wouldn't pass the riot interview if I said that, but
Oh. It's the cup on fire, boys. That's what that is.
Love that. Love that. Do you know what, Rush? You've done a really good job here.
It's not bad. I don't agree with this elbow situation.
Yeah, the elbow situation went really badly. But beyond that, this is a lovely piece.
He's even framed it for us as well.
Rush, can you sign this?
Oh my. I thought, is this like in kindergarten where they tell you like to make up signatures and stuff like that?
To be fair, it looks like Alex's signature.
Oh yeah,
Machine signature is
his M and the A is like one letter.
He's trying to make it look better. That's him making it look better.
Oh, okay.
And Alex, I know he'll be sitting there going, she's being mean again, but it's actually hilarious.
I just bang Uber on like whatever I get. Like it's not even fancy. It's
to be
just
fair,
block
these
letters.
days it's really depressing because I've actually started signing things by accident, almost starting with Pansy rather than my actual signature. So I got I had to renew my passport recently, and I love the way we're just sat here chatting with no idea what's going on. By the way, if any feedback would be awesome. But yeah, I had to renew my passport, and I literally went to sign it Pansy. Like, what else do you sign? Like,
who cares what you sign, though?
If I had Pansy in my passport, there might be an issue.
Why?
Because it's very visibly Pansy.
Oh,
it's not even close to my name.
Just do a smiley face next to it as well. Border Patrol's going to be like, oh, yeah, everything seems to be fine.
Rushley has actually worked on the Pakistani Life server. No. We're going to continue talking here. No. Yeah, we can't go back to the analysis. I do believe.
Yeah, well, let's pass over to the boys here. It's a fairly pivotal moment in this game. Obviously, it's highlighted by Rushley's diagram.
Oh, wait. Is it? Are we good?
Okay.
It's not good.
All right, gents, take us away. Give us some field content, hey?
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. Wow, I mean, I feel enlightened. We've learned our observer can draw to a certain extent. We've learned many things about various pocket squares. Mitch has an in-depth knowledge of August and his wardrobe. Sponge is going to put his wire behind his shoulder before
Oh, god damn it.
It's all right, man.
I'm new.
It's a new thing.
I'm new.
You know, we've got to make sure that the viewers don't... I mean, the wires don't exist. Henry, I can kind of see yours, actually, if you could... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you could just awkwardly... If you put your arm like in an awkward... Yeah. Oh, that's better.
I preferred the conversation about renewing of the passport.
I want to know the end. Do you want to know the end of that story?
I would love to know.
I know Natu stepped in at some point.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he did something with his like Finnish CS wizardry and helped her get a passport.
Wizard.
Something like that. Yeah.
Really?
But
Okay.
so it does seem like there has been a delay. Just to let everyone know at home what's going on.
Hey, Alex, do you want to know more about my passport?
Hey, Lauren. That was scary. That was like she was behind me. I got a little scared. I do want to know about your passport. Yeah, tell me. How did you get your passport?
Well,
this is lovely. Look at this.
This is cool. I was definitely not on Reddit, but yeah, no, I was had to go back to London to renew the passport. It's filled with debaucherous people.
London?
Well, yes.
For the UK
Henry
in
is from there, as am I. But
why am I getting thrown in there?
You started off the show by saying something like that, mate. What are you talking about?
Sorry, should we go back to what you got up to recently,
I just
Henry?
want to tell the viewers that there's still a game. It's not over. Fnatic VP is still, it's like locked in, okay? It's still going to happen. Yeah. So that's what I've heard. I've been told that it's not over, and so Cobble is still to be played out at some point. It's just, from what I've heard...
At some point.
From what I've heard, it's not good. So let's start this passport story.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Take it away.
There's not much to say about it. I tried to renew my passport.
Cool.
I did it in the end.
Bit of a
Almost messed up
punchline
my
to this.
signature.
Better be going somewhere.
There's no end to this. This
No,
is just
right.
filler.
Keep
And
going
then
then.
you guys put it up on the desk, thinking you can get away being a bit rude, and now I've had to explain it
That
to
was
you
a really
guys.
cool
You've
story.
let
Thank you
people
very
down.
much so much.
You're welcome. Why don't you go back to that great analysis you've been doing so far?
That was Lauren there from
Thank
the Cologne Studios. Thank you so much for talking about her passport. For now, though, you see, I can do like a news thing. What do you think?
Yeah, coming in live from Cologne.
Yeah, so
Kill
that's
me.
our passport story done. Now we're going to talk about, just quickly, a little bit of Counter-Strike before we do.
Oh,
Is that, do you want to do that? I don't know. It's up to
do
you.
that.
I mean, because I just want everyone to know that it's the funnest thing, and I wish I could like periscope it, because when Henry and Sponge just sit there talking about the old CGS days, they're talking about like, he's just dropping knowledge bombs about VP and their cobble strats on their T side, and I'm just sitting there like, I would be writing it down, but I don't have a pen. I can't quite afford
I can lend
one.
you one.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so Sponge was writing lots of things down. He was talking about they have a walk play on the A long on their T side.
Yeah, so...
Walk me through it. And why was Twist countering it? Because that was a fun story.
Well, Virtus, they like to do I call it a contact play.
Okay.
They walk A long with numbers, usually about 4 players, and then they have a player lurking either drop, it's sometimes Snack, sometimes Bialy, and they just contact play. So as soon as they find someone, they just frag them and just push onto the site. Now, Twist was playing up close, and he was throwing a Molotov early to delay that. Now, what's happening with that is it makes Virtus think that there's a player close, they have to use utility, and they have to waste time looking for him. Twist would throw that Molotov, he'd hang around, wait out the Molotov, and then he'd just back off to the site, which meant that a lot of time was wasted, and Virtus couldn't do their strat.
And I mean, another kind of criticism, this is the words out from your mouth, I'm just throwing you under the bus a little bit here, was they were looking rather one-dimensional. You didn't think there was much depth there, T-side. You're kind of sitting there thinking this is kind of underwhelming to witness.
So early on, there was a couple of retakes which really hurt their economy and stuff.
Sure.
They should have probably, won those rounds. Wenton and Twist were able to pull off 2 good retakes, I think it was. Yeah. But then after that, they were just doing really obvious B executes, and then just heading towards A with numbers. They weren't really having a lot of map presence. They weren't forcing the members of Fnatic to be uncomfortable. Just seemed very easy to read.
Yeah.
There was a lot of basic fundamental problems there. When they're doing the B takes, especially you do all the smokes and stuff like that, they weren't even checking like the basic corners or even flushing them out of the Molotovs. You saw like Dennis get 3-man spray downs. The players weren't even checking the most obvious corner on the upper platform. There's things like that. When you get to 3-man spray down, you have to ask why. It's just, could we have avoided that by just one person checking that area? Everyone's jumping through the smokes and so fixated on the objective of getting into the bomb site, they're kind of forgetting the fundamentals of actually getting to the site. That seemed like a common problem. The retakes, players overfacing and getting themselves into a lot of unfortunate situations, and Fnatic just crippled their economy there. They did get 10-5 in the end. You have to remember VP won both pistols. They got 3-0 at either half as well. So the scoreline's actually pretty flattering for them considering what's happened so far.
Yeah, and of course, I think we froze on 14-9, so that's where we currently reside. And if you have just joined us and wondering why on earth does it say 14-9 and why are we looking at the analyst desk, it does seem to be a bit of a technical hitch.
Do you know what it is?
I have no idea, dude.
We can talk about that game.
Oh, FaZe Mousesports have
We don't know what
played.
happened.
But yeah, we can talk about the result. Go, drop it. Drop the knowledge
Mousesports
bomb.
beat FaZe 16-6 on the first map, which was Dust 2.
Okay, sweet. So Mousesports are getting good results.
Who's posting the big numbers then for Mousesports?
Is it Mr. J? Am I making that
Chris
up?
J's got
Yeah.
the highest rating at least.
Boom.
Nico, not far below. Nico, of course, most frags, 20 for 12, but Chris J with the highest rating. Oscar, 18 for 9. Great pickup for them, I think. Since Finn roster very well.
So this is some very tangible link. You talked recently about Kassad's departure. We haven't talked too much about that because it's not quite as relevant on this stream. But coaching in general is an interesting discussion to have with Jumpy filling in for Fnatic. Or I say filling in. Of course, Virgo stepping down once the roster shuffle did go through. Now, the discussion was, I've asked Yanko in the past, I was like, so what's the story with Jumpy? And it just said like, oh, he played MYM, nothing huge in 1.6. And it does seem like there's a couple of, you can name a couple of coaches that never had a really big, a big time in CS, the higher echelons of competitive Counter-Strike, and yet still take these coaching positions. Is that something that can work? I mean, in my mind, in my, Stone Age man mind, I think you have to be
Chad
good
can
to...
fill in this. His team,
this is what I'm thinking about,
His team brought in a caster to be an analyst. So
Well, he was a player.
Yeah, but not a good one.
Oh, okay.
No one I've ever heard of, right? So, he was cast as far as he wasn't part of a top-tier player.
This conversation
for an analyst. That's the step I'm trying to make. He wasn't a big name within the scene, right?
So he wasn't a big name, but within Australia, he was an in-game leader,
right?
And it was also friends with a lot of the guys in the team, so we had a good relationship there as well. But the idea behind a coach was just an extra voice.
Yeah.
We didn't he obviously knows the game and he understands the tactical elements of Counter-Strike. So we needed somebody who could offer another opinion, who could help keep people calm, who could assist in that way. And then having that the fresh set of eyes, it doesn't matter if it's a player who has played at the highest level, just another perspective. And when you drill with the team and you work out a game plan and stuff, he's there to offer the other view. And that helps. So somebody like Jumpy, who has played, he's played a lot of CS:GO, I think, in like middle tier kind of teams. He understands the way the game's played, so he knows how to apply that within a team. So he's a good asset, I think.
So you don't always have to have someone that could sit down and play. We've seen evidence of it all over. But do you not think there is a discrepancy? I mean, look at Threat. He was always regarded as someone who's got a very good understanding of the game to a very high level, and it's
there's
evident.
different types of coaches and analysts, right?
Okay.
So a coach, for example, is the one orchestrating the team, saying how he wants them to play, and he's kind of the one at the helm. Then you have an analyst who could be, his job is to do the research on the other team, show the nuances, deliver the information to the in-game leader he requires, and that's the kind of the difference really between the analyst and the coach. So
like Carter from Tyloo, because he's nuts. He does all these research. He's the one that does all the counter-stratting and stuff.
Sure. Okay, so there's different roles within that respect, and obviously there's hybrids to that as well. I think Threat would be known for doing all of the hard work, a very hard-working coach. And the thing is, he came into that team and he revitalized them. They're a team that was quite loose play style. Everyone knew what the approach was pretty much every single time they're going to play them. And all of a sudden, Threat comes into the lineup and he completely changes everything. And that was a kind of honeymoon period that was for NIP. It looked amazing, right? When the Malmo came along and very innovative new strategies that no one really seen before, especially on Cobble. But it did start to plateau after a while. They became quite a rigid side. So this kind of idea that he's now the analyst and kind of allowing Ziz to bring his looser play style with the ideas that Fret's kind of come up with and still developing, I think that's a really good outcome for NIP as a whole. And they just won a big tournament with Standon as well. So that's promising, I guess.
I think, and that's an interesting discussion just to have while we do have time. It was something that we were talking about off air, this whole kind of the rigid NIP, or, we were talking about Na'Vi as well as another example of that with Simple, this kind of fiery player. Shad, can you give us the lowdown on your opinion of this in terms of, sometimes adding a bit of a curveball, a bit of a wild presence can actually have some positives to the team?
So I think with the NIP as the example that happened on the weekend, McLally is just he's just an X factor. So he can appear at any time and get you multiple frags and lock down rounds. And then you have the 4 other players who have played together for such a long period of time and they're structured and they play Counter-Strike. So if McLally goes in and he only gets a 1-for-1 trade or something like that, they can then play the structured Counter-Strike around him. And I think the same should be used with Simple. Were you saying before that Simple's just taken over the roles of Zeus? Was that what you were saying before?
Yeah, 100%.
So I think Simple is probably one of the best players at being an X factor, just run in and kill everybody kind of guy, right? So it would be really good to use the other 4 players as the structured guys and have Simple just as that guy just running in with the AWP and do what he wants.
Yeah, for now, Simple's literally just doing Zeus's role and he's not even doing the secondary AWP. C's still doing that. They're going to be changing that for sure. We interviewed StarX and he said that is the plan going forward. Simple will be secondary AWP, have more freedom to go as well. There just wasn't time. They had, 2 weeks of online play. They can't restructure an entire team. That's not going to work. You could say, this is what we do. It's going to be brilliant. But if you haven't got time to practice it, you might as well stick with what you knew worked in the previous lineup, and then you try and develop as you go on. I think trying to change everything before a big tournament was a bit of a big ask, right?
I think that's an interesting point, though, because you look at a lot of teams when they're in the honeymoon period, they normally adopt a new style with a new player, right? And Na'Vi are fighting against that. They're not using the asset the way that he should be used.
The thing is, so StarX is still calling for that event that just went past. That's obviously changing as well, and there wasn't time to change everything, right? So they need to play the StarX's game at the moment. So it'll be going over to...
Who's leading?
Probably Seized?
Seized is going to be in game leading. That's right. So obviously for him, he needs some time to actually learn how to do that, download everything StarX has done already. They need to sit down and probably do that for a couple of weeks. So I think the idea was, right, we can use StarX as coach of this event. Let's do that. Let's try and play the old game, and we'll try and do the best we can. Obviously, it's good. I think it's good they lost. I think that's perfect. If they had won that event and not any problems, then it could have been more detrimental.
It would have planted some seeds of doubt. Yeah, for sure. Of course, he is talking about the coaching change. Of course, if anyone is unfamiliar, I have to acknowledge there are people who aren't always up to date. The new changes to the coaching role. We are going to be talking about coaches a lot with the Jumpy, Kassad and everything. They are no longer going to be as present, I think is the quickest way to summarize the TLDR. No longer be as present in game, only allowed to actually make calls throughout the timeouts, which they get 4 of?
30 seconds. Same amount of like timeout, just spread out.
Yeah, and I mean, I do love that everyone has voiced their opinion on this. Have you voiced your opinion on this, Chad?
Yeah, I'm one of the people who
You're
like,
an advocate?
No, people are crying about the change. I like the change. I think people are crying a lot about it. I think that it's important, you know, to have in-game leaders in Counter-Strike. They've been there for the whole time. Like, you have people who come out and they say it lowers the quality of games, right?
Yes.
If you had people who are just 5 fraggers and they had a coach giving all the plays and they can run around and shoot everybody and they don't have to think as much, then you're going to have a higher quality of Counter-Strike. I agree in some sense, but I think, like, I'm a purist, right? Like,
sure.
And I was an in-game leader.
Exactly.
So I like in-game leaders in the game. I think they're important. I think if they're a liability like I was, then, you know, you need to get a better in-game leader.
Okay.
But,
so your response to the argument that, you know, if you look at traditional sports or other esports, that coach, you know, you basically put the best 5 physical players that can basically play the game mechanically as best they can, and then you have like the puppet master behind you. You don't like that concept at all?
It's, to be fair, like, if you talk about that concept, it doesn't really work as a whole. Like, it sounds great on paper, but there's so much as an in-game leader yourself being in the server that you can't actually get by standing behind 5 monitors. That is the main thing for me. That's why, like, if you're the one actually listening for footsteps and you're hearing the nuances, you have those kind of, if you hit reloads or just small little features, right, you're able to give on-the-fly calls with no input delay. It's not going from one guy to the other and it's having to transcend between all the different players. I think that's a really important thing that a lot of people don't understand about in-game leading. It's not about running a script for each round. Like, so many different things, thousands of different variables going to run a Counter-Strike, right? And just being able to read those on the fly and having the feeling, it's a really difficult thing to describe, actually.
It's just instincts.
Yeah, right? Yeah. It's things, there's some things you can't teach in CS, and that's one of them, I think. And just to address the point as well, if you have an in-game leader who thinks it's a really big deal that he can't frag and lead at the same time, he's basically not really cut out to do it. That's always been my understanding, right? If you can't do both of them, you shouldn't really be the leader. That shouldn't be an excuse, in my opinion. Oh, but I'm leading now, so I can't frag as much. I really feel like that's a bit of a cop-out sometimes.
Well, I mean, you cop out. Sometimes, surely, you'd just say always. You'd kind of, you're forced on a weird line there.
No, because so some leaders, some guys are just forced on the role. Rain from FaZe comes to it, right? Like, he never wanted to be the game leader. That's more necessity, right? And that's understandable. He never wanted to do it. But guys like Pronax, for example, like, obviously a great mind in Counter-Strike like that, but if it's actually coming down to the point, people are like justifying him not getting frags because he's the in-game leader. I just don't think that's a justification. Like, he still obviously brings a lot to the team, but you can't justify the lack of frags because you're an in-game leader.
But there is no denying that there is a correlation between not leading and fragging. We've seen that with Existence. When he stepped down for a while, he was just running around dropping 30s. Like, we've seen examples at Sean Gares as well for a short period of time, and he was just given more freedom. He was fragging much more than he was under leader. So there is definitely, it does happen. It's just whether or not it's actually an excuse, a valid excuse, is definitely a different discussion to have. Well, it does sound like you go. No, you respond. Go.
Oh, do we have to throw? We like
no, at all. No rush.
I was just say, just look at Fallen if you want to go down that road, right? That's
the greatest Counter-Strike mind.
Right, exactly. So if you want to like use that as the best you can possibly be, like that's how can you use that as an excuse anymore? But the in-game leader shouldn't be able to frag. Someone's proven you can do it and do it very effectively as well. I used to love doing it because I could almost base the game around the stuff I wanted to do, the positions I'm in, and actually get my team into position just for the way I wanted to play the game around myself. Essentially, that was why. So I could, the positions I'm in, the information I'm getting, and I could see what the best possible openings are. And the frags I was actually able to access for my team, then I can call stuff around that. So I actually think, in some ways, I actually preferred it because I actually made myself feel like more of a star. Like, there was moments where I could actually take over just because of the stuff I was doing, you know?
Now, Chad, actually, I remember, I couldn't tell you what event it was, but I remember kind of either hearing your team communications or your post-match discussions, and you were like, oh, actually, we changed in-game leader for this match or this map. I've heard, you know, you'd throw around who was calling at various intervals. Am I making that up?
Something towards the end we had like PK, the coach, he called for a little bit across some maps, and there was a point online where we tried to use different people to do in-game leading just to, you know, keep me fresh.
Did you feel fresh? Did you find some extra frags, or what's your opinion on this?
For me, it was like so up and down. It wasn't consistent at all. It was if I was feeling it, which is not really acceptable. You need to be, you know, consistent. If I was consistently getting a decent amount of frags, it would have been all right. But some games I'd have, and I'd play like quite well. Other games I'd just be the worst player in the world. Like, I'd be like Hunden level
Probably
type
a slight
thing,
exaggeration.
Well, you know, I wasn't doing very well, and I have moments in my career like where I played in like versus Titan at ESL Cologne. It was a good game. I played really well. We won the match. Like, I was really happy. We play another one. I suck and we lose. So, you know, it's not all on me, but I just feel like I needed to be more of a consistent player.
Sometimes there's pressure within the team as well. There's not good results coming in. It seems like a quick fix, right? Like if things aren't going right necessarily, a bad run of results, you're just like, well, why don't we try this? It might work. Normally doesn't, but it's like it's something like to kind of revitalize everyone and kind of think, oh, we're trying something new now. This might be the answer.
Right.
9 times out of 10, you go back to the original in-game leaders. That's where it was most comfortable.
We're talking about that with Virtus, about how they change in-game leader all the time.
Yeah.
And I think that's how they've kept their roster for so long and kind of kept things fresh. But whoever is doing it at the moment, from what we've seen so far, it's pretty stagnant.
Yeah, and that's probably why you go around in these circles and they'll end up back in the or back to Taz, like whoever they feel most comfortable with. You can experiment and do as much as you like, but ultimately there's always going to be one standout guy for that job, I think.
Yeah, and I mean that seems to be the Virtus Pro way. There's so many ups and downs. I think the main opinion has been you win a league and then you have a very poor performance in offline or currently online. I mean, we've seen that they're sitting now 14-9, rather lackluster start for them in their first map here of the ESL Pro League. It is still the first map. If you've joined us, you're like, oh man, I've missed all the action. You haven't. We haven't even got the first map done and dusted yet. Word on the street is, I'm pointing to my ear, word on the ear street is that we're nearly ready to go again. So it looks like we've resolved most of our technical issues.
It was looking like it was going to be Fnatic picking it up. I think it was 14-9 and VP had no money. So it almost guaranteed match point at this stage. And then I think it's just a matter of them closing it out.
Well, they were on a 3-round loss bonus. They have a
the 3-round loss bonus was going to be 4th, and they're on the CT side, right? So it looks like it's about to fall apart.
Looks like it could be over for the Polish side. I'm not sure if we're really ready. Is it time for more passport stories with Lauren? I'm just fishing for some information. Yeah, let's get some passport stories with Lauren. All right. I enjoyed this, gents. It's always a pleasure. We'll be back to talk about the next 2 rounds of play, likely, in just a moment's time. But for now, we'll head over to Uber and Pansy.
Thanks for that, boys. Good to hear a little bit more, I guess, from the personal experiences of Henry and Chad there on the desk. Not too personal, thankfully. As,
for once.
For once. We can try and keep it clean. But we're still not into the game yet. So, I mean, they've kind of passed back to us, which is kind of all well and good. But
I really like the content they were discussing on the desk as well. But, you know, passport stories are always a real highlight for most CS fans.
So obviously we're still waiting to get into this one.
Just salty as hell.
But basically the server needs to be reset. They need to restore it to whatever point it was, because it wasn't just us that lagged out, it was everyone.
So Mitch, when do you need to renew your passport, buddy?
Not until 2019 or something like that. 2023, actually. Nice. There you go. Easy done. I got it done before I first came out here in the first place. So the best part of all this is that you get to see us in the throes of deep tilt. Just before the break. We're going to throw to a break, guys, while we get this one sorted out. So, you know, we don't have to regale you with more stories. Going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, we can take a break. And when we return, God only hopes we're going to be back with Fnatic versus Virtus Pro. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this game that we were waiting for quite some time to see the conclusion of. We should be only a few moments away now. We've had to reset the server and do some other things, so I'm not really sure what the money situation is or how that sets up, but it's 14-9 in favor of Fnatic. So we just need you to help us count up from there, guys. We can all count, surely should be fine. But VP didn't have a lot of money, so now they have guns. This is kind of the way things are.
That's just the way it is, Mitch. Things will never be the same. And already Snack's going to go looking for a little bit of something here. I'm finding it very hard to just kind of get back into this one. Because actually the teams are the same, falling back into this. But Fnatic did have quite the margin here to work with. So again, Virtus.pro looked a little bit rusty so far. But, you know, there's a lot more to be seen. Let's remember their scoreline was heavily bolstered by winning both pistol rounds on both sides. So
if you take that out the mix, they got 3 rounds in gun rounds.
So this should be Fnatic closing out, but you know that little bit of time difference can certainly change a mentality or two here. So maybe we could see a little bit of resurgence. And Snacks is going to be able to kick that off, probably with a nice spray towards the smoke, but trades it out. And let's see if Fnatic instantly work off the back. It looks like they wanted to go aggressive, but a quick flash will hinder any sort of quick approach through middle.
Fnatic don't have to go towards A in this case. They can sort of back away, but they do intend just to pressure on. VP still in the process of making rotation through, and Taz just tucked away in this corner. Will get the spot first. And any of the Fnatic players coming up from the middle area, but they, again, uncertain, not sure they want to connect. They pick off Pasha from long range. He was sitting back behind the armored car, thinning out the forces of Virtus.pro over on this site. It's going to be Bialy over at Juliet, and Taz now has to challenge into this one. Actually goes down to Wenton. You can't afford to lose those, and with Bialy, flames licking at his boots as he goes down to 74. He's got a huge amount of stuff on his plate, but he gets gorgeous. 3, he kills the man, and now one more to deal with. The USP comes out, it's not going to be enough. Damage, though, being dealt, there's no doubt about it. Lekro has to cross towards a bomb, which was being watched dutifully by Neo. Stunning performance from Bialy there, where all seem to be lost. He brings it back and keeps VP alive.
Okay. 15-10. I thought it was 14-9.
So did I. They might have won the round that we cut out on there.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Okay, that would make sense. That's fine.
That
okay,
explains
so
why VP actually had guns that last round.
Yeah, because I was sitting there going, they didn't have money for that.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so that makes sense. So sorry, we must have missed the end of that round that the GoTV kind of had issues on, or the server had issues on.
So VP literally kept themselves in the game on match point there. So sick, Bialy.
All right, well played to him. That was massive. That initial connection was beautiful, but Olofmeister has managed to make it out towards platform unscathed thus far, which is actually pretty impressive. Normally he doesn't... He has been having troubles with this recently. This is where normally that classic Olofmeister would be just bounding through, but he's been having a couple of issues recently, making it as clear-cut as before, but certainly can do some damage from this, but Neo's not giving him much to work off. Neo's back towards the statue itself on the site. Pasha's watching the push-up, and now that Molly's going to come in and cause a little bit of issue, but Twister's got himself in towards drop, so Bialy can't be too comfortable.
Yeah, Bialy had to challenge him out there. Does manage to win that fight, and with Fnatic being forced to slow down on the B platform, they kind of now had to sneak their way back out. They've been slowed down well, but Olofmeister gets the pick on towards Neo to open things up. It's traded back into the favor of Fasher, and then it's traded back, of course. Bialy gets in with another 2. This guy featuring heavily on the kill feed, and now Lekro on his own in a 1v3 starts off well. Bialy falls by the wayside, and Taz will stand behind the statue. Lekro gets a bit of a glimpse of him, just a peek, not enough to go on there. And with HE going in his direction, he also knows Snacks will be off towards the side. He's got himself the bomb here. 30 seconds left. It's not enough time to rotate out with Snacks being able to respond to Connector so quickly.
This is very possible at this point, and you're going to see as to why he finds Taz, and now into 1v1. Snacks, full HP, 0 utility, and not got a kit either. Lekro, nade and a flash, but ignoring door right now, maybe expecting to have pushed out from drop. That was not the case, and Snacks finds the angle, and Lekro goes down. So Virtus.pro live to fight another day, but when we actually had those issues going on the server, Fnatic had a great deal of money, and they still do. So well enough set, but a couple of players now starting to look a little worse for wear, that being Olof and one being Twist. Now they can be dropped out here. Dennis can drop one out as well. If he fancies, no, he's going to go on the AWP and say, well, screw you, Twist. I want the AWP. Why not? And Twist will have to operate on the fact of just a Tech 9. Now, just as viable, you can get into drop with this. You can pick up fallen teammates' guns. Of course, very, very likely that's going to happen at some point. We'll see how that affects him into this one. But the man of the moment is Bialy. He's been changing those last couple of rounds, keeping it well into check. And Fnatic going for a bit of a 3-2 play here. 2 towards long, 3 towards drop. Could be a split towards A, and that could certainly work well. But Snacks, might have something to say about that matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to do to Lekro what he was doing to the roast of Virtus.pro on the CT side. Flash comes in, that's going to give away the game. For Snacks, at least he knows what's happening, and he gets the shot towards Lekro, looking for a second. Winton, though, able to get a trade here. That's important for Fnatic, as there's just going to be Taz over on that A side, but Winton not inclined to really try to go too much further, and Olaf going down to 3 HP is going to be forced to take up the AWP. Just try and work from longer angles here. So no real inroads have been made for Fnatic. They traded out on A long, and now, so far, being a little bit stifled on B. So Olaf and Dennis now have to make this happen.
I wonder if Twist can get one of these guns. He can, I'm pretty sure. I don't think Taz has been able to kind of herd them away just yet. So that means at least he does get a rifle. And Fnatic, have a little bit more in their arsenal to build into this one. I like that double flash on long as well from Fnatic. Both of those flashes there, one was going to be turned, the second caught him, but still, no real ground game. The long push is slowly coming through here, though. So Twist could be doing the smoke towards the doorway. I'm not sure what he has. Yeah, he's got the smoke in hand. So that's going to go down towards the door, I can imagine, just so they can cross up from long, focus on maybe APC on the site, and hopefully keep an eye on close, because Taz is not far away. He goes in on the spray, but he can't get it done, and Wenton breaks in. This looks like Fnatic is again building towards this A side. Two players are waiting, though, and Bialy, again, has to be the danger man.
Again, he's been able to keep himself outside for the most part. Pasha gets himself two coming down here from Juliet, now pressuring on towards Olaf Meister. Moments for individuals here have been good for VP, but now they've got to get the job done. It's going to be Wenton with 3 kills to his name, left in a 1v2. The bomb is down, and Virtus.pro Colin trying to find him. Neo, no one does it better in those clutch situations. And he even had a teammate to help him out there. Nicely done by Pasha, an improvement on the form we've seen from him in recent times, struggling to really be the player with a penetrating power we've known him to have. But Virtus.pro not only keep themselves afloat, but when you win both pistols in the rounds following those, all you need to do is sprinkle a few of those gun rounds over to stay competitive, and they are. Still match point, but Fnatic a little bit dire in the financial situation.
Yeah, really looking a little worse for her. But, if you go back many a moon now to the previous Fnatic lineup, you'd say, well, they're going to win this one, of course. If it's a Tech 9 buy-up, this is the round that they always seem to turn around. They always manage to dig deep enough towards. But I don't know if that's really bled through into this roster just yet. We'll see if that's the case here, because Virtus.pro have read this relatively well. They've got almost all players posturing towards B. One player watching middle, that being Snacks with the AWP. But everyone else, eyes trained towards this B hit that's coming in. And already Olaf Meister does have a step towards the site. Quick little underhand flash. Pop flash goes down, gets himself already ahead of the molly, and he does take down one. Scalps Pasha, but gets burned alive. Doesn't see it trickling through from his boots. Now Snacks is aware where the pressure can come from, that being the window, and it's not his anymore.
Yeah, his running gets taken down, and Fnatic are more than happy to trade into these situations. This is excellent for the T side, making a lot happen with very, very little, and Bialy there being caught out. He went for the reload. It's his biggest mistake. And now it's going to be Neo versus Wenton. 1v1. Wenton has no idea where Neo is, though. And it's a very easy situation there for the man to come around and get the finish off. Fnatic going for a bit of a save round there, managing to cut VP low on numbers and on money, and now they need to buy in.
The thing is that A site was completely open. Of course, Fnatic didn't know that at the time, but once they'd taken down the one man with the AWP, which was that Snacks there by the window? Not too sure. Again, I think it was.
He had the AWP,
yeah. So, obviously they don't know that. They didn't know it was like a 4-1 at that point, but if only they'd had that little bit of an inkling, that could have been so much different. But the case is what it is. 15-13, Virtus.pro bringing it back, and my word, if we go into overtime after that break, what a game we're going to have on our hands. Already Olaf Meister straight out here. He's been given so much freedom in this position. Neo's got to be careful. Almost gets caught up on the statue, but the molly's still burning. Caught between a rock and a hard place, or maybe from the fire into the frying pan at this point. Pasha with the P90 going to add insult to injury, and Fnatic dwindling in numbers.
Yeah, the smoke and the Molotov interactions in CS quite interesting. Sometimes you obviously, in that case, there was the Molotov that wasn't quenched by the smoke, and Olaf Meister struggled to really see where it was until he sort of looked down at the ground. We managed to navigate that situation reasonably well. Unfortunately, still fell after the fact. So VP have Snacks here on the site. Flashed out briefly, and a second one comes in. So he misses that all-important first shot that we've seen him hit the last couple times. That's now going to apply a little bit more pressure to him as Fnatic can actually get within arm's reach, or not. As Wenton goes down, he's cut off by the wooden wall. Dennison needs to be able to trade into one towards Neo, and that's going to keep the numbers advantage here. But VP are just looking so good now. Taz with a double. Snacks at point blank. And Necro falls there, so that was going to be Fnatic buying with the money. They have a lot to work with now in overtime. Again for Fnatic on this map. Again against an arguably weaker team. Have been taken out of regulation time if VP get over the line here in this round.
How frustrating for Fnatic. Being able to get this far, obviously having a little bit of a downtime, allowing Virtus.pro to talk through issues. Yeah, definitely momentum was sitting favorably to them. They had a bit of the bull by the horns at that point, but now it looks like Virtus.pro have everything they need here to take this one into overtime, of course. Olaf Meister again, given just enough rope to hang himself with, it seems, every time he gets out to this platform, loses out in one way or another. Hasn't really effectively traded as he has in previous in times in past, but cut off this time, doesn't even have the opportunity.
Winning a duel with a player at statue with an AK, with only Galil, against someone with a rifle is going to be really difficult as well for Olaf Meister. So He'll need to have his wits about him. He can't go for too many cheeky posts. But now Fnatic just going to flood onto the side. This worked for them before, but not this time. Biali gets himself 2 to shut them down as they try and approach. But Dennis with a double responding well. Fnatic trading. This is perfect for them yet again. This is what they want. Pasha goes for the smoke. Again gets caught with a grenade in his hand. It's the second time this match, and this time might be the most costly mistake. Snax is forced back. It's an aid towards his feet with the AWP. Not the retake weapon you're looking for. And Fnatic on match point here look to be able to take the game if Snax can't make anything happen.
And it's down to the 2 veterans, Dennis and Olaf Meister. They will not let this one slip. They know what's on the line here, and the best he can hope for now is a UMP. There's nothing else there for him, and Olaf Meister watching that cross towards the side. Lovely after-plant situation means that finally Fnatic close it in those final throws of that game.
Well, I mean, it's pretty safe to say that a pause of that length is an absolute hard reset. So frustrating for Fnatic to be poised on the precipice of winning that map in regulation time, still get it done eventually. We saw VP build up a little bit of momentum there towards the end. But every time we saw Fnatic do that push off of the B platform with more than just Olaf Meister, generally it's working out. The fact that you lose 2 players to someone sitting up on the tree box, as I like to call it, and still survive is pretty impressive and be able to finish the round off there.
No, I can't agree more. Again, though, that looked dangerous. That felt like, you know, that pause, that time out, a little bit of a reset certainly helped Virtus Pro kind of regain their composure and come back into this one. But as I said, Fnatic closed out, but there is still another map on the horizon.
Absolutely. Before we get to that one, we are going to pass over to Machine and the rest of the desk to put this map under the microscope.
It's not a microscope, Mitch. We have definitely overstayed our welcome on Cobble. That's been a long Cobble thanks to a couple of technical difficulties, and so this will be a short, however insightful analyst segment. Henry and Chad are joining me. Let's do it, gents. Okay, I'm going to give you a point each. That's it. You get to make 1 point about Cobblestone. Henry, take it away.
CT side, very solid for Fnatic. We said that coming into this one. They have got that one nailed. It looks good. T side, it still needs a bit of work. Virtus Pro were able to shut them down, get back into the game. Technical difficulties did make things a little bit interesting there towards the end. 16-14. Snacks in the clutch as well. Could have happened. I'd have liked to see the overtime. Didn't really come to fruition. So VP starting slow, coming back hot, but Fnatic take it. Is that enough for you, Alex?
That was lovely, very succinct. What we're watching now, by the way, in case anyone's wondering, this is the collection of retakes that we saw Twist and Fnatic finding in that first half. You're talking about that solid CT side. Those retakes certainly helped, didn't they, Chad?
Definitely. My little point is Olaf was really not there in that first half for Fnatic, and they still managed to get a 10-5 half. So it'll be interesting to see if Olaf can get some more frags on the next map and how that's going to impact Fnatic's run.
Yeah, you were freaking out. Like, you were looking at the score, it's like 9 frags for Olaf. That's very rare, right?
At 7-3, he only had 3 kills. I know they were winning quite convincingly, but that's for Olaf, you know, that's pretty unheard of.
And other people are taking the mantle. Wenton at the top of the scoreboard. Just while these replays are running, Henry, you got a bit of extra time.
Yeah, we had VP winning both pistols as well. Quite an interesting point. Normally, these top teams, you're getting 3-0s both halves. You should be really close in the games out. Wenton, a great game from him. We talked about whether he can actually handle this role of being the in-game leader. We're not quite sure whether he's doing that just yet. But if he is starting to do it and he's able to post those sort of scores with players like Olaf and Dennis in the team and they're not getting all the frags, that's pretty impressive. And I'm sure that'll help boost his confidence going forward.
Well, we are singing the praises of Twist, and just while he is a topic of discussion.
He was great, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly was. Definitely the kind of, to use the buzzword, impact frags. It's definitely something worth mentioning.
Well, yeah, you talk about impact frag. There's no more impactful kind of frags you can get than 5-on-2 retakes and actually getting 3 kills and big rounds that will reset your economy as well. That was fantastic from him. We normally know him as to be like one of the upcoming AWPers of Sweden. That was a big storyline coming into this. So he's quite an unknown player in terms of his rifling. A lot of people were saying when he was going towards NIP, he could be the AWPer for them and actually step into that role. I'm not sure why that didn't happen. I thought he was going to be the AWPer of this team, but it seems like Dennis is actually doing that more so than him. So it's quite cool to see him with the rifles and actually stepping up and looking pretty world-class at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of fluidity with the Fnatic roster. It does seem, like we've seen Olaf pick up the AWP as well on some maps. It does just seem like that personal preference thing. I would love to talk about that further, but I think we should just take our break so we can go ahead and try and get as close to that schedule as we possibly can, because we've got so much more to look forward to. Another 2 best-of-1s after this coming map. We have Dust 2 up next between Fnatic and VP. A very close affair on Cobble. We'll see if it can be similar over on Dust 2. We'll be with you in just a moment.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Hey Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
The first map of today did go the way of Fnatic. It was Cobblestone and a 16-14 after various ups and downs. We did manage to get that first map done and dusted. And talking of dust, that's where we're going next. Dust 2 will be our second map of the series. Now, it's an interesting one. It does seem like it's very difficult to put any sort of depth to Fnatic's analysis right now. I mean, you had some great stuff for VP, Chad, but with Fnatic, you said, I mean, let's just run with them for a moment, Henry.
Okay.
You said they have 3 good maps.
Yeah.
Dust 2 and Cobble were on that list.
And Cash.
And Cash.
Yeah.
Where are you pulling that from? Is that something they've said in interviews, or
so
is
yeah,
there,
like
is
I
there
said,
stats?
we interviewed
Okay.
Lecro, so we were kind of talking about how they're approaching their game right now. They're not going to any events. They're focusing on just getting the... Well, this was a couple of weeks ago, right? So the idea, sorry, just getting some interesting info there. So yeah, they said those are the maps they're focusing on right now. They want to get those solid, and then they'll expand from there. So Dust 2 makes sense, Cash makes sense. They're probably in terms of the fundamentals of the game, that's the map probably everyone knows how to play the most. It's one of the maps as well you can rely heavily on individual performances and just a basic team approach. So this makes sense for them to allow their big players to have these kind of maps. Dennis is an absolute beast on this map, especially on the pistol rounds. So it kind of makes sense, right, to have that as your first stepping stone as being a solid team.
Is that kind of something you would directly agree with, Chad? That it is, and this has always been the opinion, is that Dust 2 is the aimers map. The kind of the less strategy is necessary to find success. Would you agree with that, or there is definitely depth to be found on Dust?
It's a great idea to start with the basics. It's like basically a whole new team. They only got 2 guys left from the original roster, and then they've thrown in some unknown quantities here. So definitely that's a spot on point.
But the map by nature, I'm suggesting, like, is the map by nature, does it favour just good aim, strong aimers, and you don't need so much strategy?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's definitely some depth to it. I think a lot of teams, especially with the executes these days, have developed into quite an interesting kind of approach now. We've obviously got the smoke down CT spawn, the 2 smokes towards the long crossover, and then you're able to like almost lock in the AWP player. Like it's not as easy to hold it with an AWP anymore. G2 are probably the best at that execution, although they didn't really show it this weekend. They seem to forget they do that. Basically, the idea is the idea of the smokes along now is you either go for long control, you just smoke off towards the pit, and you're kind of segregating a player towards that pit area, and you're focusing on him. Then you fall back into more of a default play, wait for the reaction from the CTs, or you get the short control to start, smoking spawn, doing the same smokes but deeper up in towards the A sides, and then you're dropping down. And yeah, we could talk about that all day. My point is there is depth once you get to a solid point as a team. There are executions available.
You can check my YouTube video. I did a bit of babbling about Dust 2 on there, so check that out for some good
how
points
would
on
we
Dust 2.
find that, Sponge? If I was desperate to find your YouTube channel, where do I go?
I don't know what the URL is.
Oh, you don't actually know what it is?
Google.
Is it like one that's like KL capital 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Capital 5. What is wrong with me?
Capital 5.
Okay. That was our last points. Quickly though, predictions. Is it safe to assume VP have always been notoriously not very good at Dust 2? It's not been kind of high on their list. Do we lean towards the Swedes again here?
I'm with VP. They're bringing it into their map pool. I think I want to get behind them. I want them to win.
All right.
So I'm with VP.
He's keeping it political. How about you? You're going to
sticking with Fnatic.
Yeah, all right.
Got to keep it interesting, right?
Desk is split. Desk is split. And of course, in the interest of time, we would love to talk about that further. But instead, let's just get the game underway. Our second map of the night is about to go down. It's Dust 2 between Fnatic and VP.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, let's move right on along here to Dust 2, and they kind of teased it at the end. We don't see a lot of this map from VP at all, Lauren. No,
in the last couple of months, I guess like 3 months-ish, you only see it 3 times, but they have won every single time, and including that, there was an IP. Being able to take them down there, not exactly a bad feat at all.
They played the E-League finals at all?
I think they've played it during E-League. That was the main time. We've seen it once during Pro League, and that was against Dignitas. So again, they picked up wins here. But it's a newer addition to their pool, as kind of hinted on the desk. Whereas Fnatic have been very open, saying, you know what, we're looking at this one. This is one of our building blocks. This is one of our starting positions. We want to get under our belt. And so far they've looked good. This was the Fnatic that, well, this map with this Fnatic started to get people's attention on this map specifically, and obviously a couple of Cash as well was there. But let's see how this goes down. Versus probably on the CT side. He said it would be Fnatic, and Wenton has all the utility to play with, and Neo's going walkabouts.
The pistol here. Yeah, a lot for Wenton there. Double flash and smoke for him, so interesting to see how that one gets to put to use. while Neo and Pasha are being sort of kept busy here over on short, well, Fnatic are getting in position on long here. Twist is doing a great job of keeping them busy, and he gets himself a kill. That's just a bonus on top. The rest of Fnatic now making their way down long. It's a flash, but it's going to be an unnecessary one here. As now Twist, again, trying to harass, trying to keep Pasha busy, but now Fnatic have the site. It's going to have to be VP playing for the retake in a 4v4, but Neo is low.
Yeah, and they don't have any flashes, and Taz and Snacks don't have armor. But again, there may not be a bit of a problem here, because already Snacks gets off to a flying start, leaps up, hops up and down, and this always makes me nervous these days, because it actually works, which is the more worrying thing. But let's look at Fnatic's off-bar positions. They're kind of tucked in on the side still. Dennis, you know, the pistol arrow himself can do as much as he can, but it's not enough to seal the deal. He gets them low, he doesn't take them down, and the defuse will come through.
Interesting stuff there. Neo even going untouched in that little situation. He'll be able to achieve the defuse, and a decent idea for Fnatic. To be fair, their pistol round strats were also relatively interesting on Cobble. The problem is it just fell apart. So VP have won 3 so far, or 3 of 3 pistol rounds in this over these 2 best of 1s here. So again, not ideal for Fnatic, not really a great way for them to start off here. They can have all of the plans and the strats laid down for their T side, but they don't really get to experience or, you know, realize any of those until they get the decent guns in their hands, can actually stack up properly against VP here.
One bonus being they did plan in the first round, so they can buy into the third if needed. Or you know, obviously they can do. And 2 very different sides of VP at the moment. We saw that massive kind of attention towards mid in the first. We had about 3 players there just trying to keep tabs on Twist, essentially. Now a bit more of a default kind of play, and you know, we'll see if this works out. You just want to get, you don't want to get run over by just Glocks or just pistols. You know they're dangerous. We've seen it so often. There's one flash from Went, and he's probably just going to flash him up cap. Smoke can be put down to various spots. Maybe just the little close one could do it down towards CT if they wanted, so they can drop in. It's just the close smoke. They can drop wherever they want, or just try and make a play towards the side. Sadly, the flash didn't catch Snacks, so now he's just got a bunch of players just lining up for him. Beautiful work from him there. Gets 3, and they've not really lost out too much. Twist does find Snacks, but that means that they can hopefully recover that rifle upgrade, either Bialy or Taz. Be a bit of a loss if it does go down, and they don't actually recover it in the end. They weren't able to shoot it across to them, so they actually do lose out on a rifle there.
How interesting. Fnatic come in, of course. They didn't force round 2 after losing the pistol because they got the bomb down, which means they get that earlier buy in round 3, as Lauren did point out. Still, it's not that great, to be fair. They've got, I mean, a couple smokes to work with here. Flashes for everyone in AKs. So that should be enough for Fnatic to try and make something happen. It might not be the most elaborate execute, but it should be enough. Snacks getting chunked down very, very low. And so does Neo. Both of these Vanguards over on long A are being pressured heavily by Fnatic as they come through this smoke.
Yeah, Fnatic just going straight out on long. Just every single player committing out there. That was really nice. Or at least 3 players just full-on committed, getting towards just kind of right at the end there, and just try and dig down, dig deep, and just see if anyone would play into their hands. They already have the man advantage. So this is brilliant. VP looking for an answer back, but actually they just get found by Olofmeister, and they're actively searching for ways to get back into this one, and considering it was quite costly in round 2, this is certainly not going too well for them. Their buys could be incredibly shoddy going into the next round off the back of this, because Fnatic are keeping it clean. They, of course, want a bottom plant to really supplement and just kind of complement their money building, but Taz could cause issues, but Dennis is keeping a really good tab on it. Bialy's a little bit in between them all, but the bomb's on Cat, so again, he can be kind of pincered out of this unless he hits some of those blinders that we saw on Cobble.
Twist was the one that actually went back to check mid, and he had the bomb in hand, so Fnatic don't want to really advance until they've dealt with a couple of these players. Bialy goes for the peek there and falls immediately. Taz in mid, looking for a straggler, looking for a player that's basically just set to try and watch and he rotates, but no one from Fnatic really making themselves shown here. Olaf might be able to get the surprise, but Taz trying to spray down with the P90. It does work out, at least. We'll be able to get himself a rifle, but Dennis already coming forward. He doesn't want to give a gun away for free, but Taz able to pick it up just around the corner there. Fantastic 4 style with the long arms. Now I have to back away here in towards lower dark. Dennis not peeking. Taz will sneak away, getting away with it.
Trying to think if anyone's close enough to chase. They can still chase fairly well here. He's got to be careful with Dennis.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of time for him to lose out on this, and he does need to keep it to hand, so keeping cautious enough, and there he goes. Dennis will find it in the end, only losing out on Olaf, getting a plant, taking away all those rifles, all those guns from VP is pretty much put in a really bad spot. Their money's now not great. They get that kind of reset instantly. They don't get to build any economy up just yet. So this is going to be upgraded pistols, maybe a touch of utility to build a play into, basically, is all they can really hope for here. But Fnatic, we saw already that their rounds against Ecoed upsides are pretty robust at the moment. They didn't lose out on too many of those. They never really got caught out too much on Cobble. Let's see if that maintains to be the case. Twist, Olafmeister so confident out along, just not messing around. I love that.
A couple of bullets in his backside there from teammates as Fnatic are trying to set up, and this is a bit more vintage Olafmeister. I won't try and get ahead of ourselves here, as of course there's not much armor here on VP to speak of, but still, confidence for him. He still knows when to turn up the heat when he has to. And Neo will be sat in CT, has the Deagle trying to do something about it, but no, Fnatic turn it around really nicely from losing the pistol into saving the next round, and of course into buying 5 AKs and just smashing VP, only losing 1 player in the third. It's been a very good transition for them, despite losing the pistol.
Yeah, this is, as soon as they regain control, these have been clean rounds as well. That's the important thing to my eyes, is the fact that they're going to build up the money really, really nicely in quite a quick pace. And on the other side, VP are just trying to claw everything together. They do have the AWP on Stacks. He's going to be turning, going anti-flash towards long, tries to peek out and still gets caught out. That's Lekro. Whether it be Olafmeister, Lekro, it doesn't really matter. Everyone's providing these sort of kills, and the nade even catches Pasha. That is a huge bit of impact. Fnatic sacrificed Dennis, sure, but they gained so much off the back of that.
And Olafmeister's up on short there. He's already made his way through mid as Bialy was more smoked off. We're not able to challenge this. Still, the smoke had come in from Neo. This will make it a little bit more difficult for Olaf to challenge in the near future. Neo needs to be careful. He knows people are coming at him from long. He knows he has scant seconds to respond to this. Taz is trying to bail him out of trouble, trying to help him there. Lekro falls down after being tagged. Something must have happened there, but their Twist is going to find Neo, and Olafmeister there bided his time over on short at least and waited. So did Bialy though. Nice little turnaround here with a 2v2. Twist still needs to pick up the bomb. He can pick that up safely. I must have fallen off one of the ledges or something on really low health.
It doesn't do damage on the A site. I don't know. We'll have to watch you back. Twist has recovered the round. I don't think you... Did he have nades left? I don't know. I want to watch the replay back. Maybe you could catch it in one of the glimpses, because I'm really curious. I don't think there's any way you can fall enough to do damage to yourself from there. That's just
unless you jump off the top of the box on towards like the...
Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Can you jump off of like... Yeah, I don't know, dude.
I'm not sure. Why? Why would you do that, though?
Don't know.
I don't know. I'll watch it back, just out of curiosity's sake. Just because that came down to a 1v1. That went from a really favourable situation down to a 1v1. Now Virtus.pro on the upgraded pistol, because again, their economy's just shoddy. And Dennis, these openers Fnatic are providing from several players are massive at the moment. Wherever they go, whether it be the long take, B take, short, doesn't matter. They've always seemingly got someone ready and waiting. Twist. Even catching one on long there with just the Glock, and Snacks will at least recover something out of this, but not a great deal, actually.
Yeah, this is what you said, though, about Fnatic's anti-eco rounds. They're very sensible on them a lot of the time here. And they're backing up their entries. They're playing it fairly seriously. Even if they're not maybe setting up their push with a ton of utility, per se, they're still making sure that they don't give away cheap kills to their opponents, which makes it harder for a CT-sided team or a team on the CT side to sort of break back into rounds like that. If they get sort of shut down on their sort of eco rounds or force rounds, as it were, when they're trying to make something happen, super hard to get back in the game after falling behind. So Twist now, looking towards those mid doors, and Pasha a little bit further push forward on towards short here. He gets the trade. But it's Fnatic, they'll be happy enough with that one now, as he's going to put a lot of pressure on Neo, as he could be pinched on towards his side 1v3.
They're surrounded on all fronts, but Snacks on a quick flank. That's going to make a bit of a difference here. Now they can focus on long. Lekro's already got himself up towards the side. Has to be careful of those flames. Doesn't want to go down again, but it's Olafmeister to find Neo. And we're back down to a 3v3. So let's see where that bomb's already at. So it's crossed over, and it's going to be going down. I don't think they can particularly stop it. The mollies are coming in, but Twist has just managed to avoid them. Backs out well, smokes up to allow his teammates some more freedom. Maybe a little bit of a waste, but used nonetheless. And the flash will catch Taz, and now the retake begins. Lekro already stops it before it starts. Twist holding the angle, a little bit of a shoulder peek from Bialy. Gives him a bit of freedom, and gets the frag too. We're down to 2v2.
Yeah, and now Lekro having to spray down through the smoke just to try and keep VP in arm's bay, but it's not going to work. Trades out, and then Bialy takes down Olafmeister. Nice little push here for Fnatic up onto that point. They had plenty of utility, of course, and VP managed to get in with some of those Molotovs and make Fnatic sweat just that bit more. Came down to the 1v1 there. Bialy coming out on top, gets himself an AWP, and that's the in that VP were looking for. Otherwise, failing that round, they would have been struggling. Even now, the money's not very good.
No, certainly not. UMP for Taz. Ugh, not good at all. Against a fully put up Fnatic, you know, everything you'd want sitting on that side, still with like a nice 2k buffer on most of the players.
Can still pretty much spread money over 4 AK buys next round if they lose.
Really, really nice here. And look at this spawn from Olafmeister, straight into long, no messing around, loses it. Snacks quicker on the trigger, already had it under wraps, and Pasha's getting aggressive. Virtus.pro aren't taking this laying down. They're going to try and push up here now, keep this advantage building. And, oh my word, beautiful pick up. The timing was just working out well, and even predicting maybe Dennis being here. it. Pasha, what a round from him. 3 kills, big kills at that, gets the bomb at top mid. Can't make it fall.
You see the difference between VP trying to go for CT aggression when they're behind in the round and when they sort of open up and they start well. So here they're already sort of throwing Fnatic into disarray, and you can see Pasha with the freedom to push up mid and get those 3 kills. Now, a few rounds ago, VP already lost 2 players. Nice by Twist there to find Neo just through the doors. VP falling behind, like a 3v5, and still, you know, getting aggressive in these 1v1s, wanting to take Angels, wanting to drag themselves, kicking and screaming back into the round. Doesn't work out that way. But this is an excellent position for the Poles, despite Twist a little bit of acrobatics there with the AWP. He will get himself the bomb. That's hardly the issue. It's about getting access to these sites. Pretty much all the routes.
If he kills Bialy, he can get towards A.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's going to check instantly. No, not quick enough. That's the thing. When we have X-ray on, when we have the map and all this sort of stuff, and you guys at home have it as well, of course, you can sit there and go, well, if only, why wouldn't you check? Look, you know, but then there's just as much of a chance that the guy could be up on short. You know, it's simply a gamble, and sometimes you'll get that instinct, sometimes you'll get that feeling, sometimes you have information from prior, but for him, there's 3 players alive, and I have no idea where they are.
And that's not a situation that Fnatic have been in yet in this map, so you can't go like, oh, I know Bialy has a tendency to do this late round. Oh, fail flash there, bouncing back at Fnatic, but still enough goes in the direction of Pasha to force him back for a moment. Just gives him pause though now as he flashes just around the corner. Trades again. Still decent situation for the T side. They're going to get that 1 less player over on the A side, but they don't press their advantage any further. Nice by Snacks. That's very Cajun BS, that sort of early little peek towards lower tunnels there just at the start of the round to give yourself a man advantage. Nicely done. A Fnatic are left with 3.
If you're a Fnatic, of course, you would want to exploit the fact that you had a 4v4 on the T side at that point by trying to split them up. So that player being in that pinch position could have been huge for them. That being taken down from Snacks frees them up. So now Virtus Pro can just sit 2-2 on either side. They could choose to do it another way, but that's what they've gone for here. Neo towards Cat, Snacks towards maybe Goose a little more than anything. Olofmeister gets reminded. Shot. Yeah, pretty much. He's getting the info pretty much there. It's just, I'm going to have to sacrifice something. Either I take the full peek and get every bit of info, or do I just shoulder peek, maybe take some damage and just find out where they are. So it's going to be the B hit coming through. You've got Taz playing in that close left corner. And actually with the pop flash, that can still do work. Set up Bialy, who has the molly, the smoke, and the other flashes. So even all the mollies can start reaching right about now. He doesn't actually flash out. There's a team flash coming through for him. He did do damage, but it's not enough. Look at Olofmeister. The power this man is providing so far, with the others as well, is bringing Fnatic back into this round.
And I like this, actually. Fnatic just leave Dennis, allow him to cross towards the side. The rest of them, they pull back. Olof's going to have to wrap fairly quickly here from mid. So he needs to hope his teammates, yep, perfect. Smoke down now. This is going to give Olofmeister some time to wrap through without having to run and make too much sound and maybe wake the dead in that regard. And just perfect setup there for Fnatic. They've by enough time. Neo's left on his own. The site was got 2 players on there, canvassed out. A very good way to break back in here for Fnatic after a little bit of an unfortunate one. And VP, their economy is shattered yet again. They just haven't been able to stabilize whatsoever. It is that CT-sided economy, which can be a bit of a nightmare if you don't manage it well. And Fnatic break back in around like that really nicely. Olof, excellent entry to that B site, those first couple of kills. But Taz was preempted out of his little hidey hole there, unfortunately, with the UMP. There's only so much you can do when there's a molly at your feet.
Dangerous game in mid there, crossing back and forth.
Bialy's just trolling him, I'm not sure.
Teasing them at this point, and Dennis, gotta be a little careful. There is one Deagle up there that could certainly do the work, but Pasha's so desperate for that CT aggression. You could see him pushing up Cap before pushing up Long. He's only got the CZ and the upgraded pistol, so why not try and make something happen? It's all about, I guess, gambits at this point, and the big old nade from Lake Road is going to find his feet. But yeah, it's all about that kind of making a play happen, because you can't just sit back and wait for it, obviously, on these sort of rounds. You've got to try something, and a little bit of a crossfire in mid, just, locking down a couple of angles. And so far, Fnatic keeping it very clean. This is something that, again, I'm very impressed with. That flash was just not deep enough. Didn't get punished for it, but still, Bialy's going to fall back, find a new position. And Fnatic just keep chipping away at Virtus Pro. Yeah,
there are a series of like aggressive plays and crossfires trying to be set up, or Virtus Pro are trying to set them up here at the moment. None of them have worked out thus far. You could see that Fnatic breezed through mid fairly comfortably, even though Snacks, I think it was able to get away with it or escape from that one. Now finds himself here with just that CZ in a spot where he can sort of jump up and get one of those sort of freak headshots or cause problems, but you can see Lekro purposely sitting back now as well in a good position to catch him off. And will be Taz. 3 players here for VP trying to work in from CT. There it is. Snacks finds that headshot we were just talking about. Now it's Taz's turn to step up, and he does. He gets the deagle in there, but Lekro finally deciding that he's had enough of this nonsense. Bialy able to pick up a deagle from the fallen body of Taz, but that's a very tough angle to make it work with Olaf moving across there, and Snacks will try and challenge with the CZ up close. Lecro purely just going to jump down, allow Olofmeister to step forward and take the shot. He definitely doing a bit more heavy lifting in this map. Fnatic, not as clean as I would have liked it to be. Virtus.pro not getting too much done with the group in towards CT with the pistols there.
No, and their money's still complete trash. Look at this. Famas is having to come through, limited amounts to play with, no kit. Really far from perfect. They at least have the AWP, I guess, on Snacks, but any early deficit is a bit grim. Snacks is looking for a way back into this. Oh, can't quite hit the shot through the barrel. Right in the middle there is Wenton, I'm pretty sure, up there, just kind of cowering, trying to cling on to his life. He does manage to make it away eventually, but a little bit of a dangerous start there. Could have been a big pickup for Virtus.pro, but wasn't to be the case. Now, at the moment, Fnatic still have all of those mollies to put to these corners, so this could be a slow one.
You see Fnatic now very much just grouping towards Longhouse. We saw Pasha here last round aggressing from the CT side with that CZ, hoping to get something done before getting naded and scattered across to the 4 wins. So, yeah, Fnatic maybe trying to figure out exactly what VP have as well, gun-wise, because this is a little bit of a weird one with double Famas coming in and limited utility for the poles. They have no smokes left. So after this salvo of those sort of billows out and blows out, and that's going to be it for VP in terms of stall mechanics, essentially. As Olofmeister there as well manages to take that fight. I believe that was in towards lower dark, so that was Snacks getting picked up around mid here, but Pasha's going to be ready to receive here on short. Nice work. Shuts down 2 players. The molly went over his left shoulder, so he was able to stand ahead of that and make it work. Olof goes in for a peek, gets information, sees 2 players, backs away, waiting for a bit of CT aggression. He knows that Pasha's the kind of player that's going to provide that kind of thing, but it doesn't matter. Neo comes forward. It's a 2-man setup going into this salvo, and Twist falls there to the USP of Pasha. It's a bloody brawl over here on short, but VP come out on top, and now Lecro with it all to do in a 1v3, and Pasha is picked himself up an AWP, and the bomb is just in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely relentless on shore there to make something happen, but Lecro now pulls it back. Now, this nade can do work. If that finds Pasha...
Oh, peace. What? Oh, okay, right. Taz picks Lecro there as he jumps down.
Oh, if that had hit. That could have been deadly. But no, Pasha there being, again, the redeeming factor for Virtus.pro to my eyes. His aggression, his work on Cat has been lovely. He had the support from Neo there that time, so both of them were able to kind of work off each other, but he's been making plays, and you know, it's tricky to make plays on this map on the CT side. It's not an easy one. It's very, very tough, especially when you're behind. You don't have that full utility to put into place to allow yourself that little bit of an unlock. But now I can see Neo on the double AWP here with Snacks. So again, a little bit of a difference here, but Virtus.pro finally have some money to play with.
Fnatic still come to the round with a reasonable amount of utility to put to their use. I guess they actually didn't get to use most of it last round because they got completely roadblocked there on towards short by Pasha and Neo coming with the double peak scenario. Twist now on lower dark, not seeing anything on towards short there. Wenton's already gone ahead to find it. A flash came in over the top by Bialy or Neo, whichever it was who are watching mid right now. Bialy still has a Famas there, so wasn't able to upgrade that via the last round. And that bomb slowly in the hands of Olofmeister on to the right of your screen there if you're looking at Neo. So he will make his way down in towards mid, and also Wenton is converging. Couple flashes here, so obviously very, very easy for Fnatic to pop flash this and try and push on towards Neo. Bialy's not going to be there to help him, so Neo ideally wants to make himself scarce. He throws the smoke in. We'll have to see if this deters Fnatic or not, as it doesn't seem to be the case. Neo doesn't want to overstay his welcome, but also wants to get information about what's happening on short and even a pig. So Wenton keeps himself out of range. There comes the pop flash in now. Neo, yep, good idea. Just going to back away here to the boxes. So Fnatic incrementally makes some ground here, just bit by bit. Now Neo can peek, gets on towards Wenton. That's a good start, but no one else forthcoming. Now shot through the door, and he just gets completely filled with shards of wood, even as those bullets were coming through the woodwork. It's going to be Lecro to find Bialy, and now Taz. Oh, it's our favourite cast spot from the man. 2 kills for him, and finally shut down by Lecro. So Fnatic haven't even planted the bomb yet. That was left in the open. Dennis was forced to go and pick it up.
The big damage from the nade going to come through, just making a little bit of a situation worse there for Twist, but Pasha's got a really nice angle. I think he had almost a little bit of a glimpse of Twist then. Just the back turn, but now position now noted. This surely can't work out. He's been providing wonderful plays so far, but not against an AWP and a pre-positioned rifle in the hands of Twist. Not going to be happening. So, Fnatic do just about edge forward, 7-5. They stabilize, and now Virtus.pro have to deal with those repercussions. As you said, it's a punishing mistress, the CT side. You know, when you build up the money, it's a glorious time to be alive.
I find it very stressful playing CT side on this map.
It especially does too. I don't know what it is about the map, but I find it so hard to implement or work around those lesser buys. I feel it's so tricky, even on the upgraded pistols, to make it happen. But you're seeing it here again now. Before, it was quite brute forcey from Fnatic, just kind of taking themselves into sight. We're seeing again, gorgeous stuff from Twist. I have been consistently impressed with this man as to what he's been doing, and Snacks gets spotted out as well. Call gets put over towards Dennis, Olaf waits towards Long, and you're just seeing the veterans going back and forth there.
So one of the biggest things you need in an anti-eco situation like this, especially against Tease, is patience. Right? Normally you're told, and your mindset is to get aggressive and try and push in towards sites and be strong and take action, of course, and set things up on sites with a bit of utility. But and around like that, you can see people like Olafmeister sitting behind Longhouse, waiting for the push to come to him, waiting. And Virtus.pro always seeming to provide some of that aggression. Obviously, they're a team that likes a bit of that CT aggression, especially early in the round. And when they're on pistols, they're going to try even more. But it's CT side. It's a punishing mistress, and it's also a double eco for the Poles.
Yeah, a bit of a stack at Long this time for them. Not a bad idea. Fnatic have been going there on quite a regular basis. The nades don't really work out too well, and Wentz has now flashed them up. He does spot out one just above the fire and the flames there, but can he find the rest? There's still 2 players in the smoke, but he has the support from Twist. Now, Twist has kept this in check, but will they expect Neo? Surely not. Neo's right behind him. He does get the deal. Oh, and he follows it up so perfectly towards Wenton. That's changed this. That could have made a big impact if maybe Taz found one, but it's not the case. The bomb's at B, and this is all but done. But Neo just showing some real nice class there for himself.
Good moment from him. In fact, he didn't even know that Wenton was in the pit, because as Wenton crossed over the ledge and dropped into pit, I mean, Neo was flash, and there was smoke in his way as well. Very intricate setup by VP there as well to try and give themselves a fighting chance in that one. So many flashes coming in from Fnatic as well. It was very, very hard for them to actually get anything done whatsoever. So if you're Neo, you're satisfied with grabbing an AK here. Yep. 5 rounds here on the CT side. It's not bad for VP. Obviously, after having to go for pistols and then a pistol force in this round with a bit of utility to back it up, that's kind of where you want to get the round here. But VP have to be satisfied with sort of waiting, being patient, and buying up on the next. And it still won't be the best buy either. We'll have a little bit, but I think the least, it's 43.50 for a Pasha here. So it's okay. We know how expensive those M4s can be to get your hands on, though. And you can see what kind of money is being expended in that regard. So Neo is going to be stuck with a deal here, as he did. I think he passed an M4 over to Pasha here. No, he's got a saved AK. It's fine.
That's not too bad.
Oh God.
The Dak's out.
Get back, son. I mean, that is the quintessential.
Great.
That's how you counter a player with a Dak, or as we like to call it, the auto sniper rifle. I mean, it takes 2 shots obviously to kill with that auto sniper. 1 headshot or 1 shot with an AWP can counter it out. So, if you guys are playing
that's
them,
really awkward. It's that horrible exchange. You're like, I've got my nade out, he's going to repeat.
This happens to Pasha so much today. Yeah. Tonight especially, he's actually often being caught with weird timings while he has a grenade in his hand. It's just kind of, I don't blame him, it's kind of really unfortunate, if I'm honest. Anyway, Bialy picks up Wenton as he tries to pressure in through the mid, and the bomb's going B via backyard. It was Twist that was carrying it. But in the meantime, Twist comes to the site and realizes it's only Dennis there to help him. It's 2 AWPs now that has to make the entry, and Taz very classy. Just a couple taps there with the M4. And just to finish off there on towards Dennis, bravely faces down 2 players with AWPs and gives Virtus.pro that 6th round in the half. Not a terrible note to finish on here. If VP can find that killer edge, the killer instinct on the T side, they'll be fine.
The one thing I would say is that if you remove away the amount of pistols won by Virtus.pro, this would be a very different looking game, I'd feel. At least scoreline-wise. Again, second half could be completely different depending on that start.
At least in this case, I mean, it wasn't that Virtus.pro got 3 rounds.
They went 2 and, yeah.
Still not good. So this is a pistol round now that Fnatic really do want to win. Let's see, though, if VP can keep pushing him out. A pistol for VP will make things even Stevens after the break. We'll see you when we return for the second half of Dust 2. Well, it was a hard-fought pistol round that gave Virtus Pro the peek into this game, but very quickly, Fnatic turned things on their head, messing with the Pulse budget on the CT side quite a lot early on, and VP had to scrape things out to a 6-9 round half-time. Now, VP going towards the T side here, and we're looking, obviously, to see what Fnatic can do. Pistol rounds, ever so important by this part of the night. It's become a bit of a theme. You've got Dennis, you've lost 3 so far out of 3 pistol rounds. We'd like to see maybe Fnatic get one there as well, and that would put him in a very dominant position here.
Massively so. It feels like such a common thing that we've been saying throughout this, how important they are, but these games honestly are getting so much closer because of just 0 pistol round wins really for Fnatic. They need to pick it up, and as you said, when you have a player like Dennis available to you, it's surprising to not see him having that big impact. He's not really been there in the pistols just yet. He's had pistol moments, don't get me wrong. There's been a couple of crazy CZs here and there, but there's not been that impact in that moment. So for me, I want to see that happen for him. Hopefully we get to see a bit of a competitive game, make Virtus Pro play those gun rounds out, because this looks far more competitive to me than Cobble did.
We'd like to see those moments of some aggression from Virtus Pro here. Generally at the start of the round, it's quite nice to see, but Pasha coming up mid there, once the initial advantage had been eked out for Virtus Pro, enabled him to get 3 kills and really set Fnatic rolling. But despite this, Fnatic putting together a couple chains of rounds here and there to give them 9 overall. And it all started, of course, with sort of messing with Virtus Pro's flow in those first couple rounds. So let's see how this all plays out. 10 seconds coming into this one. Of course, we'll be back on with a pistol. I mean, so far this game, Olafmeister, again, up to his old tricks, but Twist with 19 frags from the half. Definitely worth a mention. We're seeing some really nice individual moments again. I just want to... What's that?
Where's Wenton been?
It's been quiet for him. Yeah, and we talked to Henry on the desk. He says, coaching and IGLing and having a low score is a bit of a cop-out, he says. There's not much of an excuse, so we need to see more from Wenton, even if he is being groomed to be the IGL here.
I hate the phrasing of being groomed. It doesn't have any positive sort of intentions in my mind.
If you groom a cat, you comb the fur, put a bow in the hair, or whatever.
Bows in your cat. All right. Let's move on, because I want to make some terrible jokes that just will probably get me fired.
I was on that one.
I won't even be near New York at this point, but so far this is Bialy's round. This is 4 kills, right? Now, it started off being like, okay, he's got a couple of kills. He's got the ace. What is that? Can we just appreciate where that just came from? Because he just like individually picked apart a kind of default play from Fnatic. It's just like, can Fnatic ever win a pistol now? It just doesn't seem like they can.
Well, not today. I mean, and you know what? So many times we watch Flipside. It's a good example. Who are a team, in my opinion, who have stupid amounts of potential, but they lose a lot of games, and we sit at the desk, and we're like, yeah, well, didn't win any pistol, did they? That's kind of why they lost. And yet, Fnatic are still ahead. They won their first map, although it was close. But this is where Virtus Pro get back to 9-9 at the least here. Very, very much so. I mean, we're forcing deagles here for Fnatic, of course. They're sick of this nonsense of having to play from behind every single half. Or at least it feels that way for them now, being obviously not well armed. So they're going to go into this one, and VP want to work down long. We've got Pasha up the front there with the P90. There's not going to be anyone attending here for Fnatic, and now the smoke comes in. They're going to get access to this site quite easily.
Yeah, almost all players going towards the side self as well. Bialy's up there, runs up there. Taz just holding back by the cars, and Dennis looking for some of that magic. He's getting absolutely nothing here. Virtus Pro being the brick wall facing them. Not a single frag to be picked up just yet, and there it is. Finally, Olafmeister cracks things back, possibly for Fnatic, but no kit, nothing much more. They do recover a rifle, which is actually lovely, but for Virtus Pro, this is exactly what they need. Build up well, keep clean numbers, chase them down, get that rifle away, everything they want here. Neo's got the Mac 10, you've got a P90 on Pasha. He can run that into the 3rd round really nicely. I know he likes to play with it as well, so not too surprising. Snacks with the UMP, they can afford to go hunting somewhat. Not really opting to go too far here, not going into the jaws of what Fnatic could have.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably still having, sort of flashbacks to the first half there where they gave Fnatic an opening, and Fnatic obviously able to scavenge most of their weapons in the 3rd round, I believe it was, after saving for just pistols and actually being able to buy up because they got the first plant. So VP would like a smoother transition here because they don't really want to self-sabotage this attempt at bringing the scores even. And Fnatic, it's so funny about Fnatic, they play their anti-eco so well. Like Virtus Pro, at no stage were they able to take Fnatic by surprise on these like half-buys or forces or, pistol rounds at all. Fnatic were like, no, we're not letting you get in here. But I'm giving over these pistols already puts them behind the 8 ball. And Fnatic's gun rounds were also very, very good. So now VP. Don't want to give them any opportunities because we know what they can do with it. Snacks though, nice little moment there with the UMP.
Control.
Bit of money made as well, no less. And Olaf behind the smoke, there's a gap, there's an AK in his hands. There's a spray down on towards Snaps, he does connect it. And Lecro there getting involved with the pistols. This is exactly what Virtus.pro didn't want to happen. But I've got two players make it one because Lecro's still making things happen there. That was over through mid. I don't know how he picked that shot up. And now Dennis hoping to emulate the efforts of his teammate here, just dancing.
Barrel dance,
Taz,
apparently.
It's
just hit the shot, my man. Hit the shot. This is the time you need to provide it and deliver. Lecro's got a Mac 10. You should win this. You have 31 HP, sure, it's not great. That smoke's dissipating. Where do you think he is now, Taz? Work it out. Here we go. Check CT, but he doesn't check Cat. He made his choice. It was a 50-50 almost at that point, but Lecro was waiting on Catwalk, gets the kill, and they turn it on its head. And off the back of that kind of extended fight with Olafmeister, everyone else capitalized on that at the same time, getting a couple of frags off the back, and that horrific battle over by Long by the barrel just didn't work out.
And this is why I talked about self-sabotage, right? Virtus.pro didn't want to do that, but Lecro gets I don't know how many deagle kills straight up mid there, despite Dennis having his own problems with it. Around for Fnatic here is just far more than you expect. And the fact that they come out of this with double AWP straight into the mix, whereas Bialy's only got a Tech 9, yeah, there was Virtus.pro's window. It was wide open. They were there. They were ready to make the jump, but Fnatic just hold on now.
Ooh, nice.
Good timing. Twist throwing a HC there, if I'm not mistaken.
And even just Virtus.pro's approach then, trying to play ahead of the mid-smokes, but Dennis and Olafmeister are both here. This is worrying, both watching this cross, should I say. It's Lecro on B with Olafmeister, not at the same site, of course. But the great pop flash will make them just be hindered. They can't approach the site anymore. They're caught up by the smoke, and Lecro just giving us a masterclass of how to play around the smoke. He's trying to get the spam shot just on towards the box, but sadly, Virtus.pro were no longer there. Taz and Pasha already pushed off, playing a little bit of ground combat on this one. Not going to find much more there. Olafmeister can't hit the shot on the cross, and they do make it through. Taz going to try and plant, but it's a 2v3, and Pasha's got a lot to watch here if they want to get this one done.
Pasha just needs to behave himself here, not force himself through this one. Actually, not too bad. Taz trades himself into a 1v1. Now, not really sure. I mean, he knows Dennis is there. He looks towards tunnels, maybe not realizing that he's actually in the 1v1 situation. Oh, he had to set that up so much better, but Dennis comes around and picks him off just as he was
drunk. It was just like casually looking around.
Why was he looking into his tunnels? Didn't he know? He must not have known he was in a 1v1 already.
Oh man, okay, so you know how long it takes normally for a flash to pop, right? So for him, he obviously considered that as a pop flash coming in, or a flash of any variety, right? But it was bounding off like 4 walls. It was just like, I'm just going to just look around and hope for the best. Like, what's going on, Taz? He's having a mare of a game. Like, he's actually not doing bad scoreboard-wise, but the last couple of rounds, oof, not pretty, not pretty. But still, they're still in this game, 11-8. The money, not good, though. That's a big deficit now. Now they're in a bit of a pickle. They need to get a bomb plant. They need to really start building back here. But Twist, look at the money he's about to be making here. This is brilliant stuff. All denied as soon as they stepped in front of that smoke, and Fnatic get another on the board. Virtus.pro, where have you gone? Come on, you've got to build back into this. They know they can. They've got some incredible power. They've been showing it so far. Individuals has had moments. Where's the Pasha from the CT side? The aggressive, incredibly powerful Pasha that we saw coming up. Cat every now and then. I want to see that back here, because so far they've been giving an absolute schooling by Fnatic.
Well, VP can't even get bomb plants as well. That was what they were hoping for last round. And to be fair, on that, if you think back to the pistol round as well, they had such good side control because there was no one challenging them at long, but this time they go forward short and they are just mowed down by UMPs, and Twist is going to keep that one. This is fair enough to bring it into this round, build up a little bit of a buffer here. If Fnatic keep going, they'll be able to buy for the rest of the game if that's going to be them winning out. Wenton not being challenged here towards long. It's going to be Snacks and Taz grouped up towards mid, and the closest player is Twist, who only has a UMP and doesn't really look to challenge right now, so patient play from him. 3 players from VP moving on towards short. It will be Dennis, the only one to receive, because Wenton is actually still out towards long house or close to it. So Dennis will have to hold his own for at least 5 to 7 seconds.
And this is actually really hard to hold on your own. For me, I'd prefer maybe an AWPer to be playing it by the cars. It's just personal preference from what I enjoy watching, but Dennis is incredibly good at this. And obviously, as you said, you know, if Wenton pulls himself up from long, he can certainly support here as well. But surely the plan will be up soon. Twist isn't that close either. He can go on a long flank or come into CT, but here comes the hit. And Virtus.pro have a good shot at this. This is the thing. Dennis is still very much alone, but he finds a brilliant angle, spots the bomb, drops it out of Pasha's hands, and now has 4 players slowly but surely encroaching. Another great flash comes in. Dennis gets set up for more, and now we're down to 2. Virtus.pro get worked away at by Fnatic in sheer power. And now Snack Shaw has made it look close, but he's only got 7 HP.
Yeah, one more ticket that Molotov would have done him in. It's going to be Lecro in CT, and Olafmeister going to wrap around from long. No bomb planted here as well, even worse for Virtus.pro. Dennis, I mean, you didn't have to go out there like, you know, Spartacus and kill everyone. He just played for time so well. Olaf gets the finish on towards Snax through the box, and you can see one flash out, bought him a few seconds. Virtus Pro had to wait. He had the second in his hand, and then he saw some of Virtus Pro's utility coming in over the top. He makes himself scarce. He picks only the right side of the box. Only once Virtus Pro are fully committed to this A side. He wasn't firing towards short. He was firing across the A side as Virtus Pro had already made their way up there. And a additional flash coming in from a teammate, I believe, or
Probably
maybe it was a HE. Yeah, really helped him just get that one done. Just impressive. That's how you hold your nerve in pressure situations.
Yeah, it really is, actually, to be honest. It's just showing his class again. This is one of the greats here. That's the point. He's such an experienced player. But Twist now can be creating the crossfire. You can see Olafmeister waiting, baiting them in, making them walk through the blender in mid, and now Snax has nothing, and he goes down.
I know, this is pretty sick from Fnatic, especially on an individual level there. Wento really played his part in the previous round, and I'm happy on it. Yeah, he's 4-17, but again, I'm not really too worried about his performance in that regard at all, because a lot of Fnatic's strats are orchestrated not around him, and as other players, as spearheads. You know, Dennis to receive pushes, to bend like a sapling and snap back in the face of VP as they try and push.
Yeah, how many plays have we seen directly towards Long here? Not too many. So again, he's not had much play yet on the CT side. There's been other players greeting them very quickly.
Sure.
But now, as I think we've just spotted there, double up on the T side. Snax and Pasha running this. I guess when you're back still, you've got to bring out something.
I feel like this pace, oh well, maybe not in this case. The totem pole of Orpness there is going to pick up Olafmeister, but I don't know, I feel like this pace has suited Fnatic thus far. Players like Dennis very sort of, you know, settled in the way that they receive these pushes, but Molotov's coming out on the B side there. Snax with the AWP, finds on towards Twist as well. This is excellent. I mean, you're supposed to get picks and work from the outsides of sides here, not just blunder your way down the middle and get those kills. Incredible stuff here, all players making it happen. But Dennis now might just be fed up with this nonsense. He comes through the mid, picks up Taz, and still Snax and Pasha are still working towards mid or looking for an opportunity there. VP have a lot of map control, and with their smokes on short, they can sort of rest easy, no one's going to go for aggressive picks on them, or at least it's not likely anyway.
Yeah, this is so hard for Fnatic to hold on to. Virtus have the numbers advantage. They have everything they need to in this, in theory, to just build this round up. This should be, you know, not one and done necessarily, but it should be in the bag. 4 players against 3. They already have players up cat. Snax is waiting, just praying that Lekro would dare go for it. Now, who's that on A? So it's actually going to be Wenton. So, oh, and the timing's not going too well. Oh my god, he still gets it, Pasha? Didn't expect that, and now Wenton's making up for a very quiet performance so far. 2 big kills, spots out where they're coming from. Quick flash towards CT, blinds up Dennis, but it's down to a 2v2. Snax already low. Can be tricky, but he's got the AWP and he's got the bombs. He needs to be one to plant this. Neo has to play the babysitting role, keep him safe while he does this, pretty much. Playing from the cars, waiting for the push-up, and bomb is down.
There are kits available for both Fnatic players here, but look at this aggression going towards CT. What are you doing? Snax goes for it there. Tries to make something big happen, but the hero play gets thrown back in his face, and that was where Virtus Pro could have shut things down. They could have tried to pacify Fnatic, starting to build up. But no, it's going to be Dennis straight up towards the bomb site, proud as a peacock to get the defuse and put Fnatic on match point.
That was...
What?
Sometimes you got to make big plays, Mitch. But that was probably not the time. I'll just bang it down to CT with my AWP. All right?
Okay, like seriously, is that like a lack of information players? Or like maybe I could go CT and control? Because he's got a player on long. So if you're doing this, you must surely think, oh, they can only come from short.
It, but,
okay.
Still.
Did you expect 2 plays there as well? Because it's reasonable to think 1 short, 1 CT in that case.
Why does Lekro have an AUG?
Because he's probably throwing it back in Neo's face, actually. Remember that phase when Neo could play in the AUG? I remember so many Overpass games where we played that, and it was disgusting because it worked, but it's like, hey, Neo, are you mad? You can't even afford this, bro. my Gucci AUG. What you got?
I hate the AUG. The thing is, it does have viable positions, and it is... You know those people who can do the analysis breakdown of why it's viable? It can be kind of explained, but I still don't like it. Anyway, Dennis and Olaf both back on the AWP here. We do have that short play seemingly coming out again, but this time, I don't see it going so well, or well, about the same as it went before, if I'm completely honest.
Let's be real. The AUGs for COD players transitioning over towards CS. That's really what it's for.
It's really not.
And eventually they learn.
We don't do that.
Well, I mean, speak for yourself, but...
I do.
You're going to have to in this case, given the disparity between our skill levels at Counter-Strike. However, Dennis now, again, like, his patience here is just really putting himself in such good situations, but he's spoiled for choice. That's the problem. He gets Neo at the very least now on a smash. I guess a flash going out on towards Bialy. Going to slow him up on towards the side. Dennis doesn't care. He is the menace of your Nightmares and gets a little tag on, and that's going to be Fnatic. Wrap it up in a pink bow instead of back to Poland. Nicely done there. A much more convincing finish on Dust 2 than what we saw on that previous map. Patient play pays dividends, and Fnatic taking it all the way to the bank.
Yeah, for me, my eyes were set towards Dennis throughout that game, and sure, he didn't live up to the Pistolero title he gets given a lot of the times, but outside of that, on the buy rounds, on the AWPs, you know, whatever he had, he made it work really, really well, and he was able to lock down that site on the CT side so comfortably with just, you know, that minimal spot coming from Wenton, the really nice flashings, good timing off the back, really nice little crossfires. It was just really enjoyable to watch, and sadly for VP, you know, I wanted to see more from that match, if I'm completely honest.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, no pistols won for Fnatic reflects kind of badly on them, but also even worse on VP, because they get that advantage, they get the momentum running at the start of the map and aren't able to do anything with it. Their gun rounds seem to be lacking, and on an individual level, you did point out there were some streakiness displayed from some of these players here where they were hot and cold a few times. We saw a moment from Pasha, still waiting for the return to the vintage Pasha, but we will still be waiting for that one. Now let's go over towards the desk as Alex and Co break it down a little bit more for us.
Perfect stuff. Thank you very much, Pansy and Uber. Indeed, let's try and expand upon the points they were making at the caster desk just to start us off. They were suggesting that despite not winning a single pistol, Fnatic come away with 2-0. Of course, that's VP conceding 2 additional losses, now putting them, I think that's 5 and 7 or 8. In fact, I had it in front of me.
I think you're correct there.
Yes, okay, so they were 5 and 6 prior to this. So 2 losses for them. Conceding all the pistol rounds, Fnatic still picking up the win. Much more convincing on Dust 2, Chad. I mean, this has been a bit of a... I don't want to say we've been rude about VP, but off air we have had a lot of criticism towards the Polish side over these last 2 matches.
It looked like they wanted to get that game over and done with real quick. With the ecos, they're all just running in together. I know people say, oh, you spread out too much in ecos and stuff, but they were just like 5-man rushing until everyone was dead. Like, I don't know what was going on.
No structure. But I mean, even with weapons in their hands, like we weren't necessarily impressed by some of their executes.
No, when they did the A execute, Henry was saying that they didn't even do it right. The first time we saw them do it, they didn't drop that man down to CT. When we saw them do it then against Dennis and he just kept flicking him with the AWP, didn't work so well for him either. But they went 5 guys across the bridge into the site and they just got mopped up. And
so that's basically the tactic I was describing in that log segment. I'm not going to do it again, but I'm just going to say it in. But obviously, you can see how that works, right? You're supposed to go drop a guy down, and then the person on the ramp, he's got no actual control of the situation to spray 2 or 3 people down, like was exactly what happened. So you have the guy coming in, the flashes are going over, and while the CT's flash, the guy runs CT spawn and kills him. That's how that XQ does it. Pretty much every top team has that tactic, and they're doing it, like Chad said, 5 people across the site, and that makes it so much easier to handle. You can drop a couple of flashes in the same position, Molotov before another bomb site, stuff like that, and it seems like VP just haven't got things together on that map as of yet. They keep saying they're going to bring it into the map pool, but these kind of performances, you're winning both pistols, you're only picking up 8 rounds, and you look streaky on the T side, and you can't even execute your tactics efficiently. For me, they've got a lot more work to do to finish it off.
Can you, in any way, theory craft and explain what Snax was going for with that AWP lead to
round?
CT?
Yeah.
Castus was so confused. I mean,
okay, so my theory, you didn't really agree with that.
I think we might have the replay to show you guys. Okay, is this the one? No, this was just Dennis clearing.
This is when they did the execute, and it was wrong.
So basically, right, he had 2 HP or something like that. It's a 2v1. It's a 2-on-2, right? And he jumps down to CT spawn. In my head, he's trying to get that 1 kill. He just wants to get 1 kill, do something completely surprising that no one expects.
Sure.
You go down there, bang 1 person out the bottom, and then it's like 1v1, and Neo's got a high chance of winning that round, right? You've got the advantage of the bomb, which some people consider an extra man available in the situation, right? So he's thinking, well, they might be coming from short. If they just get 1 bullet on me, I'm down, so I'm going to flash in and just try and do the crazy play. Okay. It looks hard. If he got 1 kill, we'd probably wouldn't have this discussion. He's probably wouldn't around. But the fact is, he died. It looks crazy, right? It looks ridiculous. Let's have a look at this right now. So he's got what? So 9 HP. So he's 1 bullet dead. He has no idea the CTs are coming from short. It's crazy. But if he goes down there and gets 1 kill, it's actually quite unlikely both CTs are going to be in that same position, to be fair, in a retake. But I don't know. That's the only way I can justify. I'm not saying that's why I did it. That's the only reasoning I come up with my
down,
head.
you have an AWP. You planned it for short. Well, you planned for short? No, I don't. Okay, he didn't necessarily do that. So maybe he was scared to cross long. I mean,
it was a low percentage play. Okay. Like it was already on 14 rounds, right, for Fnatic. So it was a 2v2. It was a good chance, you know, to potentially turn the tide at the half. And he's going, I'm going to jump into this one with an AWP, and hopefully I get lucky.
Sure.
That was
pretty much it.
You know,
but like I'm just trying to give some reasoning behind his thought process, right?
Sure. Yeah. So it does seem like kind of Virtus.pro were throwing caution to the wind then towards the end of Dust 2.
Yeah, a little bit like that.
Yeah. We struggle to see too much depth from the Polish side. It does seem like that is all we have to say. We often have a lot more to say, but it does seem like Virtus.pro have kind of left us wanting more. And if you do want more, you can get all that information over at the Score Esports application. Grab it on your smartphone. You know the drill by now. It's got your news, your articles, and your stats. If you do want to see who was performing, Wenton going from top to bottom, from Cobble to Dust 2. He was having a bit of an up and down performance, hot and cold. Katy Perry style. We'll be back after the break with another set of games. You get G2. They're going to be battling Dignitas after that one, so be intrigued to see how G2 do perform. After, I mean, they've been singing the praises of Body. We'll see if he can go ahead and fill up the stats after the break.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. He gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this ult is still.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Hey Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Good evening. Fnatic have just pocketed themselves 2 maps here at the ESL Pro League, and we've got another 2 to look forward to. This time, different teams. We get the French squad G2 now going up against Dignitas, and I've got myself, Chad Birchall, and Lauren Panty-Scott joining me. I purged the sponge. Does that make you happy?
Thank you very much.
I got him covered. He was like, look, genuinely came to be like, yo, just, I mean, I don't mind, but just don't call me Sponge. First thing I do, Sponge is here on the desk.
Lovely.
I'm a horrible human being. So, G2 Dignitas. Now, this is I was going to say an interesting matchup, but I always feel like that's a bit of a cop-out. I just want to kind of back up that statement this time by saying that G2 have been on everyone's radar for an awful long time, and they have been yet to replicate success they found at ECS. I mean, that was the big one. Shox has still got holding that trophy at ECS, a pinned tweet. You know, he's sitting there like, that's the success they want to replicate. Now, is this something that's on the cards in the coming months? Is this a squad you believe can go ahead and kind of start pushing for that top spot, Spud? I was about to call you Sponge. Spad.
That's okay. Spunk is also...
oh, there it is.
There it is.
Your old man told you not to say naughty words, and you just said spunk.
It's good looking. That's another term for... Are you using it
spunky.
wrong?
Yes, he's right. He's got me there.
Why have you got a dirty mind?
No,
Anyway, let's talk about the game.
thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for answer
my question. Answer my question.
So I think G2
yes.
need Shox to be God Shox. I think a few of their players down the lower end of their stats hinder them quite a lot.
Don't sugarcoat it.
We're not
Why are you
naming
being
names.
so mean to Smiths?
We're on this desk for a reason.
No, I think Shox needs to make up for some of his teammates underperforming.
Okay.
And when he plays like a god, they're going to keep winning. You saw him basically carry his team to the final of the Star Ladder on the weekend.
Yeah.
And we actually had this exact same matchup on these exact same maps, actually. And it was close.
It was a close game. I think people don't often give maybe Dignitas the credit they deserve. I think they're actually quite a talented team. I think we're seeing it more and more, obviously, prevalently. Now that you've got Cajun B coming in, people are actually going, okay, these guys can really play. You saw it, I think, predominantly on maps like Mirage, classically, because everyone looked at them like, oh, they've got these quite quirky strategies.
Sure.
And now it's like, okay, well, those quirky strategies now have seemed like they've got longevity to them. People don't just work them out and go, well, this is just how you counter it really quickly. People have actually had to respect this a little bit. So I'm really glad to see that. And again, like looking at G2, as you said, the lineup, you know, they do have a bit of a top-heavy lineup. I feel that, you know, they have the potential within, you know, Scream and Shox, obviously, just to go off at any point and they become this big beast. But the player who's actually stood out to me recently was Body more than anyone. A player, when he first joined, got a lot of criticism going, you know, is he really the man you want to be coming into this? And I think as of late, he's actually been providing a lot of the kind of close to a lot of the rounds. So the way he's been playing out a lot of the kind of clutch situations, he'll come back in and play it really well. He'll be often like last alive almost in those situations, but he does actually nail it a lot of the time, and I've been slowly becoming more and more impressed with him.
But I mean, you've highlighted G2's recent success. I mean, you already said that they got to the final convincingly. They played Dignitas as well, and it was a very close game. Do you not think that G2 having a close game against Dignitas is less of praise to G2, but more credit to Dignitas, just because of the kind of bumpy ride that they've been experiencing recently?
Well, you have to obviously give Dignitas props.
Yeah.
I think for their recent roster changes, we've seen Cajun come in and Magic's Boy, and they're both explosive players who can potentially be stars for that team. So I think their firepower has grown a lot recently, and Cajun looks like the star of that team, which is great. He probably had a lot of roles taken away from him in Australis, you know, probably things that he could have done, which were given to Device, and now we're seeing him get a shot at those in Dignitas, so it's great to see.
But when you say there's like probably 3 names that you've come out in Dignitas in terms of like the big players, you've got Rubino and MSL as these kind of backbones, and then all 3 of them. I mean, Config was always such an exciting prospect, Lauren. Have we seen that exciting Config?
Consistently, probably no.
Yeah.
I think we do again get the highlight reel occasionally from him, which is brilliant. I'm a huge fan of Config. When he first joined, kind of in towards the higher end of the Danish scene, it was just like, wow, this guy, big credit. I think it was during the Barcelona event you really started to see him really come into his own. But for me, Magisk again is, as you highlighted, very explosive, but it's unstable. It's not like you can go, he will perform X amount of times. I don't feel like you can ever give him like that sweeping statement yet, because he was one of the big players. You know, like you mentioned, I think it was AZ earlier on the desk coming in, and everyone's like, all right, this is the big talent now. I think Magisk wasn't far behind that. Obviously, very different levels if you look at them now, but back then, everyone was looking at Magisk going, this guy is super talented, huge talent coming through, but since he joined Dig, I don't think we've seen it as much as I'd like to have.
And I know he's one of those. It's always the case. Config is the same. They're always very critical of themselves. They have, you know, they read these tales of grandeur and this lot of community hype around them, and they kind of sometimes believe their own hype, and it can affect them when they don't perform.
But this is an emotional player thing. I'm sure you understand this more than anyone. Yeah, it's like when you're an emotional player, which you know these young guys are, it will get to them in the best ways and the worst ways. You know, you get the highest highs and you get the lowest lows. So yeah. I think you see that through his game.
And we have definitely seen that. Wonder if we'll see it today. That is the question. Again, it seems like it's going to be a brief analyst segment. Chad, just quickly, just a couple of bookends for us. Your prediction. Dignitas, G2, they've played recently. Does that affect it at all? And your prediction?
I think Cobble being the first one, that's right. It's a map that MSL is comfortable on. If he can be comfortable and make his instinct calls, they have a shot at having another close map. But I think G2 are going to be a bit more dominant than the last time they met and take this one.
More dominant than last time. I think it was 16-12 or 16-13. I have it in front of me. Where is it? 16. Okay, 13. 16-13 previously. Lauren, you going to stick to the G2 guns?
I'm going to give Dig a little bit of a chance on Cobble here, just because I think G2 CT side had been really flawed until they went to the offline event. They didn't look that good online. They turned around offline, but it was back online. Things changed.
Things have changed. Let's jump in and see if this rematch does go the way the analysts think, or if the casters are going to have something else to say. It's Henry G and Sadikist. I was about to say similar to cast this one.
Similar couldn't make it.
I'm far better looking anyway, so that's fine. And I don't even need a fancy suit to do it. So, Cobblestone, Shox' playground, 30-plus kills.
And we're live, by the way, so we're straight into it. So we'll discuss things later. It's going to be a fast play towards long.
I want to discuss them now, Henry.
We can. We'll get to it, but it's going to be a smoke towards connector. And G2, Shox, here he comes. He's rotating in, and we're about to kick off, Matthew.
I don't know about kicking, but we are going to click some mouse buttons. That's what Smiths is going to try and do toward Stable. He goes down, though, immediately. Megis Boy's got 2 body. Answering 1 back. Shox, we saw him get a lovely 4-man spray down from this position. He likes to transfer over into the open and commit to the drop early when they rotate. He'll do the same thing with the pistols. Gets 2 kills overall in the round, but Cajun B, his last victim, gets avenged by Config. It leaves it to a 1-on-1. Bomb picked up as well. He's going to try and wrap back around toward the B site. Scream spots him up in the process. So now, straight up brawl. Still a minute on the clock, and Config's got the kills. So Dignitas start off well. They get the pistol rounds. Yeah. I don't know that it will be as clear cut. I know Chad's thinking it'll be worse online. I think that Shox was a big part of the Cobblestone factor. So it's kind of a one-man wrecking crew.
He had one of the best performances of his career, I'd say, at this event, especially in this game. He was an absolute monster. This is one of Dignitas' best maps. If Shox isn't playing at that sort of level, there's no reason why they can't take it. Even with Shox at that sort of peak, it was a 16-13 game, right? And now Dignitas picked up the pistol as well. Good work from Config there to finish things off against Scream. Good movement. And good awareness actually finding the kill towards the end. It's going to be a semi-forced buy from GTA. Just shot Smiths, of course, the AWPer. Not really purchasing anything. We have got the Deagles and 5.7s. No grenades. Config, though, boosted, waiting for that first kill. Just seeing what the CDs are bringing to the table at the start of the round. It will be that aggressive face from Shox. It's taken down. Body looking to replicate it as well, seeing if you can be a little bit more successful here.
Deagle shot nearly hits the first, actually does hit with the second. Config gets tagged down to 34, but it wasn't the lovely headshot that we often look for in these situations. MSL is going to have the UMP watching behind, drop that passive hold that we talk about. If you're going to give it up, you got to hold it off. And MSL with the lurky does exactly that. Cuts off Body and Scream as they try and rotate through. Leaving that window still open was problematic for the CTs as Smith's now in a 1 versus 5. Boosted up. He's got no more friends left alive to help him out of this situation, though.
I know how he feels.
Yeah, I imagine you do.
But you're my friend, aren't you?
We're colleagues.
Strictly professional.
Yeah, it's a different word, but that's what we are.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take it. I'll take anything I can get.
Well, Smiths, yeah. Let's see if he gets a headshot. Well, they already know where he is. They've already spotted him. They're not going to fall for that so easily.
Well then, we have got some time now. This is the redundant round, so let's kind of theorize what the points we're going to make before the game. This is actually one of my favorite maps to watch Dignitas play. I think they're very good at it, especially the T side. I think they have a great approach to it as a whole. The way they play the T side is actually my favorite kind of school of CS to go about it. Like having very set smokes to actually get you the map control you require, pushing the CDs back, taking a lot of vision away at the start. It means the CDs have to expend their own utility to try and get that back. Dignitas are very good at getting the mid control and towards long A. They don't necessarily commit to that part of the map either. They're good at timings and having presence towards B at the same time and keeping their options open. That's why I think they're so good at this map. So getting this pistol and the second round anti-eco as well is so beneficial for them going forward. It limits the utility for the CTs in that first gun round, means a 5-0 is very possible. They won't get the incendiaries, maybe no kits, and maybe no head armor. That's been a massive talking point of the LAN we were just at. A lot of teams saving these UMPs and the MAC-10s and then the CTs not having head armor is actually a really influential part of the game.
Well, it's going to be just Scream left alive now as we spotted it for a moment there. MSL hunting down Smiths, who is still over toward the A site. 3-0 Dignitas, straightforward on the start. But now G2 will pull out the weapons, and an AWP immediately onto Smiths. Goes for, as you say, no head armor, so just the chest armor, but that means the UMPs can be carried over. The MAC-10's a little bit different on Cajun. Doesn't quite have the same chest penetration, but it's still decent against heads.
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
find them.
If you're going towards drop down, you're obviously coming in top of players. It's crazy what you can do with these SMGs. They win this round. They're in such a fantastic position going forward. They can keep the SMGs again, going to round number 5 against the Eco. But this is important. Smith's got the AWP. You can see not a single kit here. This is why it's a big round for the terrorists. Going fast towards B, it seems. All 5 players committed to this side of the map. Going to be smoked out for now, but you can see they're actually setting up the wall of smokes. I like this. You've got the SMGs running gun potential and pushing through, making things uncomfortable. It rains down smokes. What's the reaction from the CTs? Not really much to work with in terms of incendiary to slow them down. There's no full commitment here. They've actually gone back towards drop down. This is an interesting approach. Putting smokes down to make it look like you're coming towards B, but coming in from this angle, there's the SMG. The headshot takes down the unarmored head of Smiths.
Shocks, though, does spray 2 back. It's the M4, but it's going to have to be body. Step up. He gets trapped on the statue and isolated by the smokes. He's only able to dance around to Cat 20. Can't find Rubino, who's pushed up, and exactly that, the headshot. I can see you throwing your arms in the air, but Rubino gets caught trying to grab the bomb and going for a reload, not anticipating RPK on the flank that early, and G2 does pick up the first gun.
They pick it up, but they're still in a horrible position, even though they won the round, right? But only 1 player surviving. Look at the buy in the screen right now for Dignitas. It's a full buy. They went, that's the bonus round, right? So they had SMGs, MAC-10s, they were trying to farm money. They got kills there as well. So they get 5 AKs, full range of utility as well. Let's have a look at the CT buy. They just won a round. A MAC-7, 2 UMPs, only 1 kit. Once again, a player of our head armor, lacking grenades. They lose this, it's a double eco for sure. So Dignitas still in a fantastic position. They're still in maybe a stronger position than they were in the previous round.
Keep in mind as well, I don't know if it was mentioned on the desk or not, Dignitas are still in Kiev right now. They are at the Cyber Arena at a boot camp. So
right?
That is correct. Smith's shotgun goes ahead and takes the shot because he takes some damage from Cajun B, so the trigger discipline play wouldn't work. He was spot up, had to do what he could, but Body's going to do better than that. 3 kills, 2 of them headshots, UMP all the way through, and it's going to be just the pistol left in terms of ammo, which gives Config a chance at this, but he goes down eventually after finding 2.
Well, it's a pretty simple B approach from Dignitas there, but overlooking that broken wall position, allowing Smith to get the initial kill. He got a lot of the attention, and then the UMP pushing through the smoke. Very important for Body to do that. He gets 3 kills in the end. What a fantastic move that was from him. You've got to ask yourself, why are you forcing that plant down before you get the frags? Is it that important? And you haven't got any real information as to what's going on. You want to probably wait a little bit longer, see what the reaction is from the CTs. Make sure it's safe, and you've got the crossfire established. Then you go for the plant. They rushed it. No one's actually covering the bomber. He gets taken down, and it all falls apart from there. Difficult round for them to swallow, but they still have money available here. Cajun people from the York, no less, as well. So this goes to show how successful those first 2 rounds were. CT's still recovering. You see SMG on the hands of Smiths, same for Body as well. Do have more grenades this time. They're still having to work on the back foot here in terms of the weaponry.
So smokes off from RPK, flash, double check. He wants to try and bait them around this corner, so not spotting anyone to low, lower mid immediately. He's got to try and consider elsewhere. They do have a push down at the bottom of the ramp as well, so it's a crossfire setup, but RPK is going to win it. Distract baited his other teammate. It shocks, not Smiths, who therefore does get overlooked in the fact that there's already 2 showing mid. This is a good setup from G2. As Rubino gets obliterated by Scream at the bottom, trying to lurk in and go for that A split.
This isn't the Dignitas I'm used to watching on Cobble, you know. They seem very focused on forcing a situation in their favor. That one before, they're trying to rush the bomb plant down. That's not a composed team in that situation. That's someone who's panicking slightly and trying to end things as quickly as possible. You don't know what to do next. You just go for the plant, the bomb, right? This round, at the start of the game, I even said that they're very good at taking mid-control, long A. They're very methodical about it. They're just straight up rushing this time, and G2 are out-aiming them in every scenario. Very quick. They're not what we're used to seeing from them. And this time it's another eco, and Smith's aggressive, of course, pushes towards middle using that smoke just to peek over towards the top of middle, gets the first kill on towards MSL. Establish that it is an eco, saw the pistol in the hand of the player. And now they can fall back. Work's done at this point, don't need to overcommit. Play at the back of the bomb sites, make their final move, then you can rotate over. Don't want to give anything away at this point. You can see no one's playing towards drop down. You don't even want to give them an opportunity to make these pistols have any sort of potential.
The potential's there for a Deagle at a range like that, and not often you see an RNG-style headshot come out from a Deagle. Usually at that point, panic spray, body shots, that's all that you really get, but he finds a headshot somehow, and doesn't leave him long for life in this world, though, because Shox comes back around, takes what little HP he did have left away with the AK, spots Cajun B, surely, yes it did, inside of that smoke, gonna throw the bomb forward as well. And he'll have seen that. If he didn't, it's far enough forward. Well, either way, in the smoke, it's gonna be shown on the radar. Shox He'll get taken down by Rubino. And all of this chaos, we didn't mention Magisboy, who's managed to come out of the drop room, putting pressure on Body, and he can't figure out which way to look. That gives Rubino the kill. It's all under Smiths with an AWP.
What a turn of events this has been. Rubino looking to close things out. They're actually facing towards the upper platform. Smiths to the AWP takes him down. Magisboy, a very talented individual, 25 seconds to work with, has managed to pick up the bomb as well. Smiths unaware of the situation, knows it was dropped, but now the plant comes in. At least he has some idea as to where Magisboy will be, but so much time gathered with this wall coming into the side. Base comes in, Magisboy will get the better of him as well. So a big round for Dignitas to pick up. They didn't really have to invest too much into that. They lost that initial pick towards middle from Smiths as well. I thought that was round completely over at that stage, but somehow they find something with the Desert Eagles, get into the side, the plant comes in as well. They take the lead back, 4-3 here. All back in the hands of Cajun B, but it's a double AWP setup on Cobble on the CT side. Well, we've discussed this, well, we discussed it, what, 20 times probably. The double AWP setup being probably the least viable, I'd say, in the map pool. But let's see if they can make it work for themselves. The idea is basically, before it's established, that's when it's great. But it's when you work it out, you can actually counter it quite easily. But there it is, MSL. Was that through the smoke or through the door?
That was through the smoke. They heard him fire one shot, and they just fired back into it, and they caught him. So RPK is going to pick up that AWP. He's left his M4 well and truly behind as well, so he's committed to it. It's not like he can swap back if the situation becomes grim. Ooh, that smoke nearly gone. Does spot it, and thankfully there's a mate shield as Cajun B was showing in the open. They both get tagged. I think it was a double leg, if I'm not mistaken, as Rubino got hit in all of this. And 7 HP still for Shox. One nade, one bullet through the box, and he's going to go down, but they will not confront. They can't afford to give up the man advantage that early, that easily. As G2 starts to cover off the drop room, position of Body, and that's going to give a smoke off to the window. He'll fade away off this, but it is just all for sale at this point. They've fallen back, and with 57 seconds, they're going to start to look back over toward the A site, potentially, with bomb inside of the B tunnels.
4 on 3. Time to work with as well here. The man advantage. Dignitas don't need to overcommit. They're just waiting for the CT to go hunting at this point.
And they've all rotated, actually. So they actually thought Body heard them go back after the utility went out of drop. He's called that it was a fake. It's actually not. They're just biding time.
Well, at this point, you've got those double AWPs. You know the bomb's down in B. You've got no presence there whatsoever. Do you just save the weaponry? You can see they're not even considering going to B. They're just hoping this kind of falls into them. They can have these turrets set up. Once the bomb's planted, what's the play at that point? You haven't got any grenades. You've got 2 AWPs. You're going to be smoked out of position as well. Occasionally be still as a smoke. Shock 7 actually, I think this is automatic save. Yep, there it is. So it was a bit of a gamble. They were hoping that somehow they would come towards that A site and they could use the double AWP to their full potential, but it's a nice read by Dignitas, getting in there pretty slowly, taking every sector piece by piece there. I think that's the kind of Dignitas I'm used to seeing, and being very efficient in taking it as well. So this is a guaranteed round for them at this stage. CT saving towards long A. And judging by the money for the terrorists, it's probably not really worth the hunt. Losing any rifles at this stage will be pretty detrimental to them, just as much as it is to the CTs. But they have reset them at least. So
yeah.
It's going to be 3 weapons surviving, but the other 2 won't really be able to buy into the next round. Double
well,
up,
I imagine they'll force whatever they can around this double up setup.
But that's in this scenario, that's when the double ups are quite tantalizing now, right? Because you can have 1 towards A, 1 towards B. They need to be hunting for frags.
RPK and Scream, the 2 players you mentioned that won't have any money. Deagle for Scream, maybe? Not even. I think he's just going to stick completely. He's got to get some armor at least to go with this in case they get early kills and pick up a gun. Doesn't even try that. So he's going to go completely free and clear of any utility aside from a single flashbang. I would have thought at least armor potential if they get kills.
That's Shox just trying to find this first frag. They know they're up against the ropes here. So hunting for a kill, and it's going to be Smiths actually landing the shot as well, but can't find the frag. So at least gathered there was a boost going on there, but doesn't really get too much for it, unfortunately. It was a nice play from Smith to begin with.
Smith's just waiting for that opportunity to present itself again. Fires into where the booster would be. Missed shot from Shox. Able to jump forward. It's an awkward exchange, but Config wins it. So now one of the 2 ops gone already, and Smith is going to continue to try and spam into that position behind the box and find the kill. But while this is all going on, they're slowly getting map control on the T side. They pushed up to the corner at long. It's going to be Config there with an AWP. I want to go back on Cajun B now. It becomes a factor, though, because Smith's hitting Rubino. They've got a man advantage to work with once more. 2 rifles against now what is an AWP and 2 AKs and Scream. He's got nothing, remember, to work with aside from a flash, but he does have position. He's going to try and use that USB from far as well. He's going to peek out, but RPK his pistol inefficient toward the doorway.
That's better.
Just, yeah, he's taken down quite low. In fact, Scream, he's going to try and shuffle this up. He's got it down, and Smith has shown up. That AWP's come into play. Config, he's now in a 1 versus 2, and he's limited off toward the stable. Scream, he wants a gun out of this, but he can't find one. There's not one that close to him just yet. They're still on the other side of the APC, so he's going to have to sit and bait this out with just the pistol. Remember, no armor, so Config, easy kill, but it's on to Smith to close the round with 20 seconds, and another potential situation as Config gets in behind the hut, but he wants to take the fight. It's going to catch Smith's off, nearly takes him down 15 HP. Now the bomb's going to be committed. 11 seconds. Smith's, he can't get the AWP in a position to find him, and in behind the hut, Config now knows where he is, AK redrawn, and if Smith's doesn't hit the perfect shot with that AWP, he goes down in this situation on only 15 HP. Head showing, Config does not need to peek this. He's going to wait it out as well. Smith's no kit, so he does have to act fairly quick. Tries the pistol fake, tries to get fancy. He doesn't even really need to at that point. Is Smith well and truly in the open? It's going to be 5-3 in favor, rather, excuse me, 6-3 in favor of Dignitas.
Decent clutch from Config. He felt like he took a few too many risks there. You can see Smith's couldn't really work as much, just hoping that Config gave him a target to shoot at, which he did multiple times, but just couldn't land the shot there. Big round to pick up, though. Config finds 4 kills up against it, gets the bomb down, and CT's very close to winning the round. Scream especially, what great work that was with the USP. That's all he had to actually bring to the party and manages to do a lot of damage there. But we're going to round number 10. Money available for the CTs, but not much. It's 5 and 4s again. No kits, no incendiary, so just trying to do something at the start of the round. We talk about Cobble being one of those maps. Options are very limited. We discussed this in the first game of the day. You can either boost towards drop downs, stack towards long A. There's not really much you can do to actually be quite proactive at the start of the round. So Smith's a little bit more aggressive here, trying to find that first pick and hopefully be backed up as well. But his teammate is RPK, who's alone by Stable. So at this stage, he needs to step up. He's got 2 flashes remaining. What's the option?
Well, Smith's is playing shallow side of the entrance at the bottom of middle, which a little bit easier to check. Less commitment involved from the T's who have control of danger as we see it through the X-ray. Cajun B slowly coming back over toward this A side as well, given that they've got long and the bottom of drop. "40 seconds. We just start to get the action. Cajun goes, they check the wrong side, they anticipate it wrong! Oh, do they ever, Smiths? That's a gift. They all go. No one even considers it. You'd think with a second or third man in, someone would glance on the off corner, but no one does. He picks up 3. It's down to Rubino and Config to pull this back. Remember, Cajun got the first kill, so bomb picked up, but look at this rotation. Body, he's got damage in, bomb down, 21 seconds, and Rubino with a lot of ground to try and cover. And I highly... well, doubt it, and there you go. Shocks will close it out. Smiths, though, what a spray down.
Just one mistake is all it takes, and Dignitas have been calling them out for having an amazing T-side here, but they have made some pretty shocking mistakes going forward. Didn't check that left-hand corner. I just don't think Smith could believe his luck there. The time was running out. You see Dignitas had to make that move. Normally, that position is only good for 1 kill, but if they line up like that for you, you are going to find 3, and that's the savior for GT going forward. Money's still available for Dignitas, though. The AWP in the hands of Cajun B, but he is glass cannon. And RPK's only got a 5-7 here, so this is a big breaking point for either team. Whoever loses this round is going to be Eco. And Smith's now AWP in his hand. He's actually towards long A. That's where the bomb will be heading. He's not really facing an aggressive angle here towards the start of the round. He's looking for that first kill, give him an option to fall back. His teammate will be watching towards mid. That's RPK on the outer side of the stable. We have got a little boost towards drop down here. This is one of the options I discussed before, where you don't have much to work with. Trying to hum this first frag. Shock's going for that kind of surprise mentality. He's peeking every now and then and hoping someone walks just across there. Madisboy predicts it, though, and takes him down.
Certainly does. Puts us in a precarious position as they have to try and pull back from long corner without the control of the top of that ramp, and rotation's not quite getting there in time because they have a sense that there might be something going on toward B, and that's actually not a bad read from G2 as Rubino starts to walk out toward that smoke. Config, this is interesting. Dignitas is trying to take every bit of the map that they can. Late lurk, hold the CTs down. They've got a 2-man advantage, so if they find another kill, that's pretty much the round done, and Config does exactly that. But we do have our favorite position held from Scream, and will they check it? MSL certainly does.
I think at that point you have to.
Well, they've already got A.
Yeah, right. And the idea is we've had some blunders before, forcing the plant down. Let's check everything first before we get the bomb, and we'll be okay. Had they not checked that before planting, I think I would have been just as tilted as they would be. But it's going to be round number 12, and this is the eco, as I mentioned. So they're actually partially investing into what's lost stage out. So it's one round so far. So they can't even buy the second. So they brought some deagles, some body armor. They're going to be definitely go after this round as well, unless they're going to force him with shotguns.
Oh, there we go, Scream. I was going to say his teammate almost gets in his way and body blocks him from hitting the shot toward the long position. RPK and Smith's picking up kills as well. They do decent damage to the economy. They still keep that AWP in the hands of Config. They'll pull that over, but it is 8-4 for Dignitas. Very fast round.
Very fast round. Dignitas is going straight towards B. Getting things done there. They're obviously controlling the economy. They know just as well as we do. After winning one round, you are fully reset, and they were limited with that buy before anyway. So sticking together as a 5-man unit towards B, it's pretty low risk, considering unless you run into a full stack, you're still probably going to lock it down regardless. But there's an Eagle now, and head armor for Scream, so his money must be higher than the rest of them. Yeah, he's got himself down to that 2.2k. He's only on 4 for 10, actually, in terms of frags. Interesting, he bought head armor when he knows he's up against AKs. Didn't really get the kills last round.
Ooh, MSL. Quick and easy assassination of Shock, according to the Ukrainian fans. Remember? You don't remember that?
Say again.
Don't worry about it. Rubino, the guy with the shine that said Shock instead of Shocks.
Oh right, yeah. I said probably not his biggest fan.
Yeah. It was cute. Language barrier somewhere in there, I'm sure, but pretty straightforward as they cannot afford the weapons on this G2 side, but I think Lauren hit the nail on the head, and we touched on it a few times as well. At LAN, they did have a great CT side. They stepped up. They had Shocks going absolutely mental in that sense, but
yeah,
here we are again online, and G2 CT side struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. And they won they lost the pistol, of course, but then they had 3 rounds in a row. They were looking to get in the swing of things, but ever since then, the money's been a problem, and they tried that double orb setup. That didn't really amount to too much, and Dignitas keeping 5 players alive in this round as well, so the money will go into this next one. They should have a decent buy G2. Definitely not over yet. It's definitely a T-sided map still, but yes, you're right. That CT side looked phenomenal on LAN, and especially on this map as well. Shoxy going absolutely wild. It's everywhere went, everywhere rotated. It was finding multiple kills and big retakes. It was beautiful at times to watch how well he was playing. And today, it's not really a bad game. It's 8 for 9, you know. It's not terrible, but it's certainly not the godlike levels we're used to. He was getting 20 frags a half.
Yeah, 37 kills.
Yeah.
Him and Kenny just trading blows back and forth.
Yeah, that was such a good game, wasn't it?
Was a great game. Can I just say it's nice to be back on Sennheiser headsets?
It is. My ears don't hurt. They're not sweating.
Yeah. My voice sounds normal.
But to be fair, there's 2 very different styles of CS we were watching in that game, particularly. Dignitas has a much slower, more methodical team. Envious versus G2. It's difficult to take that much away from it, right? Because obviously they're both just brawling at it and going out head to head every time, trying to counter each other. A lot of mind games going on. And Shock just looked in his element at that point. But, you know, we go into round number 14. All back in the hands of Smiths. Playing much more passive game, so he's actually towards APC, looking to reposition himself though. It's going to be, this is the take I'm talking about from Dignitas. They're normally very good at getting themselves in this position, not committing towards long A, but just getting control of it, pushing the CDs back in middle as well, getting a smoke towards connector, and just pushing the CDs back to the complete bomb stop. But you have got a little stack coming this time, a boost towards mid.
Well, and the issue with this boost, as we know, is that you have to keep eyes on long. So they have to make sure that they hold the corner, because if they don't, RPK is a sitting duck. He just gets basically flanked out.
This is the opposite approach, right? So they've got Smiths actually watching towards mid, and RPK's watching long. This is actually kind of interesting, because no one can come up middle, because Smiths has got that aggressive angle onto it. And we go to RPK right now and watch what he's doing. He's got long A. This is actually kind of nice. Actually,
yeah, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, and you are far enough around the corner, but it does rely on them committing fully all the way in. And Smiths, he's not going to get that opportunity to try and spot them at the bottom of middle just yet. Rubino is going to go on the lurk to start it off, and okay, actually, look at the mini-map now. The timing is there. Shox has just rotated over. I was going to say the timing would have been perfect because Smith wouldn't have been ready for it, but he does hit MSL. Now RPK with that smoke down needs to watch both directions because Smith has fallen back. He's found it, immediately jumps down, but he actually had Config behind him for the taking. It Shox instead. That's rotated over behind the hut. He'll get a little bit hot and, well, too hard to handle. In a moment's time, as Config is going to get the kill, and now the late lurk comes to play as body falls. Cajun, though, needs to go back to try and get this bomb, and RPK not ready for him to push through, but does react in time. With that Tech 9 going in your face like that, you always get scared, but it's Rubino at least to make it a one-on-one. Exactly that. 2 seconds, 28 HP. Needs to stay alive for the money, but he'll do so because Scream rotated out of B and went immediately toward the bomb instead.
So that setup actually paid dividends, really. RPK getting 3 kills in the end. So we explained what that setup was meant to do. Came to a very close round in the end, but I still feel like it wasted a lot of time. I think Dignitas trying to work out what was going on exactly. Didn't work out perfectly how we kind of set it up, set the scene, and RPK did get that kill towards middle, draw the bomb, pushed down and got it behind them as well, but we'll be around number 15 here. After the CT won that round, they're still struggling in terms of the money. There's Famous, UMP, Famous, and Smiths now does open things up. I guess that's towards Broken Wall once again. It's actually towards Long A. How has that gone down? So you must have gone right at the start and taken config who was rushing, I guess.
Well,
he must have just straight up rushed it. Let me have a look.
Go find the body. I missed it as well as I was watching over toward the B site.
Yeah, so he did. He went fast towards Long A by himself, and actually right by that main choke point, got taken down.
With a AK-47 and a flashbang there for the take.
And Smith didn't pick it up. He's got the hell out of there.
Well, the shotgun's lovely, but Cajun B, he's going to go for a shock style-esque and go down into a drop to enter with an AWP. Cajun. He's going to look for another shot toward Chicken Coop as well as he re-peeks out, though he's not even sure where he's being shot from because Shock's clipping him through the wall and he's scoped in so he can't quite see. Shock's, meanwhile, going to rotate back over toward these stairwells. Spotted. A little bit late, though. Is MSL going to respawn in time? Certainly does. He's the one carrying the bomb as well, so important that he stays up. I mentioned that shotgun for Smiths. He's now traded over to his customary AWP after taking down Cajun B, but that AWP, round 15, as tantalizing as it is, he's going to have to try and use it. He's going to have to go for it. Bomb planted as well, and Dignitas will 10-5 the half against G2. We said the CT side might be a bit of a struggle for G2.
Yeah, that was a bit of a struggle, wasn't it? So they lost a pistol, didn't get that good start they were normally looking for, go down 3-0, and then all of a sudden they can't really string rounds together. Every time they're winning one, they're getting reset afterwards. Double orb setup comes in at one point. Doesn't actually work out too well for them. Dignitas is running over them pretty much throughout that first half. 5 rounds, though, it's enough. For a team like GT, I'm sure they can bounce back. But can they do it? We'll find out after this break.
Well, welcome back, guys. We're getting ready to jump back into a 10-5 for Dignitas at the start of this. Someone pointed out something interesting that we didn't catch. Good eye for them as well. 120 ping for Shocks.
Yeah, going to be difficult to really get firing on all cylinders with that, but still, I do believe 5 rounds is going to be enough for a team like G2. They win the pistol, all bets are off. We're back into it.
Could be so. I think on the T side, we saw some explosive play from them throughout the course of the 5-day. I always want to say weekend, as if a tournament's a weekend thing. It's not anymore. It's a 5-day affair at Star Ladder, but they showed some good T sides, and part of it was Shocks, though, so I'm a little bit curious to see how it goes. They are, again, a team that is reliant on aim and individual skill. RPK on this map is another guy that comes to mind, though. He's actually subtle, but continues on, and is usually pretty consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very consistent player overall. very reliable and always seems to deliver. Smith seems to be the headline act for G2 at the moment. 15 kills for him, considering the scoreline. That's nuts. But Config on the other side, 20 kills in one half. That's always going to be a great performance. Round number 1 comes in. No Deagle for Scream, which is uncharacteristic considering what we've seen recently, but 4 sets of armor this time. Body with the smoke and 2 flashbangs. Looks like a mid-take coming in. Magisto, he's ready for it. Looking for the 1 taps as they will be flashing in before they go for the mid-control shortly. Or not, just going to be walking around.
Walking around is not a bad idea. Just keep walking.
MSL, that was an overcommitment of anything. Your teammates fall back. Why are you staying?
Yeah, completely on his own. No refrag. Shock's going to get Rabito. This is going to be a problem now for Dignitas. This is a massive problem. Unless Magisk Boy can go up with something absolutely crazy. Does hit 1 headshot. No trade yet, Body. Does get him back. There was full HP to try and go back into another exchange for Magisk, but Bomb only dropped temporarily. And Config caught in the middle of a blender, as too is Cajun B, as they tried to just sit on the ramp and wait it out. But good start, as you say. Get the pistol. Now we're on the T side. G2, they can start to really build up some rounds. I think the interesting thing will be how aggressive G2, or excuse me, how aggressive Dignitas get in the force buy, because they've got a decent lead still, and it should only go to 10-8 in all of this.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. But we certainly have a game on our hands here. Dignitas picked it up, potentially going to be 13-5 at that point, and going to be quite an easy game for Dignitas to close out. Now G2 will be actually getting closer and closer. It should be a pretty clean cut affair here. But you can see 5 SMGs once again. This is what we saw from G2 throughout that tournament. It's an interesting approach, and one that goes against everything we've understood about CSGO in the last few years. You always want to have 2 rifles. That's what the standard approach has been ever since CSGO has really arrived. SMGs are absolutely fine, but 5 of them, seems like you're risking quite a lot here. Out those AKs, a real long range with potential to shut down the Deagles in some situation, but this can't really be shut down. Shots coming from Connector, perfectly played as he does find the first kill and gets the rotators. Will he be able to find the kill too? Just about, he cannot, but Rubino going to be picking up the kill to him and Scream joining in with the MVP.
Problem was for Shocks to get a little awkward in that corner because he didn't have the ammo to just run and gun like the gun's made to do. He had to try and line them up effectively, but it doesn't matter. He gets all the information, cuts them off. Also, as you saw when he walked back out, spotted the player in the corner at the bottom of the ramp, so no traps could be set. And Dignitas now will have to sit and chill out. Yeah, that cable loves you. That headset's so twisted. I see what you're trying to do. I don't think it's going to work.
No, it's not. Yeah, the cables are twisted, so it all wraps around me. But I'm going to hold it. It's going to be fine.
All right. I think that's not a bad idea.
Right, so this is the redundant round where the CTs don't really have anything to work with here. You see not a single thing purchased, a P2000 for USPs. This is a perfect chance for G2 to farm a load of money. Every kill is going to get them $600 at this point. And it'll be interesting, they probably won't lose a frag. In terms of the upgrades, do they just bring an AWP out to accompany them and maybe 1 AK, or they keep the 5 SMGs? We're about to find out, Matthew.
I can't imagine on a map like Cobblestone you keep 5 SMGs, unless you go 5 men down drop, or like 3 down drop, bust out too long.
The CTs didn't exactly force into the second round. They were quite passive with that. So they're going to keep 5 SMGs. They notice as well, Dignitas. Surely you can't win this round.
No, there's no way with head armor. The MAC-10s are the killer. I mean, UMP does have the highest armor penetration of any SMG. We talk about that occasionally. Even then, it's not great. So, all right. I want to see them be like killer bees and just swarm right now. Go straight Method Man and Red Man on them.
So there's a one flash, and everyone just jumps around the corner of the MAC-10s.
Yeah, just go. You got to do it. And then straight Foon to the site.
Here we go.
2 already in, but they're pushing MSL back. He doesn't know yet that it's just going to be SMGs. That's going to be impossible. All right, they do get it back because they've got 4 people there, but distance covered off. Smith's actually hits a headshot with MSL on that MAC-10, but they are still getting going down. I'm not surprised. The SMGs couldn't really do much. In those long-range battles, they just get slowed down on the way to stables. They can't sit and fight. They've got to get up close.
I guess any kills there are valuable, though. If they got 1 more, I'd say that's actually a really good round, considering they're going to have a ton of money going into this one to shut down the CTs in that manner, just to bleed them out in terms of the money game. But you can see Dignitas keeping those 3 alive. It's actually a pretty reasonable investment. The thing is, as well, it was more beneficial for G2 on the first half because, well, sorry, more beneficial for Dignitas in the first half because we saw them actually going against unarmored heads. And they didn't actually force too much into the second half here, so they actually were pretty well protected. We go into this first gun round. G2, ton of cash. There's going to be 5 rifles, no orbs coming in. Same story for Dignitas, but they have got grenades. A lot to hold them off with for now. So default of MSL holding towards danger. His teammate, Magisboy, a little bit more aggressive towards mid as he's in the danger room right now.
Shots just pecking through the doorway. Quick flash round to make sure they get out toward long more effectively. And RPK is normally quite good at getting out of middle. This time he gets caught by Magisboy after he jumps in. Doesn't see him coming. As a perfectly timed peek from Magisk's side. Now he's got to go back up and cover off from long, though. That's where Body's coming in. Good headshot from him onto the AK-47, and Shocks. Oof, I just wanted to stay there for a minute. Does get away from this, though, MSL. He's actually gotten one kill and got away, but Shocks does walk in and pull it back. 2 versus 2. 48 seconds left. A side, almost a full commitment at this point. Again, it is a very long rotation on Cobblestone. We know that. So it's Rubino and Config, both inside of the balcony position. And Config starting to backpedal here, considering that they might rotate over. They're not 30 seconds. We know they're going to go A. He has no idea.
Well, G2, this is exactly what they want, right? They just want to get some doubt into the CT's minds. They're watching the flanks as well, seeing if anyone's going to be coming behind them. So at this point, they probably know the CTs are going to be separated, coming in together. No grenades available for Dignitas whatsoever, so it's going to be them smoking off towards the connector. Molotov the balcony as well. That eradicates 2 possibilities for the CTs and sticking as a unit as they make their way to the site as well. Shocks doesn't have to watch balcony as he clears out the site and give them the call that it's all clear.
So with the bomb down, Shocks silently works his way out toward long. He's starting to also have doubts as to where the second player could possibly be because he's taken so long to peek. Config will reveal himself in that pillar. I'm going to start calling that the Pillar of Death because people get behind it and seem to avoid the Grim Reaper every time.
Yeah.
Just eats the bullets up, and Config can't seem to be able to get the kill.
Well then, Dignitas, the lead is slipping away now after winning that first gun round. I did say every kill that G2 could pick up would be beneficial for them for that round especially. So Dignitas now on a full eco, potentially a double here. So they're going to get $19, yeah, almost certainly a double eco. As we go into round number 6, which will give G2 round number 10, and then the one after, the X eco will be tying things up. Your favorite scoreline, Matt, as usual.
What do you mean as usual? It always is. There's no usual about that.
Or just every round.
It's just a factual thing.
Every game recast.
Every game. It's going to be Magisboy trying to fire back in and win that kill with the pistols. MSL will do better, and he's taken the initiative to go toward that AK. We often see people fade away from that and get back toward the site, play conservatively, but he takes the risk and he's got the reward. It's going to be on armor as well that he's picked up that AK-47, which could be beneficial. Body on 1 HP. Cajun B. Try and bait them in. Scream will be the first spotted. Rubino just needs to distract long enough. They're getting closer to that position that Cajun's in, and he actually gets a lovely shot toward Body. He was low enough. And from that range, Magisk has done the early damage, but it doesn't matter because it is 11-10. And as you say, we could get that scoreline, Henry.
One can hope. And we'll see how it works out because Dignitas, like I said, the double eco was a pretty obvious situation for them. It's going to be some upgraded pistols here. CZs, Deagles, 5.7s, bit of body armor for Magisboy. And G2 not really having to bring out the AWP at this point. It hasn't been a threat against them. They haven't had to work against one. So they stay with the 5 rifles and just keep working as a unit. You know this round's a pretty foregone conclusion. CTs can't really work into it too well.
No, definitely.
So a real stack coming in. 3 towards B, 2 at middle. It's pretty much a standard setup, really. Trying to see if this Deagle can do anything at the start of the round. Occasion B, very good at that weapon, but it's going to be Config that drops first. His body. Let's talk about his form from him, Matt. What a tournament he had.
He was, man, he's great. I think that I wanted to point out as well that I thought Devil looked better in the role. And there was some debate within the team based on whether the roles change in Envious was better or not. But yeah, but Body on the G2 side of things was phenomenal at times.
Yeah.
And I think he's been proving a lot to people because, I mean, I saw threads about it as well. People saying like, I doubted this guy and he's proved me wrong as a critic of the team in general. So.
Well, we always said, you and I always had the discussion, we always felt like G2 got the better pickup out of Devil and Body. We always thought that, but it's not like we were saying, oh, Body's obviously amazing. We were saying it was the best of a bad situation, right? It was just like, what was the lesser of two evils at that point? It seemed like both were pretty questionable pickups, but Body has made himself into a very exciting player and someone who can perform in big games at LAN as well. He's really impressed me, undoubtedly a top talent in the French scene, and proved that in Kiev. Unable to take down NIP in the grand finals, of course, but still to get to that point without dropping a single map in that event was very impressive.
Yep. And interestingly enough, Astralis, we said whenever they lose in the groups, they go out in the groups to the team that wins the tournament. They beat Navi, they made it through the groups, they still went out to the team that lost the tournament.
They lost the tournament.
That won the tournament. Right. NIP beat them, and Astralis was the only team to get a map off NIP.
Right.
However, when you go from 28 and 10, 27 and 10 in rounds in a series to 28 and 7, you kind of did that to yourself. I think was what the statistic was at. You'd have to look at it again, but I think that's what the numbers were. Right now, the numbers, well, it's 5 people alive.
Quite a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, 4 of them on one side. G2, Shock, Smith, Scream, RPK. Just waiting for the bomb to explode at this point in time, really. Because they're not going to bother hunting down. They are getting closer, but they're not getting aggressive about it. That 5-7. No need to give away guns to it, and RPK will not allow it. It'll go to 11-11.
Well, at this point, Dignitas do have money to invest. A double AWP setup for them comes out. It will be Config and Cajun B. I'll be interested to see whether they go for that aggressive pick. Config's got a decent support as well. Maybe that's why he picked it up. He wants to go towards mid. That's what he's facing for now. Cajun known to go towards that B side. I imagine Config... Okay, he's going towards B himself. What's the play here? Where's Cajun go? He's boosting at the start. Okay, they used this setup at LAN, actually. I remember spotting it as well. Cajun will go towards the APC. And it'll be similar to what we... Okay, guys, let's get up there. There we go. And he'll go towards the APC and bait in towards long. It's similar to what we saw from G2, actually, but they had it the other way around. We had Smith watching middle and the other guy watching long A. This time it's more traditional. This is what this boost is you normally see from it.
Yeah, this is the traditional style. And as we see it, no one going his direction. They're all funneling like ants toward long. That's where Cajun B is going to have to hit the shot. That also means Magisk is going to have to turn around because he looked away. That's when they did show up. He hits the shot, falls down, committed to a 1 versus 1, essentially an isolated 1 versus 1 against Shocks, and he's going to try and switch guns as he's lost ammo in his main rifle. Unfortunately, that cost him as Shocks peeks it out timely. He's going to pull this back to the G2 advantage as well as their T side continuing to stack up rounds. MSL behind the APC. Desperate to find something with this M4. He's actually inside of the smoke, but Shock sees him coming through, and I think perhaps due to the crosshair placement, he would have seen it on the radar. It's now going to be Config. AWP, and he's out. He's got to go. He's got to leave.
You just saw, like we were saying, like Shock's may not be in the ideal situation with his ping, but he's still outbraining people to that position. Like he's actually just watching Magisk Boy just panic and not even able to hit the shot. He's just facing, going, you know, they're coming from long as well. You've got to kill me. You've got to kill me. And then he just got to, when he had the USP coming out, he's kind of like taunted him, but it's like, well, come on then, we'll put you out of misery.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, it's true. It's good awareness because there was no way out of that situation other than winning that duel. And even then, it would have been play for the retake for Magisk.
Denying it. He knows he only got 20 bullets in the M4A1S. Baiting them out, counting him as he goes, and you can hit the clicks as well now, of course. So when you start in the clicks, he has to pull the pistol out. He's just like, well, I've got him now. That's it.
Config managing to stay alive. You and Config are pretty good friends?
Yes. Yeah, we going well.
Yeah. Talked about hairstyles for a while.
He wasn't a fan of the hairstyle. I decided to use it at the after party. For some reason.
It's okay. But it is going to be a force buy brought out from G2. Actually, not really force buy. This is the 2 people that went down. And I meant didn't but the 2 people that go down go to the SMGs to go against this. This is quite smart from G2. So Dignitas going to rotate back, but that AWP that Config holds nearly finds an opening shot. With Cajun B slowing them, he's still got a bit of an angle to play with, still some distance, but he can't land the flick toward the right. So therefore, Dignitas' force buy gets torn apart, and Magisk Boy trying to lurk in late. Rotate over from the A site, gonna get caught off by body. That's gonna make it now 4 players staying alive, and 13-11. The money back in the hands of G2, or rather, excuse me, from Dignitas. I keep saying that, I keep confusing them.
It's okay.
It's late.
You're tired
We're
for the
still
weekend.
recovering from last week, but the question is double up. They've got the money to do it. They don't do it. Okay, I'm a fan of not doing it, as you've already mentioned. It's not the map to do so.
It's one of those things, as soon as it's discovered and the terrorists know you have it, they just go back to set pieces, wall of smokes, and it's very difficult to retake the site. I would say, unless you're having an absolute stormer of a game, you've found an AWP, I'd say just keep with 1 on the CT side. And G2 now, after losing that first half 10-5, we did say if they got the pistol, they're straight back into it. They've proven to do so. 13-11 in their favor now. This is a huge round. CT's are maximum loss bonus, but this is another full investment for them. They buy it the next round. Won't really have much to work with, I'm afraid. They'll have FAMASs and shotguns, maybe they'll need a recon at least. So need to be winning this round and keeping reasonable numbers up as well. At least 2 people need to survive. At least.
Well, we'll see if they can do better than that, potentially, Henry. Maybe they just win.
Yeah, well, they can win the round, but like I said, 2 have to survive, at least.
Config with a quick pop flash to cover off anyone to drop, but no one dropping just yet. They'll put flames out, so they have to play this passively. So thankfully, Rubino's on the other side of the window to aid in the cause of doing so. without much information and without much found on the entrance, G2 is going to go back over toward the A site. However, as we mentioned, though, playing that double passive position toward the drop, usually it entails that if you include the second guy in window as a mid, it's a 1-1-3 setup toward B, which puts a lot of pressure in this situation on Magisk Boy. And he's got the information now as he was jumping, just spotted them in time, misses the jump, watch the wrap. Shox doesn't like to go all the way through. He stops at the doorway. That buys him time, but the flash through MSL in the open. It's on to Magisk. He's got to pull his back. He does get Shox as he looks toward the balcony position. It's Config to follow it up. It's going to be a massive play for the young Dane. Unfortunately, he does go down to the end, but he does a terrific job considering he was solo on the site to allow his team back in. This gets 3 kills overall, and Cajun B is going to bring this back to 12 now for Dignitas.
But still, look at the money for G2. This is the point I was making. Now they only kept 1 player alive. Let's see what the buy comes in from Dignitas here. So I think Cajun B could drop 1 weapon, and they're forcing up around it. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, to be fair. There's only 1 UMP in the hands of MSL. They have got the orb as well. So it's okay. It's definitely workable. And we're going to round number 11. You can see a P90's come out for Shox. I guess at this point, he's just like, you know what? I can't hit a barn door with the AK right now, considering the circumstance. So I'm just going to go in with the P90 and have some fun. Run and gun. Good old-fashioned technique.
That's a pretty interesting, bold try and spray down from that range. I don't even really know what he's attempting at that range from a P90. I can't put words to it. But you're right, it is a run and gun. It's going to be RPK that does better than that. He gets up close, body follows it up, and this is going to be a very bitter pill for Dignitas to swallow, considering the money.
This is, and considering the stage of the game as well. We're going into match point after this one. Full resets, they'll have no money. They either buy in and try and stop them, or they need a double eco anyway.
Yeah, so double eco means double game over, because it puts us on 16 if they don't win one of those.
Exactly. So what's the play? Force into this one, hope for the best. I think at this point, this is pretty much GG. You can't really win the game now, because they're going to get to 15. You still have to eco at that point. So they'll invest something into this round. Now they're forcing it. They have to force. It's the only option. It's the only option. So here we go. 5-7s, Deagles. And at this point, this is it. They don't win this round, the game is over.
Double boost, drop, rush, get 2 kills, win.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think
That's
about that.
what I would do.
Yeah, I didn't think about that one. So you're right. There is always that.
Flash over, not really a relevant statement. It just prevents Config from trying to go for a fast peek, but as we know, he was not. The information we have as spectators is overwhelming, is it not? I think, thank you, that was, you read my mind, Rushley. I was gonna say maybe we should turn off X-Ray and have some fun with this one, but he's already thought of it. Rubino trying to cover off that drop room, flash down, smoke as well, peeks it and sprays through, hoping that someone does try and get in that position. Shox has made it down on top of the pallet, masking the noise on the way through, and Config still just putting pop shots in toward Long. He gets obliterated, body on the way in. It's Rubino peeking back down the alleyway, and Body's gonna find that kill as well. So another good game for him in terms of kill totals, and Shox, that P90 will pay off for at least 1 kill.
Why not? 50 bullets of death, and this time...
I don't even think they're bullets, they're troll teeth. It's just little tiny teeth inside of that magazine.
Just chip away at you and your soul.
Yeah, yeah. Unless you're Thorn and don't have one.
Just let that sit there for a second.
Or Slemmy.
Now you've definitely confirmed what you're getting at, so nice.
Yeah, yeah. Is there anyone else in the scene? I don't think there is. I read a statistic that within like 150 years, there will be no more redheads because it's a gene that's actually being slowly biologically phased out.
Really?
Apparently. I don't know if that's true or not. I hope not, because redheaded women, when they're good, they're the best.
And on that bombshell, we go into round number 13.
Which is another force buy, as you said, this double eco situation.
They have no choice. That's why I said it's pretty much GG. They don't win this round because it's very unlikely. They're going to finish things off here with the CZ and 5-7s, no nades, no kits. It would be an absolutely crazy world we live in if this worked out for them.
Well, Rubino's going to try and do as he can with this, and this is exactly the play I wanted them to go for, the boost up. Why not just go ahead and try something audacious? It works for one. The smoke does not quite cover him off in its entirety. It allows Smiths to get it back, but as you pointed out, Config's gone and grabbed an AK from this.
Yeah.
So he's got an AK on an aggressive push-up long. It doesn't really matter when Shox just jumps through, ping through the roof, doesn't matter, hits the kill.
Yeah, apparently so. It works out for him, but Cajun B should get a kill here as well. This is quite sloppy from G2. It was Jox trying to make the play towards the B, kind of convince me what's going on, but all of a sudden, Dignitas looked like they're in contention for this one. As they get a man advantage here, 3-on-2. MSL looking for one more, does damage, but Magisboy, has he done enough? Gets a kill from long A, and I have to say, G2 maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves in this one.
Well, he's got to play this right screen. He knows that going for that bomb is going to leave him vulnerable because it's a long walk over to that corner. So the first part of the puzzle that he's got to solve is finding out exactly where Cajun B is. And smartly, Dignitas are not going to commit to this. They're going to allow him to grab the bomb, try and go for the plant, and play this together. And it'll be try and get information for Cajun B at the best case scenario because, again, he's the one on the AK-47 scream. I almost want to see the cannons plant right now, but he's going to go for the corner safety, put himself so deep in the site that walking in from long, Magisco has picked up the second AK that's down, and they've got a crossfire set on to Scream, who's searching still for Cajun. Already slipping by, though. He's going to show himself toward that tree. Thankfully, gets away from it fast enough. Now they're both known. Now Scream's got the information. He can try and close this out immediately against Cajun B, who again continues to walk toward the precipice of the site. And Scream, anticipating that he's going to wrap around, is waiting for it. Timing's not there, but he goes down regardless, and Cajun B, he'll put us at 15-13.
Just about, yep. It's going to be the CTs now. One player alive, though, once more, and he's saving that one AK. Still so much money available for G2. So, yeah, sure. Actually getting another round available for the CTs, but this is the round they need to win. If there's any chance of doing this, of course, they will have to lose, but this is the one where they can really be tested and give us a decent chance of doing it. So you got UMP, a FAMAS that saved AK, so it's actually reasonable. It's enough to work with. Huge round from Cajun to actually bring them into this one. 1v1 with Scream. I thought once that first player went down, Scream would have such an advantage with no nades on Cajun or a kit. He does manage to pull it off. Comes to them being a bit scrappy, though, I have to say. Sloppy, some would say, towards that B side, is jumping in, and even though they're holding defensively, Rubino opened it up and made things interesting. Copley was able to recover that AK as well. That was actually the thorn in their side towards the end of that round, but round number 14's here. They've gone the distance here as CTs holding further back towards the bomb site. You can see G2 actually getting full-on control. The bomb's still towards middle. They're not fully committed at this stage. Just want to be hunting out, see if there's any sort of stack or presence towards danger or middle. MSL just got the UMP. He needs to be flashed in towards long if he's having a chance here. Has got a teammate with him. He's at the play. Oh, the timing. That could be it right now.
That could be a huge problem for them. Rubino's got to rotate over, just gets through in time before the Flames do massive damage, but they stack up. Nade goes through. He's down to 35 before he even hits the ground, and when he does, Shox has already got the shovel well dug into about 6 feet under. It's going to be Cajun B, that comes back out. And unfortunately, that's going to be it. They try to get back in, and Body and RPK just close them out. Bomb was already planted. So the first map of 2 go to G2, who I have to say, considering the excellent performance at the offline event at StarLadder, considering the best final of the year was arguably the last Pro League final between them and SK that went 5 maps. Yeah. I want to see them make this season work. I want to see them at the LAN in that way.
What a good comeback, though, from G2 overall. The fact they go 10-5 down at the start, we said going on the T side.
T side again.
Yeah, so you go on the T side. As soon as you win that pistol, definitely got a game in your hands. And
what do they have to do to fix the CT sides, though? Because if they could, wouldn't they be back to that, like, top 3 stat? I mean, easily in the top 3 status?
Definitely. 100%. If they fix that, they've got a perfect team there, right?
All right, listen. I was trying to make an interesting conversation, but
let those guys have it. That's going to throw it over to
them. All right, fine.
Definitely.
Analysts.
Okie dokie, artichoke. So G2 again do the same old thing. We avoided it in discussion, albeit because we had quite a short segment in the pre-match. But something that we will always find ourselves talking about with G2 is this tendency to, no matter what, have an atrocious pinch of salt CT side and to bring it back on the T side. It seems to be more often than not, they just blow up on their attacking side. And it seems that you were trying to explain how it could be a theory craft. It does seem to be eluding even, the CS minds.
Well, like it's not 10-5's not a horrible half on Cobble, like, but it's not great.
It's not great.
You'd probably want more of a 9-6 or 8-7. But I think it's just on that T side, they're just able to run everybody over with aim, and they're taking the jewels on their terms, right? So on the CT side, it looks like they're uncomfortable. They're getting forced in positions they don't really like, and then they're not hitting the shots that they need to. We were discussing before about them needing to play with more aggression, and you do see it sometimes on certain maps. And we did talk about before how it's hard to do aggression on Cobble.
Yes.
But maybe they could come up with some innovative strats to do some aggression and get an early pick, because they need something to invigorate their CT side.
something.
Yeah, and I would say, it's an easy punching bag to go to, but Smith's actually had a decent CT side. I think it could have been a little bit worse than it was. Just knowing previously, their downfalls, but their T side is just so strong. And when you get that in the back of mind, so no matter when you're watching G2, you always kind of sink into that mindset of, while there's still the T side to go, it doesn't really matter what deficit. As long as they get that pistol, I reckon as soon as they get it, get running, they're going to have a competitive game. For me, it was just a bit disappointing that at no point did Dignitas pull back the reins. They were constantly being run over, and I guess it's more of a question to you, but how do you stop a team who's purely depending on making those plays? Like, is there something that you just should fall back to, or is there no way to defaultly stop that?
Well, you can take a gamble and call out a stack or something like that from Dignitas' side and hope you get lucky. But when you're versing a team that's just so powerful at taking duels like that, it's hard. Like you saw, they were just getting up really close and they were managing to multi-frag. And if you're not trading 1-for-1, you're always obviously going to be at a disadvantage. So I think Dignitas, obviously, they could have tried a couple of, unusual plays, maybe a retake on that B site, played like heavy and connector and drop, and then waited out utility and slowly mowed through and cleared out that B site. But they were just taking the fights as normal and it wasn't working out for them. So
is G2 kind of in a very elite group in terms of being able to get away with that, not needing the additional structure to find success on their T side, or are there quite a lot of examples of squads that can just take those fights?
My mind goes instantly to old Fnatic, a team that would often say we don't necessarily depend on these set pieces on our T side. We have communication we can bank on and build from. So Olafmeister will provide something. Be wherever it is, he can provide something. Exactly, and he does it. And then they work off the back of it with communication, and they're confident. They know exactly how each other's going to play. Nowadays, probably not what you're going to see with Fnatic, because it's a new lineup, obviously getting used to each other, but I think they fall into somewhat of a category like that. I don't think you can say one-to-one it's too similar, but certainly to the same vein almost.
Okay, I mean, I think that sounds like a good comparison to make, actually. Something we didn't have a chance to talk about, Chad, I wanted to ask you, the fact that they played so recently in such a competitive environment, so StarLadder, the same two maps that they're about to play here in the Pro League were played. It was exactly the same score, 16-13 both times. We've seen it replicated. Have you ever been in a scenario like that, or do you think that makes an impact when you've literally fresh in your mind played that exact team on that exact map? Does that influence the way that game's going to be played out? I'd assume so.
I think it definitely does. I think if you're the lower team, so Dignitas in this situation, you're probably going to try and change the way you're playing the game to adapt to G2's style. But if G2 are also adapting to the way that you play the game, well, then you're both kind of, advancing the level of play. Or someone's going to get mind gamed. Someone's just going to play their normal style, and they're going to think ahead, and it's not going to work out for them. So I think that I said it was going to be a bit easier for G2. It was the exact same result, unfortunately. But that's my first one right on the desk. So
congratulations!
There we go.
No one else is keeping track, but he is.
I need to.
Okay. I think Henry's often quite competitive, so you guys can get a little tally chart going with your predictions. We'll be talking predictions after our break. Of course, we have Dust 2 to look forward to. It's another rematch. It was 16-12 last time these guys met in an offline environment on this map. Now they do it online here at the ESL Pro League. Before we go, though, you know what I'm going to remind you of. It is called, of course, the Score Esports application, available on your smartphone, on Android, and pretty much every smartphone you have, and of course on Google Play. And what's the other one called? iOS. Grab it on the App Store as well. You go grab that, and when we do come back, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about Dust 2 between G2 and the boys from Dignitas.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
if you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Hey Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
One more map to be played here for the ESL Pro League. It has been a wild ride between G2 and Dignitas, seeing G2 once again find their footing on Cobblestone in their T side. 5 rounds to 10 going into their attacking side, and they just walk through looking very medieval with their assault. Now, I've got myself, Chad, and Lauren to hang out and talk about our next map. It's Dust 2. We've seen it played once already, and now we get to see it again, this time with 2 different sides. We were very kind of displeased with Virtus.pro's disjointed attack. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more from the French side, at least on their T side. We'll see what Dignitas can do. Now, opening thoughts, Dignitas, again, rematch versus G2, same maps. We had this discussion about Cobblestone. You suggested that the mind games might be playing into it, Chad. Do you think, I can't help but feel you start second-guessing decisions. You just sit there and you go, well, we did this last time and it worked, but now they know it, and you start, do you think they're going to be faltering coming into Dust 2?
Yeah, you obviously like alter it a little bit. You have to. You can't go into the same game plan exactly. If you do, you're pretty ballsy. And that's probably the better play. I wouldn't recommend it, but it was a good game regardless.
It was. And sorry, I just want to start a fun debate. I had a sudden brainchild. I was sitting there, I was looking at Lauren, I was looking at Chad, and I was like, I know what we're going to do. Lauren doesn't like Dust 2. She doesn't like to play it.
No.
Why? No.
I think it's boring.
No.
What about it's boring?
Yeah, go.
There's only so many times you can be excited by taking mid.
The screens think it's boring too.
Wow, the screen's gone black with disappointment, and you're not liking Dust 2.
Yeah, it is fun.
It's literally just personal. I find it really boring, literally on the T side, just people just taking mid control consistently, building up. I think there is prowess to it. I just don't think that at any other level than the highest tier, you're going to see anything exciting from it.
I agree. I think when you default on this map, it can be relatively boring because you're basically just going through the pace.
Motions.
Like you smoke Xbox, you flash, you get short control, you wait for utility, then you execute either mid or short. That's basically it. But I think I like Dust 2 as a spawn-based map. Teams taking the long spawn 95% of the time and just taking battles and having really good fights at long. The CTs they either go all in or they fall back, and it's great to see the decision-making. And I think with spawn-based Counter-Strike, if you start Dust 2 as a spawn-based map, then you can just really play around how the CTs have to adapt. You go, okay, well, maybe they'll play retake this time, so now we're just going to go straight out, straight into a B rush, or maybe they're going to put all 3 members at long, and we'll do a really quick up cat to A kind of setup. So, yeah.
Now you go.
Personally, for me, the weird thing is that I don't find the T side that exciting, apart from maybe nice spawn play. But then for me, I find CT side Dust 2 far more interesting than most other maps to a degree, because there's teams trying to adapt and change things. Initially, when the old Existence roster, for example, was one of the first teams to kind of dabble with that B side aggression, pushing 2 players into the B talents to really redefine the map. I found that incredibly enthralling to watch. I think that sort of thing is very exciting. But there's only so many ways you can redo this map these days. I find it's come down to very small nuances, which, again, can be really exciting when it works out, like the stacks now with the AWPing, different ways of playing it out, but it's so rare. Like, I'd love to see maybe the skybox opened up on the B side, so you could actually see like the old source plays, you could like smoke over the top, do like different things almost, like just something a little new. I still feel it's just a little bit static.
Now, you were talking about B side, you're suggesting there is some innovation towards B. Used to be, of course, the skybox is probably a big factor. You can't throw it from the T-spawn, is that what you're suggesting? Okay. But what I wanted to ask you, Chad, is for these B takes, is there a team that springs to mind, or is there a strat that springs to mind to hit B more often? Because it does seem like a rarity. Is there anyone that you looked at when you were trying to build your Dust 2 strats? Is there a B take?
FaZe had a really good one where they, I know you don't really think of FaZe and strategy.
Yeah, sure, maybe not.
But they did like a default weighted out utility, and then they just used the AWPs to cover them as they walked into the B site, and then just use a couple of simple Molotovs and just explode. Yeah, just late round. Was something they do just off a default, where most teams would default go out mid or go short. They would go back to B with numbers, they'd walk in with the AWP covering them, use 1 or 2 Molotovs and explode into the site and just straight out. I thought that was a really good way of doing it. In terms of doing it earlier in the round, or say quicker, you always need your upper dark player to be throwing like a lurk smoke, and that kind of smoke just in front of the tunnels to make the CTs think that you could be potentially coming in.
Okay.
You set a precedent. Once that precedent's set, you can do like it's like an explosion. It's a term I coined from Fallen, where you just explode from behind that smoke into the site with lots of numbers, and they're not expecting it. They're just thinking you're doing it default like normal.
Yeah, and I think teams like FaZe really suit that style, just because they have so much aim to back it up. You know what I mean? Like, you walk out of a smoke, in theory, you should be at somewhat of a disadvantage advantage. Someone's going to be staring at it. But then you throw in someone like Rain, AZ, you're going to have these crazy players coming out of it. And I think that you mentioned lurking on this map as something to stand out, especially in that upper B area, or like in the upper tunnel, should I say. Shox, I think, has one of those phenomenal abilities, especially on this, to really become part of that role, which you don't normally put him towards, I don't think especially. But I think Dust 2 on the T side, his lurking in mid especially, he is so damn good at it. Like, I'm going to keep my eye on it personally on the T side, because I think he has big power towards that as well as creating opportunities.
Okay, I like this. And what also I think is really interesting is that we always attribute Dust 2, I've said it 1,000 times, to this aim-based style. So you'd assume G2, especially because we just sat there on Cobblestone singing the praises of their T-side where they do just win aim duels. However, you know, I'll never forget that Mouse Sports was at 16-1, where they did just get completely rolled on Dust 2. And so there is some chinks to G2's armor on Dust 2. But I think already we have to start probing for predictions. Lauren, you can make a point and then throw me a name.
Yeah, I think we've avoided Cajun B throughout this. He's going to be a big name to come up, and I'm sure they'll highlight it on the desk there. A big swing factor for Dig, and I think that it will be G2's game, but I think Cajun B, if he plays a big role, could bring it closer.
Especially not forgetting Astralis and their old Dust 2 gaming. What do you got for me?
I'm going to stick with G2. I think Cajun was almost a non-factor in that Cobble game, so if he's not firing, they basically relied on config for that whole map. I think that with that in mind, you should see G2 take it pretty easily.
Should being the operative word. Okay, so it does look like we're looking towards the French side. It will be Dignitas to try and break this hell they've been living in as they've conceded 3 maps back-to-back versus these squads, both here at the Pro League and, of course, at Starladder. For now, though, it's back to your casters. It's Henry G and Sadakis to guide us through our final map of the night. What are you thinking, boys?
I don't really think. I just sit and talk about what happens in the kill feed, Alex.
And what a good job you do.
Thank you. I try my hardest.
Well, then, yeah, G2 probably is their best map historically, I would say, especially in recent form as well. We did see them in Mo and Kiev look a little bit caged on the CD side. We're going for that hard aggression, going in and finding the kills. That's when they really get in the zone. That's when they're confident. Sometimes they can be rattled, though, and not really go for it. And that's when you see them dropping rounds. Especially against Envious, that was quite evident. You can see they're probably thinking, oh, they know what we do. They're going to be able to shut it down. Let's hold back. And when they do get it, though, and they're firing all cylinders, everyone's hitting their shots, that's when they're most deadly. And that's when they'll be pushing and finding the aggression and actually shutting down terrorist teams. They'll be more on the offense. And that's what is really exciting to watch. But still, going to be a good game here. Lauren made a good point with Cajun being the amazing AWPer on this map. He actually was the main AWPer for Astralis when he was in this team, in that team, I should say. And that's when he actually famed that car position so well for so many other AWPers as well. It seems like a lot of people trying to replicate his success in that position. But it's going to be 5 stuff armor for the CTs and a nice long take on the looks of things from Body to kick things off. Not going to be going in super fast. And normally G2, they actually do that B take time and time again. This time they're focusing towards long.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of pressure to put onto the CTs and try and take this position away. Does mean Catwalk's open for availability for rotation, but they're sending a lurk out of middle right now, and that's going to be Shox who finds MSL, but unfortunately, he's lost all his team, so I admire the effort in Shox trying to cut off Cat. That way you don't need to take it directly and win the long battle with the Deagle up as well. But it all falls apart, and Dignitas had a good strength position out toward long. They've got the bomb covered off, and look at the mini-map. They're all huddling the bomb. They're worshipping the bomb.
Yeah, so the point I was making is G2 almost always go towards B on their T-pistol and Dust 2. I think it's been quite well telegraphed, and that's what they go for. It's almost screaming the Deagle. This time they had a decent one towards long, waiting for the initial nades, but Shoxy, P2000, definitely got the range to work with. It's such a difficult shot with that pistol. As soon as Magisboy spots him, he doesn't need to fake anymore, doesn't even need to risk going down and make it a possibility for a player like Shox to get into this. And it will be him edging in now. 45 seconds, needs to find 1 kill. There's no real way Dignitas can lose this. They have 1 sacrificial player who goes down, and then the other 2 should be striking as soon as Shoxy tries to go for that bomb. Just don't give anything until he's fully committed. So Magisboy, you can see him jumping with the X-ray right now. Jumping, just trying to get some intel. And he'll probably be saying at the moment, he's not coming this way, he's not coming. And that's why they got a little boost going towards the blue box as well, but now he has been spotted. They can reposition. Shox, it's a hell of a shot there. There it is. As soon as one goes down, they're facing at the same time, giving him 2 targets and shutting the situation down. The way they were set up, it was almost impossible for them to lose that round. Losing 1 player was always likely to be a possibility with Shoxy and the aggressor there, but still, decent recovery. And Dignitas take the pistol here. So G2 focusing towards long. Interesting, they didn't stick to their usual tactic. Maybe we did see players on Envious shut it down with that quick smoke at the start of the round and then locking them out, rotating players over. So I guess that's what they're trying to bring to the game now, have a bit more depth for the pistols.
Yeah, try something out. I mean, we know this map. That's actually pretty sick.
Shoxy's back to a normal ping now, so I think business will be
game on.
Resumed.
It's game on.
Yeah.
Poor Dignitas. I feel for you. That's lovely. To be fair, I mean, Danish teams are very good on this. Cajun's very good on this map, but Smith is a player that seems to have more impact on this map than any other. I had a lengthy discussion with him about his role in the team and, you know, the flack that he receives. And he obviously had that long, lengthy interview on Vakarim where he basically said, You know, I don't mind. Obviously, we're talking over an anti-eco at this point in time. There, the Swarm KGB though. Tech9 is ominous, and actually, Body.
There it
Scream
is.
missing shots. That's not common. It's going to put them in an odd position here, and Rubino going down. They're going to pull this off. It's just MSL remaining. I thought we had room to talk about Smiths and his lovely storytelling that he did, but Body's going to close that off. It goes 1-1. G2 pull it back, so never mind the pistol. Shocks. Lovely Deagle to start it, but Smiths basically said, there's no other opera that does what I do. I'm more about being in position to play off my teammates, and I would rather my teammates do well than I get kills. And whenever I drop 40 kills, it's because they aren't, or I'm left alive late. He's not an impact operator. He never considered himself that. He's a decision maker and a mid-round sort of adaptation caller. And I thought it was kind of interesting that I said, why even listen to all the hatred? He said, actually, it motivates me sometimes. You know, if I go there, I just want to prove them wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. He did that big post, but okay, Config is giving the taste of their own medicine. This time, Shoxy going down and start the round with that one, but from the Desert Eagle, and you can see the terrorists striking towards long at this point. So we've been kind of discussing the idea on these anti-ecos. What's the best possible way to win them? This is perfect. You get the long control, and you take that away from the CTs there. They can't really face or really work out what's going on. They can't have presence towards that area, and you normally leave one towards this long pit to actually just keep prodding them and making sure they can't actually control the A ramp. Body was going to be that player. I thought they were going to go in towards short. They're actually going all the way through T-spawn and get it towards the tunnels there. They obviously don't really know what's on the other side. MSR had a chance there to get in towards the tunnels and get in a scary little position there, but he has boosted. This is actually pretty cool for one frag. He probably will get one, as they only have a couple of flashes getting towards this B site. Time ticking away. You thought they probably had to strike a bit sooner than this. It's getting to the point where the CTs probably will be aware this might be a possibility soon. This is Body once again, just trying to sell something towards short, take that vision away from middle, while his teammates are getting ready to walk into B. Okay, Rubino.
Ready indeed. Rubino starting it off. Here's the bait in. MSL, he's got one. He lets them go by. Smith falls. And Rubino shows up on the doorstep. Dignitas respond. We go 1 for 1 for 1. Back and forth again. It's going to be no money left over on this terrorist side. Aside for Shocks and Body, and they actually go all in on this with an two AWPs.
Yeah, for me, that didn't really make sense for G2. If you're going to go after T-spawn, you need to be quick. You need to stop the CTs actually working on what's going on. Had they've got a short and had left Body towards long, who's watched, like I said, watching the A ramp, you take the short with this flashbang, you actually put yourself in a fantastic position to actually pin to the side, make things very difficult for the CTs. But now, double up, like you said, interesting, and we have got a CT towards the top middle. That's actually going to be Magisboy. UMP in hand. No one to find just yet, but Smith, he's towards long by himself. Magisboy should shut him down. There it is, and actually starts opening the floodgates now as he picks up the AWP and falls back. So he's denied that AWP. Sure, it's an equal situation. We normally say it's in favor of the T's, but now they've lost that all. That's a huge blow to them, even though they got that first pick.
Yeah, that's actually significant. Scream as well with the armor on Tech9 if they can pick up a second kill.
And got KGB on the off now as well.
That's, yeah. So we'll see if that haunts them here. I mean, the SMGs is interesting because Body without armor and Shocks on the AWP doesn't have any either, but they still have Scream with the Tech9 on head armor and full chest armor, and Rubino gets caught looking the wrong way. No peek from MSL. A little bit curious that he doesn't go sooner. That costs him because Shocks is there. He starts to panic, overcommits to the peak, and the AWP finds it. KGB tries to time into the smoke, but the smoke's thrown early. No one crossing just yet. And it will be a potential for G2 to make it 1-1-1-1 as Body waiting, doesn't spot Magist crossing over as he looks at the exact wrong time. It will pull it back to a 2 versus 2, but both teams with the same weaponry. It's going to be an AWP and a UMP on either side. Shocks is the only one disadvantaged in this without the armor, but that only applies if it's against the UMP. Because from range, he's got the advantage, and the UMP can't find the shot towards the back of the site, and KGB is going to bail already. He's going to keep this AWP, so we are going to go
back and forth,
yeah,
isn't it?
I like it. I like it.
It's the war of attrition right now, isn't it? It's try and keep forcing him, and the other team hasn't really stabilized their cash at that point. Double ops somehow works out for them. Even after getting that first pick, it was great positioning from Magisboy, getting up towards the top middle, completely undetected as well. I thought that was round over that stage. You've taken an AWP away, and you've only got pistols to work with at that stage as well, but somehow getting towards B, the timings is working in G2's favor. As soon as they go towards B, it was the player rotating. I think it was MSL's teammate Rubino, who is at the door, just as he's caught jumping with the gun in his hand, gets taken down. MSL can only find one of the UMP, and that's when the AWP of Shocks can really come into its own. So then, KGB saves an AWP. Still going to be forcing into this. No one is giving in yet, just yet. It's relentless. They still have a pretty decent buy, but this boy's got an M4, 2 Famouses as well. Back and forth round so far. Rubino takes a tag through the door as well. He goes under 51 HP. Looks like a B-sided attack. Flashes go in. Just a B-rush. Why not? Get in. See what happens with the MAC-10s.
Oh, good kill from Body to start it off. It's going to be Shocks immediately in with the MAC-10, though. Finally, maybe some stabilization here in terms of the rounds. 17 HP as Shocks will put the bomb down. Cajun, AWP in hand. Might want to look to save that, as they are going to be in a position this time where not much can be done. He's already smoked off Catwalk. That indicates he's trying to keep himself alive. Spots the footsteps. Don't shoot just yet. Footsteps. I know you can't spot footsteps. I get it. Footprints. Steps.
Legs.
Feet. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Either way.
Well, either way, I think that's actually quite a decent call from G2. If you think about it, it's a bit of a risk.
That's a problem. Now they know where he is.
It's a bit of a risk considering the CTs might have weaponry, but you know they won't have incendiaries. That's pretty much the only thing that can guarantee to stop a B rush. They don't have those. You're going at the Mac 10, so a decent flash is thrown. Actually have a chance to get in there, which works out perfectly.
I don't think this AWP... Oh, that gives it. Shocks, I thought, would push into Goose. Cage has got a chance to try and run. He does just get there. If Shocks had have looked Goose immediately, they could have pinched him.
Well then, the first team to 2 rounds in a row, it will be G2. But the AWP has been saved once again, so do they force into this one? It looks like they're trying actually build some economy now, as they are going to save the M4 and the AWP. Not forcing around it, not actually going to be buying anything at all, really. And Smith's through the door. It's actually straight up through the gap as well. Actually is a possibility. It's not so much skill. It does take really good reaction and timing, but it's more down to a little bit of luck as well. It's not consistent around that shot, but MSL now, P2000 in hand, sits in the smoke. They know he's there, though. They know you're there, as they take him down.
Do they know he's there?
Apparently so.
Well, Majestic Boy and Cajun B, the last 2 alive again. This AWP needs to be carried over once more for Cajun B, and they're going to go once again trying to find him and hunt him down, but good positioning right now to just watch anyone coming through the bottom of middle. That flash thrown from a teammate in mid for Smiths was perfect.
Pretty good. Oh, they know exactly where Majestic Boy is. Definitely worth the hunt at this point. They know the money is starting to dwindle for the CTs, and there it is. There's definitely a buy available, but they can't get an AWP. That's where they're so strong. As they get KGB towards that car area, that's when they're shutting down their executes, and we know how strong the execute from G2 is. We discussed it to no end on the desk there as to why it's so good. Oh, they've got 3 AWPs here, though, on the T side of Dust 2. It's not overtime. This is regulation. So, okay, they did have 3 AWPs. Where's the other one gone? Did they drop it?
It's got to be there somewhere.
Unless I
completely misread that. It might have been... No, I think it must have been. You must have misseen it.
Okay. Am I going crazy? I swear
I thought I normally trust you, Henry, but now I'm not sure that I can.
Retract it. Maybe my go-to was like delayed or something. I saw 3 for sure. Oh well.
I am slowly going crazy. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch. Slowly, am I going? No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I forget. See, it's an old campfire song.
Maybe I'm more tired than I thought.
It's a long week, but we still have a long road ahead of us in this game as well. Double op setup, as you mentioned, not triple. Just to clarify. For Smiths and Shocks, and it's going to be Scream to take down Rubino. Cajun now has to watch the cross, but a smoke will prevent him from doing so. He's gotten close enough, he's at least hearing the footsteps going by. And it was only 2 ops. Confirmed by production as Cajun B. He's going to get re-smoked, re-flashed, re-everything, and as they're already backing away to save once more on the Dignitas side, it's Body that finds Config. Now keep in mind, this map is the epitome of the poor CT sides for G2. So, that said, we have to keep an eye on, you know, making sure they at least win the half, but pulling out some numbers that are favorable. And Dignitas, we need to see them get the money built up so they can get that AWP on Cajun B consistently, knowing that he likes to play toward the car. He was the one they built that meta around. Majestic Boy, he's going to have a nice stat in terms of little deaths in this game if he continues to save, but ultimately that's not going to win them rounds.
Yeah, he keeps finding these kills at the end of the rounds and boosting his frag total, but ultimately they haven't had that much impact to the game. He's just trying to stay alive once again. This time he's towards the pit, flashed off. Looks like they're hunting once more. G2, those flash will buy some space to get out the doors, and Scream finishes things off. And it should be another Eek here. That's $2,900 coming into the bank accounts of Dignitas, so can get some upgraded pistols here. That's probably about it. And Shoxy, can we stay on him for a while? He's got the best spawn you can possibly get with the AWP as well. Almost certainly going for the pick at the start of the round.
See if he does it. Already staring toward long like a racehorse in the gate.
Ready to go. The trap. Here he's got 3 players coming towards him as well. Let's see if this works out.
He's there. Flash is ready, though. Look at them. Backs turned. Okay, they jump it. Cajun B. Now is there going to be a flash from Majestic Boy? He's the one with the flash as well, so they were both waiting for that. It never came through. He saved it and timed it, but it's not good enough to catch Body as it just gets him around the corner and he catches Config. The first flash was from his teammate. The second was from Majestic, who comes out late and Giant dies to Shock. So long was the battle. That was the full exchange. 6-2 is our scoreline. Despite that early back and forth affair, it's now double up set up on the CT side. Cajun B, the one we have to keep an eye on. Remember, he likes to play that car position.
He definitely does. So double orb setup coming in for sure. And he's going to be shocked with that spawn once again. So I'm sure he'll have more fun with this as he goes in towards long. 3 players. Now once again, he'll dodge the flash as well. Will they be facing? It doesn't look like they will. We've got to wait for the smoke. This is the safe bet. Don't want to give Shox a chance, but still he fires off a shot. And actually going to be screaming opening things up on the other side of the map. That was towards B. Rubino, I guess he went quite aggressive with the orb there. I have to go check where he died, but it looked like it was quite a close range confrontation as he was the secondary orb. Whereabouts was he? He was on the back platform, so Scream just full-on faced him and rips his head off. Very impressive stuff.
Well, Cajun B, nearly spots the cross, doesn't find the shot in time. MSL's gone and pick up that second AWP from where Rubino went down. You can see it on your screen. You've got a lovely view of it, but Smiths has a lovely view of Cajun B.
I like that angle he's got as well. Standing on the barrel, it's not where someone's going to be pre-aiming as well. He's just hoping someone's going to face him. It's one of the hardest angles in the game for a CD to face. So many angles to spot, it's almost recommended you never go for it. You want to be flashing over or smoking the doors before you face it, but obviously they're a man down. Want to try and get something back into the round, has to take a chance there. There's Cajun B dropping, so they do have the orbs recovered still, the CTs. But just boy, they always flash over though, G2, they've already taken it. And you see he's fully flashed at this point. They're waiting for the reaction.
Oh, lovely.
Body's ready. He seems in the zone right now.
He's very good on Dust too as well. I mean, that makes it even better that him and Smiths seem to be specialists on this map because it strengthens what is already a very formidable core 3 with RPK, Shox and Scream on the accuracy front. And it's going to be another save for Dignitas. How many times have we said this already this half? 4 rounds they've had to run away with AWPs or rifles to try and hold them over. Yeah. MSL's the one to do it this time. Body's on 8, so don't imagine he'll go hunting anytime soon, but there's really no one yet threatening that B site as it is regardless.
Be the 6th round in a row now for G2 as they increase their score margin. Oh, what a shot from Smiths that was. He seems ready as well. Everyone coming to life here for G2. RPK's having a quiet game, 1 for 5, but everyone else just going absolutely berserk here. And we do have maximum loss bonus, but on the City side, that's never really going to be enough overall. Partial bike can come in. You can see that arriving on the screens right now. So CZ's body armor, 5.7s. He's on the PT-50, needs to keep his money a little bit more, well, a lot stronger, I guess, if he wants to get the AWP going forward. And G2 almost certainly going to 8-2 here. So this is the Dust 2 we've come to expect. Shox reading the situation quite nicely. He just gets a Mach 10, and he can play reconnaissance going in first and thrown into those bomb sites to farm some cash. But Rubino does find the first frag with the Desert Eagle, takes on RPK and the B-bombs.
So far, so good. Shox, though, tagged up significantly, needs to fall back on this because RPK down already. A 2-man advantage will be a problem against these pistols. Rubino's going to play the same spot we saw MSL do earlier on, and to great success as well. On that second round, this time they check it. Body, he's going to find the kill. It's MSL immediately behind him, and Body, he punishes both. It's Config in the doorway, but as we saw it, there's a player. That's actually quite good. A player out behind him. The smoke comes down. Shox won't be able to get to him in time, and he's on 20 HP, Shox. So Config has pulled this back. He's pushed the tunnels. They're not ready for him. Shox, he goes in thinking there's no way. And Smiths never had view of it. He's got the AK picked up. Bomb still dropped in the halls. And Smiths has to clutch this back. That is a lovely round from Config. Regardless of how this ends, that is a lovely sequence of opportunity for him to take a hold of, and it's going to be Smiths trying to Molotov flash in. That does push him back as he was behind the pillar, but Config's going to close it with 4.
Lovely stuff, though. Those 5-7 kills especially. Very, very impressive stuff from him there. Nails those first 2 shots and has a good read as well. He knows Shox is low HP. His teammates have already told him that as well. Here's the replay and screen. Now this shot, that was great. The body have head armor. It seemed like his head just exploded there in the second shot. And then Shox, they know exactly where he is. They know the timings of this as well. So Config's got the information. He's lower B, takes advantage of it, takes him down. And this Molotov placement as well just denies Shox, Smith, getting the kill in return. So, what looked like a nightmare situation. I even speculated it was guaranteed to be A2. Somehow, Config pulls it back. This time, Rubino, though, by himself towards lower B. That's going to take him down, but Config continuing the good form. Does find a kill in return, but Smiths, once again, Cajun B seems to be getting shut down all over the place.
Certainly does, and that's a problem because he's more of a mid-round player with that AWP, so him down early, Magist can't contest long. He's got to sit from the car with a rifle. He's managed to win that exchange, but look how thinned out the defense are as a result of this. By setting up a 2-man, no one middle, 2-man on A, no one middle, MSL's had to push out, catch RPK, and now he's going to have to rotate back over toward mid. But it's still 2 versus 2, and Config's established at least that he has catwalk, which means they've got to be going and funneling toward the B site. MSL's going to reposition inside a closet as well, and Smith, he'll check it, he'll peek it, get the headshot. And we might be looking at an 8th round for G2, if Config can't play hero once more. Bomb planted default. He'll be exposed to tunnels, but covered off by Smiths, who's not looking at all. In fact, the most vulnerable position his teammate could have been spotted from. He doesn't check it, he watches the smoke, but it's still going to be Body to spray him back down. And G2, they'll get that lovely 8. The hateful 8.
The hateful eight indeed. Config with good work there once again. I thought he'd done just enough to secure the round, but not meant to be. There's a reset for Dignitas. It won't be a double eco after having a successful eco round, as I struggle to get my words out there. It's going to be 8-3 in G2, and surely we can't see a similar sort of performance on Config here with the 5-7, although he has bought it. Got some armor as well, but he's got no nades or kits. Very unlikely to win the round. I'm not going to say it's impossible again, because you saw what happens when you say silly things like that as RPK goes towards long. Gets that first shot and screen. Back to the one tap, it seems, towards short. Going to be backstabbed by MSL there with the P2000. So they have managed to recover an AK-47, but the problem is the bomb is going down. Molotovs are raining in towards short as well. They're going to have to retreat from this position. And Smith is waiting for them.
Smith's is waiting, but not finding. Does eventually land a KGB, but now he's got to switch over to the Tech 9 instead. Body's there, he'll help. Body's such a good help. 9-3 G2. This is the rounds that we were talking about. So we know they're good on the T side. CT side struggling a little bit. 9 rounds, very workable for them. This is roughly where I would have expected them to land. But now, on top of that, with the money still dire on the Dignitas side, if they can pick up one here, they'll be back down to pistols, and they've got a chance to go for a lot more.
Long spawn once again. Chad was saying off air, like, if his team ever got the long spawn, he's taking it every single time. He thinks it's worth it.
Look how far he is.
Yeah.
Not only does he hold the angle, he's gone. That flash comes out. He's got time to reset the aim, but can't exactly follow and replicate that first shot onto the second double flash. He'll try and take pit potentially, or is he just going to wait once more? Flash comes back. They've got to swap over to keep Shocks in contention for this. And Smith's AWP down. He's got KGB round over. Rubino's way over on the B site.
Me analyzing the round and the tactical breakdown, this is the Dust 2 mode. When the teams are hitting every single shot, there's not necessarily a huge amount of strategy going into it. So Shocks has got the long spawn. He knows, well, I'm just hitting shots right now. Do you want me to go along and see what I can do?
How flash far over. Out was he too?
Yeah, I'm going to flash over and I'm just going to face them. It's not really, that sometimes Dust 2 is like that. It's not like I can tell you exactly why or explain things. It's just a good spawn. You're feeling like you're going to hit the shot, and you know the CT money's going to be low as well. So it's a good chance you can actually win that situation. Dust 2 is quite beautiful in that sense. That it gives you the freedom and confidence to just completely bully a team when you have these good spawns. It's quite cool to watch. And one of the things I do like about Dust 2 is a different kind of Counter-Strike sometimes. More deathmatch style, you know, when you really get in the zone.
Pick from Scream, Shocks. He'll get Magisk Boy back, so G2, I said it, if they could get the last round and force them back onto pistols, they've got a chance to get a lot more in 11 rounds. We've seen them on 11 for, 4 or 5 times since the start of Pro League, including Star Ladder, obviously, is the LAN. Like, this is a common scoreline for them on the T side. It's very, very threatening when teams go against G2 on this map, I have to say.
Double orb setup to finish things off here for Dignitas, who will be occasion once again with Rubino. Can't say the double orb's been tremendously successful. If anyone, a single gun round so far. If you remember, they won the pistol, lost the second round forced by, but then forced bought back themselves. And then, I guess they haven't really won a gun round yet. The only round they won, Matt, was with that 5-7 work of Config. So they're yet to win a gun round, which is kind of nuts, if you think about it like that.
Yep, that's actually almost depressing when you think about it like that. Yeah. MSL gets found in the smoke. G2 on their way to getting 12-3. Good shot from Cajun B as they push through. Flashes don't really do much to deter his fate, but his fate's still limiting, I dare say. Second flash, he has to turn away. Does get back in time to hit Scream, but RPK there. The double peek comes in. 12-3 for G2. This is, I mean, considering we started out 1-1-1-1 with back and forth affair, I'm shocked that it just got carried away like that. That's the thing is ridiculous.
Those force buys, although they're quite close rounds,
yeah, it hurts them.
They come back to haunt you, right? And they can never really recover from them as well. The only round they won past the first 5 was that 5-7 round, full eco essentially. Didn't win a single gun round there. They were limited in the utility, the orbs, and G2, like I said, once they got rolling, there was no stopping them. There was no strategy there. They was in the zone playing deathmatch, using their spawns every single time. Can Dignitas do anything to get back into the series? I'm not so sure. Let's see after the break whether they can do anything about it.
Welcome back for the last half of the evening. Remember, G2 did take the first map against Dignitas, and now they're 12-3 in this one.
Indeed. Not a good place to be against G2 on Dust 2, I'm afraid. Probably needed a few more rounds here. Comes down to the pistol. If they can pick it up, we might have a closer scoreline. If they lose it, it's probably going to be 16-3. So, a lot of pressure there.
Well, we go 12, we go 15-3.
Yeah, but then it's like you're constantly forced by trying to get out of the situation.
Then there's a bomb plant,
But
and then it could be 14-3.
The good news is G2 normally suckers D2 online. So
you're right. You're not wrong.
We'll see what happens.
You're sometimes wrong, but you're not wrong this time.
Don't be silly. I'm never wrong. Come on. Be fair.
What are you? I won't say it. Shocks, this is typical, isn't it? This is exactly what we would expect. He pushes up inside the B tunnels. Body, or rather, excuse me, Magis Boy. I don't know why I said body, but Magis Boy gets the kill back. They know he does it.
There we go.
So he finds it, and Dignitas, Cajun B, he's going to pick up 2. Body's going to fade away on top of the site. It is 2-man down. Body's watching down toward long. Can't find the first pickup. Does go down to Magis Boy as they pinch her back into the site. Magis Boy rotating, obviously, from the tunnels where he got the first kill, and now we've got a game.
We do. You know G2 will be forced into this second round. They always seem to like to do that. There's an argument I'm sure we could discuss in the analyst desk when you have this sort of lead in the CT side of Dust 2. Maybe you just want to go in with a full eco and have everything available to you, all the grenades, the fuse kits, the AWP, and finish it off nice and quickly. Now they are kind of opening the door of opportunity. If they do not win this round, Dignitas will have a lot of money. They could potentially win that first gun round just due to the lack of G2 buy coming in. And there will be 3 AKs, 2 UMPs, and a headshot from Scream, though. Does give them a chance to do something with this round.
Well, we had an unorthodox start to the first half. Why not do that again, right? Let's see if we can get back to back to back to back to back to back to back again.
That certainly helps. And Scream boosted up towards short, gets that first shot. I don't think Cajun B saw it coming. As now, give the information to his teammates. You can see them a little bit scared to face it once again. Flash comes in, pretty standard stuff, and Scream has been spotted, but still not dead now somehow. As his teammate does fall next to him, it's going to be Scream looking for that second shot. Can't get it. It's going to be the danger over. Surely, there it is. The round has been secured. Dignitas fighting together, using the flashbangs, being efficient, and now it's just up to Smiths and Shocks. As Shocks, he pushes towards upper B. Smiths waiting towards A. But you can see Dignitas actually pretty aware the Shocks like to do this and take him down to 59 HP.
And there's the start for Config onto the site. Hold down to Shocks. Bomb will be planted for good measure, just to be sure nothing awkward can come of this, trying to hunt down Shocks, and they don't really need to hunt him, let's be honest. I doubt they'll go too aggressive on this Deagle.
Yeah, nothing to lose. Well, nothing to gain, I guess.
Exactly.
That's what I should say. Nothing to gain for Dignitas at this point. Shoxy is the one who can get far more money than Deagle and potentially pick up an AK as well. They've got nothing to really gather from him apart from $300. And they won't be hunting. Just holding tight angles and hoping he walks into their crosshair. Shoxy's aware as well. He's got body armor, so he doesn't really want to die. They don't really want to hunt him, so there probably won't be any further action in this round. Or Config. We'll just blow his head off.
Pretty straightforward. How's Shocks' ping doing? I imagine it's stabilized considerably.
It's 57. So, not great, not horrible.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
It's still down to routing of online games, right? Like, it's not necessarily where your location is, it's your ISP that you can see.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so the routing, depending on where you go, so yeah, I could tell you lots of stories about that. I ping better to New York than I do to Montreal due to the way that it transfers.
Yeah, so you could live in the same village as Smiths, for example. If you're a different internet service providers, you could have different routing to the main server. So
yeah, exactly. Depends on who you're with. I don't know all the routes in North America, or in Europe. North America, I know some of them, but Config will take down Smiths, follow that up, finds body as well. Scream, the last one remaining in a 1 versus 5. Pretty straightforward, not much to report, as you would often say, Henry, and now we get things a little bit more to the pace that we might expect, and if G2 can get this first gun and put this to bed at 12-6, though.
This is why there's an argument for the points I made at the start. Them just going full eco on that second round means they'd be much more equipped going into this one. You can see now, they don't have an AWP, they have 1 kit, no incendiaries. It wouldn't be a perfect buy, but it'd be much stronger than this, and they'd have much more to work with on this first gun run. This is why it's always, for me, when you have a 12-3 sort of lead, is there any sort of requirement to force it to win? RPK throws himself to the wolves there. No flashes, no back from the teammates, just running around the corner. This is kind of very games Source style in that respect, but Shoxy trying to do what he can as he finds a kill towards Config.
Rubino's going to try and follow this back up, though. chase Shocks away, who's caught in the middle in the open. He goes down, and Scream comes around the corner, go for the refrag. Guess what? That's the exact time Rubino walks around the corner at Catwalk, and they're down a man in a 2 versus 1. It's just body remaining. They've got to throw that bomb across. He'll see it, knows that it didn't get far enough, so sets his aim to where the player should appear and nearly does the damage to Rubino. In the end, he only tags him down to 78, though, which means with no kit, he's going to have to go for an audacious play, a bold one at long, and Cajun B with an AWP, sat inside the pit, isn't looking at this just yet. Everyone who knows this game, who's played this game, that's a short thrown.
I like the idea of it, just badly executed.
I was going to say everyone knows that angle. We've all played it in deathmatch, but I was stopped in my tracks by a lovely flashbang.
Yeah, I think if you just thrown in the pit and just rushed him, then you'd have a chance of getting the kill, right? Probably wouldn't have won the round, but it would have been much more successful than that, potentially. But still, there it is, Dignitas. Like I said, G2 just didn't really have much to work with. They're getting shut down across the board. They had to go aggressive. Knew they need to find those kills. RPK runs around and flashbang just pushes off short. And for anyone who didn't know sources, exactly what Very Games used to do. It needs to be very successful at that. That's why I was kind of referencing that in that sort of round. But here we go then. Dignitas, pretty simple round. Just going to be a few upgraded pistols for G2. And Scream looking to get a one shot. Probably will get it, as he always does. This time he's denied. And it will be Body, the last player remaining. And he's actually in T-spawn. He pushed the B tunnels. Could find a kill here. Who's that? It's going to be Occasion B, but he can hear him coming. Dead. Right?
Oh, you jinxed it, Henry. Why'd you do that? But either way, it will be 12-8 now. So how quickly the rounds can grow when you are Team Dignitas on a T side, seemingly. I don't think we're anywhere near done. We know G2 struggles on the CT. We saw it last map, and we're seeing signs of it again here.
Yeah, well, G2, the CT side, I think I'm kind of bored of discussing it now. Every single event and every online game.
But it is the talking point.
But it seemed to be prevalent throughout every single game we watch them online, especially. But here we go then. Round number 6. Long take from Dignitas. Now they're starting to get in the zone. They're starting to get a bit of momentum in their favour as the flashes go over towards the A side. The CTs have to fall back. This is perfect now from Dignitas. You get the long control. You leave someone in the pit. G2 did a bad job of this by going for T-spawn. The idea is you leave someone like Cajun B patrolling the A ramp and the site as well. Go back towards short. At that stage, you've pincered the CTs onto the site. You Molotov them, force them out of position. You almost gifted the A side by yourself. This has to be the reaction from G2. You see, they have to go to B tunnels, and you can see now there's actually reaction coming in. This is actually a good response. But if Dignitas work quickly, they've got a decent chance of overwhelming them. But Scream does find the first kill. I believe he was actually in lower B when he found that.
This is interesting, though, from Shocks. Plays elevator. He can play the right angle because Smith's is covered off left as they've already crossed, but he can't find the shots. They're on the ramp, and Shocks needs to time this perfectly to push through the smoke. He's got a lineup, and he's got... Oh, no, he does not. Take it back. Hold the phone. Config finds a stray bullet headshot out of that spray, and Shocks, although he does a massive amount of damage, can't close him off. It should give Scream a chance. The Flash, a better chance as MSL stands not for long on the site. He'll come back in, get the defuse, and it will be 13 rounds now for G2.
So like I said, Dignitas, a perfect opportunity there. It was a really nice textbook round for them. Unfortunately, didn't have presence anywhere else. They didn't go quickly enough to fall back and go towards short. They committed towards long. Problem is, at that point, Dignitas, or should I say G2, actually reacted very quickly. Like I said, they're actually in a difficult position, need to get some map control. They know they've had calls at big numbers towards long A, so they're quite safe to push the B tunnels at that point. So screening it towards lower B, very important kill towards lower. He knows the rest of the team are on towards long, and he manages to convert that into 3 frags overall. This time Smith's very good at that mid-door pick. Seems to get that shot most times as he does find the first kill. MSL finds one in return, but Body shuts him down. 4-on-3 in favour of G2, and will just be 3 AKs remaining. The AWP has been dropped. Flashbang, so it's a HE grenade. Going around towards Car. Shoxy almost certain to pick up a kill as he faces again. Just narrowly misses out on the shot there. I thought that was going to connect for sure.
Try as he might, though. They're still going to try and peek. Goes for that first shoulder bait that allows him around the corner, and the Molotov coming in is going to flush him out. Now there's a problem. RPK, he does hit a nice shot onto Config, thankfully, so it goes 1 for 1, but he was caught behind the barrels. Body can't afford to re-peek this, so instead he'll smoke them off. In doing so, though, in all of this, take a quick peek at that mini-map. Thank you very much, Rushley. You knew exactly where I was going with that. It's going to be Smith's waiting top of middle with an AWP as soon as they walk out long.
So the CTs are in a great position right now. Body just readdressing himself towards short, so he's watching for the crossover, and he actually hasn't got any grenades. It's Smith's with the utility. If it was the other way around, this would be perfect, but it's going to be Body trying to battle them off with nothing here. So the smokes are deployed for Dignitas. I just got to wait up and see whether one kind of stabs him in the back at this point. What have they got to cross? Nothing. So 2 AKs, they need to make their way to the A side. Time ticking away as well. Need to bait out a shot here from Body. If he had the AWP, that could be possible, but he's got the M4. He'll be looking to get at least 1 down before they get to the site here. He'll be committed to that kill. Rubino goes up towards the car. They're going to try and fake at the same time here. What a shot there from Ruben as he crosses over and takes the head of Body with him.
So Rubino to plant. Safe plant at this point in time. Smartly doing so because Smith's at long spotted. Oh, but it's the shot. Rubino, he was the one that saw him and he nailed him through the box. He's now going to try and push onto this Molotov, but he's dropped down into the elevator position in Smith's. He's waiting for that Molotov to push him. Does he think he's gone quad? Does he think he's gone cat? Does he find him or not? Because as he gets in the open, Smith's gets on the wall and Magisk Boy holds true. It's going to go 13-9.
What an exciting round that was. Rubino with a hell of a shot as he got towards the car area, and Smith's wall bangs on the bomb side as well as is planted. I thought once he dropped that incendiary in towards the second box position, he'd have the read, he'd drop down to lower, but like he said, there were other options. He could have got to Gandalf and had a chance of it. This was the shot. Boom.
So it was actually, I take it, so he was the planter.
Yes.
I thought he was the one that spotted in the background. It was the front guy that he got.
Yeah.
Regardless, by the way, bodies crossed every time tonight. Oh, take it back. They pushed mid and get damage off him one way or another, but it is going to go around to Dignitas. So Shocks, nice shot, takes Config with the Deagle, holding inside of middle, and Shocks too with the Deagle. He's got Rubino down, but they're still down a man. AK picked up. He's now going to swap that over and go toward the B site where they've already entered, crossed over, bomb getting ready to plant, and doing so in the default position. Shocks has thrown that smoke quite deep.
Yeah.
I thought he might try and push through that and catch off Magisk.
Yeah, he bounces off that door to give him an actual presence towards the car area. He'll be smoked out in return though, so still uses to an advantage. Pushes through, has a chance to make this work. RPK with the headshot from the window room, but it's going to be Cajun B to find two with the Tech 9 to finish things off. Got a bit interesting there with the Shocks, one dig, but ultimately Dignitas now finding round number 10. It's 7-1 here. CT halves proving a problem once again for G2. Had it all did it all fall out of control from that second round forced by? I would speculate yes. I'd say like that's maybe the problem for G2 in those rounds. They're limited in terms of what they have. I think they need to start addressing that situation. It seems that this seems to be a common storyline every single time we see them swap over towards the CT side. Well then.
Magisk Boy is going to be the one to long this time, but look at that double setup.
They've got now.
Yep, there's one in pit.
So, UMP, well, a couple of kits, M4s, no ops. Take a lot of work here.
That's a problem for Shocks. Flashed off. We got 3 rounds between us. Remember, it was 12-3 at the half. Shocks does find the headshot on MSL, but Cajun B pulls it back. Flash out, no chance to re-peek Scream. It does slow them down, though. That was the primary objective of that flash, because he knew he was far enough away. He couldn't get caught inside of CT. Magiska's got RPK, though, and Body. All right, nice shot with the UMP, but the timing, he nearly got it with a nade out. As Magisk Boy will pull this back, and Scream's going to play on the ramp. That leaves him exposed to the Molotov, which clips through the wall, and the players on Catwalk. We're going to have a 13-11 game, and Dignitas are making this happen. Body's not done yet. 1 versus 2. Ooh, damage done. They jump up. Why is Cajun B doing that?
What is that?
There's absolutely no reason. Body's got 3 kills. He's got a kid. He's got an 8. He's got the HP advantage over top of Magisk Boy, who's on top of the platform to watch the bomb. And Body should be able to bait him out so long as he gives himself the time. Checks Catwalk from... Why would he check out? He just came from there, and it's planted for long. I'm not sure his thought process on that.
I guess he may have thought that Magisk Boy pushed the long doors and he's coming behind it. It's a pretty unlikely call considering the situation. But it does work out for Magisk Boy in the end, like you said.
Unless someone called it for him, perhaps.
So what was his jump, right? Let's have a look at this. Why would Cajun? He gets into safe area. You stay alive here. You've won the round. Why did he jump? He might be using an old mouse. Maybe he's got the scroll wheel bug or something like that. I have no idea. There's literally no reason to jump there. You're just trying to buy time for your team. You've got a long plant down, stop him coming in. That's it.
And to clarify, when you say it's not a software bug, it's when the mouse wheel, basically the spring is worn out and it sits on the edge and then it moves on you.
And like old mice, though.
Yeah, the original Death Adders were like terrible for it.
And like IntelliMouse 3.0, that's the ones that I haven't really heard that being an issue recently. But to reiterate, there's no reason to jump there at all. It looked like a mistake. It looked like he didn't want to do that.
Ooh. I thought MSL had or Shocks, excuse me, had the lineup on that, but MSL gets the kill. That's going to be a dink from Scream, pushes through, takes the fight, gets the kill. 2 players still facing him, though, and it won't amount to much with not only 2 players facing him, 1 more in the B site behind him, and it's going to be 13-12. Dignitas, they're making this happen, Henry. Yes. We kind of almost foretold this.
Yep. How does this happen every single time, though? So you expect to see it every now and then and think like, oh, they always do this. But
and I heard
every single time.
To clarify, because Matt left his comms open, our producer, he said it's happening. He said before tonight started, he said, what is it with 12-3 halftimes? Because every time we see them, there's a comeback.
I did hear that. It's happening. I didn't really register that's what it was.
That's totally what he meant. And he's laughing about it now.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Well, we've got a 4s coming in. I think it's about time. G2 need to pull the socks up here. they should be one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world right now. That's what they used to be. And the events like ECS, where they actually won that event, they looked unstoppable on that map. And right now, since Pro League started, we've had that vacation, well, even 2 weeks, we don't even call it a proper vacation, right? They've been very rusty in these CT sides. Obviously, a great tournament in Kiev. They managed to address some of those issues with just phenomenal individual performances from the likes of Shox and Body as well. And they're able to kind of get themselves out of some sticky situations. But now they're what, 9-1 down. CT half, they have got a buy available. RPK is having a stinker of a game, 7 for 18. But Screamy at 25 kills. You'd think they'd be posting rounds of those kind of numbers. 22 kills for Body as well. Just lots of clutches. I'm going to look through the rounds myself. So 1 round, 1 alive, 2 alive, 1 alive. Lots of these being tight clutches, you know.
Yep.
A lot of them haven't been as well, to be fair. It's been
well, at the start of the round, but the last ones have,
yeah,
and that's the ones that matter because you're
tight.
forcing exactly the reinvestment in the last ones. If the first ones are so far removed at this point, it's not that big of a deal. But man, oh man, I can't believe G2's letting this happen right now.
I guess this is the perfect time to take a pause. You still have the advantage. The game's not thrown by any means yet. They've got a full buy here. I'd say the double AWP setup come out potentially. It wouldn't be the best buy, but I think there's one Body's bought it. Smith's going to forward one as well. Okay, single AWP setup by the looks of things. Not going to be going for that one, but Smith's, sorry, not Smith's. Shoxy could still buy glass kind of if he wants to. I think they'll stick with 4 rifles and 1 AWP by the looks of things. Smith, Shoxy, what are you going to do for me? What have you got? Come on. He wants to keep us in suspense, apparently.
Well,
there it is.
We've got it. We've got it. We're back in the room. So it's going to be glass cannon for Shox.
That's what he's kind of discussing with his team. Should I just do it? We need to win around, boys. Should I do something big? Should I do something nuts? Do you remember in that cobble map against Envy when he goes drop down with the AWP? Like, when you need the big plays,
right?
He's the one to deliver them, right? So
it was quite lovely. And remember as well, coming off of land, Dignitas, they're still in land mentality, sitting beside each other right now.
They're still in the same country.
At the Cybersport Arena. Yeah, their ping was all 39 the last time we checked.
Awesome, by the way.
Yeah, they're roughly all 39. I do like that arena a lot. Yeah. Yep. Cajun B, yeah, that was your first time there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Smiths, doesn't land the shot, nearly goes down. He can't afford to at this point in time. They need every advantage that they can get on the CT side. And Smiths will go back for more after trying to flash over, but it's a double present stored catwalk. Something a little bit different to try and catch them off on this T side. And RPK is going to try and get baited in by the stairwell. There's MSL at middle, going to dodge that first flash, but it gives Smith the second chance to try and get the peek. Doesn't find it. It's going to be an AK back in return, and advantage gone. G2 can't find the opening pick. RPK.
Tries they might.
Do anything you like. It's going to be a flash over the lineup, though. RPK, okay. Hold on. He's got 2 back in return. Gets time for the reload as well. It's going to give KJB with an AWP a chance to pull this back, but he's on low. 21 HP for RPK. Flash is going to push KJB back, and almost thankfully so, because there was help coming over toward that catwalk position from G2. Instead, they'll put the attention toward long. It's Shox that will force Majestic Boy back toward the cave, and Scream is going to take advantage to get toward Car late. Smoke on the corner, spray through. He's got the lineup, but he can't find the kill, and it gives Cajun the turn with the AWP. RPK down with 1. It's Majestic Boy immediately there on top of him. And it remains 2 versus 2 on Shox. AWP, this glass cannon is still in effect.
Rapino had the Molotov. I thought he was going to come in for the clean kill, but just walks into him. The Thorn and Shoxy's side is going to be a 2 versus 1. Body, no kit, no nades, M4, and removed from the situation as of now. The bomb will be planted towards A long, but those things are kind of a bit tentative to actually get it on there. They're actually wasting time. They need to be very careful. His Body's coming in the back. Does get the first kill. Actually gets denied. Majestic Boy having a very successful game so far. Finds that kill. That was very important. I thought Body had that dead to rights, but apparently not. We've hit 13-13. It looks like
3
has to be an eco here as well.
10-1.
How is this happening every single time we cast? Are we the cursed? Maybe we're the problem. Every time we cast them, this happens.
You know what? I think you're right. I think it's time we move on to, I don't know.
Well, Sponge and I have been discussing the idea of making a team. So maybe I'll just retire from casting.
Making a team, a players team.
So I'll maybe retire from casting and I'll just do that with
coach?
them. Yes, maybe we do.
Okay. Well, I don't know anyone. Screamy, he's going to get 1 kill. It's going to be Rubino and MSL immediately to follow it up, though, as the pistols, rather the force buy. I totally expected pistols at this point because you said eco, but it is going to be the force buy. Not able to prevail at this point in time. It's going to be Shox walking back in through the door. He does actually make it work with the flash. Stays alive long enough. You thought he might be able to slip around triple or find a second kill at the platform. Hasn't done it. The jump scout distracts long enough for RPK, who gets more space inside of the site, but MSL times the peak. And now they've got the lead. And now we've got an even worse situation. Surely they've got to eco here.
They should have ecoed the last round. What was the point in that? Famises, scouts, and pistols?
Go to $2,000 best right now because you're going to have a max loss bonus, obviously.
Yeah, like this is
Here we go again.
Okay, this is how you lose the game. This is how you do it right here, right now. Unless someone goes absolutely wild. I guess they try. They don't even want to think about overtime. That's fine, but
tilt.
It's a pretty weird situation for them. They didn't have to do it last round, and now they're doing it again. It's going to be Scream stepping up, and he gets one, though. It's not good enough in this scenario.
Not at all, especially when you got a Smith's on a scout who's trying desperately to fire through smoke. Body, he's in a weird place. He's got no one in middle anymore. Oh, times this well, though. They go toward window. He's got one, gets outside the site. Now it gives the site up, but he's got an AK picked up, and it keeps them with the man advantage on this retake. Config, flash over, smartly doesn't peek it because Body forward of the flash, not blind, but just, oh, the jump. What? That's a scroll wheel mistake. Surely he hit that by accident when he swung his mouse. Regardless, he finds the kill, and he's a bit lucky to do so. Just now also going to face towards stairwell. Decent damage on Smith's better headshot onto RPK. And Dignitas now will pull back into the lead. 3 versus 2. It was a 4 versus 3 on a retake. G2 losing numbers. Just bored with his third and Config to close it out. It's 15-13.
I can't believe it's actually happening. Well, this is what happens when you force buy, ladies and gentlemen. Every single time you need to start hedging your bets at one point. Majestic Boy's having a hell of a game here. What a play that was from him. Those frags, so important to actually win the round. 15-13, has to be a force buy again, of course. Had they just taken one of these as a save, they could have actually salvaged this game. The auto snipers come out. There's going to be 3 snipers this time. Cajun B gets one for the door. They've done damage to Smiths as well. He's dropped. This is it. After a 12-3 first half, G2 are about to drop this map, not winning more than 1 round on the second half. What the hell is going on? How does this keep happening time and time again? Scream doing what he can in the B-bomb side. Does manage to take one down. Looking for the second as well. Could find something as Config does drop him. Scream just fighting for his team's life here.
He's still got a chance in this as well. Scream's up to 4 kills. He's done so well to dance around the double stack. As if it's too little too late. Not for Scream. He just waits forever to make it happen. And now we got a game as RPK. He'll find Cajun B with a late flank. Thanks, Scream. Thanks for showing up.
How is this real life?
31 kills for Scream right now, by the way.
The first 2 picks. They've got 3 snipers tagging everyone. Then Scream finds an ace.
4,
sorry.
Let's be clear.
Might as well be an ace. How much it meant to the team, right? Still, what the hell was that?
31 kills for Scream. It almost seems like it's gone unnoticed because of how quiet the second half has been, but he's been the one to get consistent frags. And it's Scream that's tagged this time. Maybe for the best. It's not Body, but it is Scream who's just come up large, so it's a problem. Config going to try and go toward the catwalk right now. Clears the stairs because they have put RPK there already in this half, so they have to consider it at least a little bit.
Right then. Well, all roads lead here for G2. They can find this round, everything's reset, we go to overtime. Dignitas really want to avoid that. It's cost them so much energy to actually get to this stage. It's been a perfect performance for the likes of Majestic Boy as well. Going towards mid this time. Still a limited buy from the CTs. No orbs, no order snipers. Just going to be holding up the Famis's and M4s. Screams low as well. Body tries to bait himself in. I'm not sure the terrorist saw him drop that, but Config gets the first kill, takes down Smiths.
And Body just waiting for anyone to push.
Where was Smiths? He's actually dead towards mid doors. Did he push off short and try to get behind them? He's right by the mid doors where he died.
That's pretty ridiculous. There's been a lot of times we've seen tonight people dying in odd positions. Yeah, I think he must have been. I'm not sure. I think he pushed out to watch on lower. French Rambo. And we know he likes to take that peek. So RPK, he's going to go down. That's such an easy angle. Like I said, everybody knows that angle. If you've played Deathmatch for 10 minutes on matchmaking Deathmatch, you know how to, or Valve Deathmatch, you know how to cover that angle. Config, he's going to get the shot into Shocks, and as we said from Scream, too little too late, we get all 30 rounds, but we're not getting anything more than that. Body 1 versus 4. Bomb's going to be planted, low HP on the person doing so, Rubino, and if his head shows...
Don't do it, boys. Not like this. Just win the round. Don't give him a chance. Make him defuse before he even sees any of you.
Well, they are going to walk up behind him. He's got one. Majisk, he's found. He's got a chance, but Cajun B. He'll close it out. Dignitas, 12-3 down to the first half. They come back and win it 16-14. And as you said, we're sick of saying it. We're sick of talking about it. G2 sucks on the CT side online.
Online, it seems like I can't...
Online, it wasn't even that great. It was just better.
The thing is, if you know you're not in great form online with the CT stuff, why are you force buying all the time?
I think that was tilt. I think at that point that was tilt.
Yeah, of course it was. But it's like, even like I said, like, you know this is a problem, right? Historically, you've struggled on these CT halves. So when you have that 12-3 lead, let's just say, right, should we just give ourselves the best chance of winning this game? Second round, let's just take a full eco here. Let's make sure they have the first gun round. Let's have the orbs. Let's have the incendiaries. Let's have kits. They're going to first gun round, 5 M4s, no kits, no incendiaries. They drop that. A couple of ecos later, they're not getting any rounds on the board at all. They're not getting anything together. The double orbs header comes up towards the end. Still not enough at that stage. Then it's what, 15,
15, 13.
14-12 or something like that, right? And
What are you talking about with Scream?
No, when they had the advantage, they started throwing it away. When they
Right, yeah. When
so
it was
like
4 versus 3.
Yeah, they started then they started force buying into it. Then they had 2 rounds still to breathe. They're still force buying, getting scouts and pharmacists. You could have taken a full eco there and actually given yourself a chance to get it together. But anyway,
that's ridiculous.
I can talk
can't
about
understand.
this game all day long.
Do it, Henry. Do it.
We've paid some guys over there to do it. So Alex, please, would you do the honors? Thank you. Goodbye.
I would happily do the honors. Right, thank you very much from Henry and Matt. That's them done for another day. And now we have the opportunity to close out the show. First, we have to talk about this game, though. And I think Matt summarized it so beautifully, is that we are so tired of talking about it, but it is, again, the main point of discussion. 12-3 lead. G2 go into their CT side, needing just, I can do maths, 4 rounds.
Nailed it.
Thank you very much, GCSEs. What have you got for me, Sponge? This is just, they said it comes down to tilt, admittedly, maybe once you've conceded like 6 or 7 rounds, but this is unjustifiable. Your words actually just before we came on were they need a coach.
Yeah, there's a coach on the market now.
Yeah?
Yeah, grab that guy. Get him to fix your CT.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe flash for each other once in a while. Maybe take some jewels as a team. Try that stuff. See how that works for you.
But they're so competent on their T side.
I think maybe they try and play their CT side too individually. Maybe try and actually work together. See how that work goes for you.
Okay.
You know?
Because
I don't know.
there was that infamous clip that someone got of Shock saying, if you see your teammate in a fight, go help them out. You know, he did this big motivational speech at one of the events.
It was good, yeah.
Everyone loved it. But to be fair, that's a big thing that's missing from their CT side. They do fight individually. Like, the trades were so good for Dignitas every single time. Like, if Magic went down, Config was there. If Config went down, Magic constantly getting these opening kills and constantly working these sides incredibly well. But outside of that, there was nothing else to look at.
It's really weird. I noticed, like, when Dignitas were hitting B, the crossfires that were set up by G2, they weren't crossfires. They were kind of just picking from 2 separate angles, and both of them were dying. Like, they weren't taking jewels and lining up players and stuff. It was just fighting one at a time, and they couldn't really help each other from the angles they were playing.
Another point worth making, of course, alongside that is we always sing Smith's praises on this particular map. He always has an affinity with this, with the AWP, and he was not present on their CT side. I think I looked at the end, it was 2 kills on his defensive side.
And to be fair, Cajun B didn't have the biggest game either. No? Another highlight point, and for me, it was more Magisk and Config who took the headlines there. MSL was holding his own to a degree. I don't think he was particularly a standout player, but he was perfectly fine. Middle of the board for me there. But yeah, Config and Magisk having a really nice game today.
Yeah, Dignitas to pick up a much needed win as well. They're going to be leveling out now. 5 wins, 5 losses. I'm sure they're not going to be complaining about that. Actually looks better than their adversaries G2 currently standing in the Pro League. We'll be bringing up the standings a little later on. But just a couple of closing thoughts. It does feel weird to try and give credit to G2's T side, but I do want to quickly touch on the fact that they were hitting B a little more often than we were anticipating. Was there anything special, or was that literally just the G2 way, you know, the BDP, just walk out on B and take the fights? Was there anything kind of particularly arousing for you? I said arousing. Was there anything arousing?
Is there anything arousing for you, Chad?
No, nothing.
Nothing there.
Okay.
No, there was no GB James players, unfortunately.
And on that bombshell, beautiful stuff. That was the game, set, and match. Dignitas going and making it 1-1 after finding victory after staring down the barrel of a 12-3 deficit. Insane to see. But of course, that wasn't the only game played today. Let's have a quick recap of how this game did go down, or rather this day. It has been week 4, match day 14. They are flying by. We did start with Fnatic VP, and VP put up a damn good fight on Cobble, albeit under slightly technical circumstances. We did have a nice delay, and that's why you guys are with us late into the evening. Fnatic and VP met on Dust 2 following that one, and it was a much less close affair, excuse me. Following that one, you did get to see the same 2 maps, this time played with 2 very different teams. The French and the Danes did clash upon Cobble and Dust 2, and we saw that split just 16-13. Off stream, much more excitement for Heroic as they managed to push Penta into an overtime, but unable to close things out, and FaZe conceding 2 games back-to-back. That's what's so insane. We were kind of giving their credit and suggesting they had, you know, some good running in the Pro League, but I mean, look at that. Not even making 10 rounds over 2 maps. That's insane. Good to see Mousesports in good form, especially given their coaching change recently.
Shows he wasn't actually adding that much, right?
Hey man, 2 online games, you bite your tongue. But as you can see, guys, that's still going on. So when we do disappear, you'll have an opportunity to go catch that on our B stream. We said we'd show you the standings, and now we can. Those extra 2 losses for FaZe are going to make that 7 look rather scary and intimidating. The highest number on the losses I can see, in fact, apart from Flipside.
G2.
Oh, you're so smart, and my eyes are small. My eyes are small? My eyes
are small.
Wow.
Is there anything else, Chad, as you run your eyes down there? Any surprises, or does that kind of read as you would expect currently?
Flipside being 0 for 8 is very telling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stratus 4-6.
Yeah, towards the bottom end.
Yeah.
Virtus have won more games this season than last, I believe.
Yep.
Or they're close.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
I would say the middle of the table is actually pretty close overall. Just Na'Vi's going to break ahead eventually once they start actually playing more games. Let's bear in mind they're the only one of the only teams to not drop a single game yet, and they look incredibly strong online at this point.
Yeah.
Of course, the offline events recently show that there are a couple of flaws with them at the moment. They're not completely robust just yet, but yeah, you're going to start seeing the table start to split apart soon.
Yeah, I mean, Henry was talking about earlier. It's a process for Na'Vi, getting simple, comfortable in his new role. Now, though, we do move to North America because it's not done yet. You've got more to look forward to. It's going to be the Selfless Pride Roaring versus NRG, and that's going to be the first game to be shown on the North American stream. Alongside that one, you get Complexity versus Immortals, and on the second stream, you'll get an opportunity to see Splice and a team called Renegades. I don't know if you've
La Renegades.
Have you heard of that organization before?
You
have. Awesome. And of course, Echo and that's good. Organic Gaming.
Those COD players.
Optic Gaming, yeah. I'm well aware of them. So that's not what's going on in North America. Go check them out. That'll be their match day 15. Man, North America is starting to look a little dicey. Coming up tomorrow, you get your NIP Astralis game. That's going to be awesome. It does seem to be a bit of a curse going on between the Danes and that Swedish roster. Of course, we saw them very recently. And Mouse Sports, this time on the mainstream, we get to see if they can replicate the success they found today. Of course, versus FaZe, this time versus Envy. More Dust 2 to be played as well. This has been ESL Pro League Week 4, Match Day 14. It's been a great pleasure to bring it to you. Of course, great to have you here on the desk chat. We're seeing more of you tomorrow as well. Get some rest, tuck yourself in tight. We'll be doing all the same and more tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Neither can I. Right, we're going to go ahead and disappear. Thank you so much for joining us. And one last reminder to check out the Score Esports application as well. If you just joined us and you're sitting there going, wait, what? I missed all the action. You can get all the information you need on your smartphone. You don't even have to be at your PC to get updates, news, articles, and statistics. So you go grab that and we're going to disappear. When we do come back tomorrow, you have an opportunity to see what Mouse Sports can do and more. So we hope to see you then.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. Coming onto the side. FNX has to stand up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!